guess I'll find out in a minute. Oh, that's very loud. I'm running in window.
Because if it hasn't worked,
Remember,
I presume all your stuff's saved on the server. Oh no, it won't be. You'll have your own character stuff, and then you'll have the stuff. Yeah, it'll be
to
all
be
your own
fair,
character stuff.
I should be able to catch up quite quickly. We'll just have to go and kill the first boss again. I have a character called DJ Arcus, who's wearing the right sort of hat.
Cool.
Therefore, it must be correct. Sorry, Brett. You said something about the.
I just messaged you about it.
You should, if you just run it, it should just. Oh, don't tell me it's actually got the main menu. It's asking you which server to click on.
Correct.
Oh, for God's
It's-
sake.
it's- it's
Probably
not waiting
the
for-
top one.
No, yeah, but I click all and none of them work.
I doubt that very much. Top one should work fine.
Is there a button on the keyboard you need to press or just click it? Because I'm clicking it and nothing's happening.
Press enter, maybe?
I've tried that as well.
I can't see the server. Oh, hold on. Click on community, not friends.
It also doesn't let me maximize it, but I'm not sure if that's the thing that's...
Anyway, that's not very important.
I know.
It should work. It works 90% of the time, and I will, if it's not working, I will remove the main menu again. Oh, this is the other password, isn't it? Join game.
Yep.
It's really long. I have to come all the way back out when I get the password wrong.
Yep.
Day 43 in the Valheim.
Brother house.
I have arrived. Settings, graphics, all. I'm really annoyed that they only go as high as very high, and that VSync requires a restart of the game, because what the hell, guys?
Do you want the? Do you want them to go up to 11?
I would like. It's more my point is that high is not very high. I started to sit down and hit open door, so he opened a door while sitting. Yeah, so I was thinking about the garden. Why don't we just make a garden with another workbench beside this, but make it nice and high? Then nothing can get to it. Or did you have a particular plan?
I don't have a particular plan, apart from I did see interestingly that basically the thing about it is you can put down plants anywhere, but you need to have enough space for them to grow, basically. So I saw online someone doing is basically using wooden beams effectively to make basically rows, and then you can put basically plants within, align those plants up within those rows, so you can basically use the space quite well, and it looks quite good. But to be honest,
make boxes using railway sleepers or something.
yeah. But basically, if we just find somewhere to do it, I can put down and I could just basically plant, as long as it doesn't need to be flat, but preferably flat. I can just basically put down a load of carrot seeds.
And you very confusingly said the first area, and that confuses me.
I thought the first area because.
Do you mean the second?
No, I mean the first area, like where next to the first boss, because
that's the second area. The first, you mean our second base?
I'm currently at our second base, the one with the harbour in it.
Yeah.
Because our first base, the one near the centre, like with the start boss. Because
Rob, search community server, not friends server.
Yeah, I am.
And
We've got 8,000 servers in the list.
Yeah, joined by IP. Mine turns up quickly because I'm on IP, because I'm on a LAN.
The problem with it is, Adam, is that we don't have a portal there. But to be honest, we can do it wherever.
Why don't we have a portal?
We don't have a portal back to the kind of first spacey bit. You know the one with the home right next to the
harbour. The one next to the harbour. We do. Do you mean the one next?
No.
The first one.
Harbour's not our first base.
Why? Okay, but why the first base? We've abandoned that one, surely.
Yeah, it was more just because I wanted to put it somewhere where it's less likely to get tapped by mobs when we're not looking. And the first area it's basically not going to get attacked very
Well,
much.
this is why I was suggesting we just basically not cheat. That's an unfair way, but you can do it in the third area because all I have to do is just build a slightly sneaky thing. All I really need is a bunch.
Yeah.
I just need a bunch of manpower out here. Is all we need.
Yeah, I'll come over there now.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
I'm
just. You
bringing
mean
a
just?
man.
You mean just to fight off stuff? I can do that.
No, not even that. No, I need rocks. I need a lot of rocks. Come, Patsy, bring me rocks.
There you go. Dinner. Damn it.
Oh, damn it! It doesn't pick it up.
I've got a rock chopper, my first rock chopper.
Chopper.
Shall be back later.
Okay.
Doesn't work very well.
Oh yeah, Adam, out of curiosity, I was scrolling through the Eden Facebook comments to see what kind of stuff they've been responding.
It's not in line with reality, is it? I like the guy that said, looks like the default Unity clouds. Fuck you. Thanks for your comment.
Oh, that hurts. My favorite is, are you guys still going to do the different block sizes? You like different block sizes?
My incredulity should be your answer, sir. Oh, okay, so we're going to need another workbench as well. Like, more or less where you guys are.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, I can raise land.
Smashing
Oh,
rocks.
that's interesting. I can raise land anywhere. It's just I have to be inside the workbench. That's cool.
By the
Yeah.
way, I'm just smashing all these rocks. I don't have any
Cool.
space.
Can you
to
make
put them up
can you
there.
make a workbench?
No, I don't have any wood. I've got one wood.
Got wood.
He does have wood.
There's some rocks in the storage.
No, bring him to me.
Them over.
Yeah, I can't
I
like
can make stone piles.
just bring him to me and chuck him at me, and
Yeah.
we'll.
To the left of you, there's
Yeah,
loads. just
I
can't
know. I
bring
need to
them
make a
up.
workbench because I can't.
Yeah. Can I mine this F off thing here? I can. Oh my god, that whole thing just flashed when I hit it.
Okay, if I put a workbench here,
Adam, if
Come-
I do watch this. Come look where I am. Tell me if this whole thing flashes for you when I hit it in the first time. So it did for me.
go on, hit it.
Yeah,
No, the whole thing edits though.
Edits. Give
Yeah,
me
like
edits.
I can see all the vertices change.
Oh. It might be because you're further away or something. Yeah, we have not got a shortage of rocks anymore because we just mined this.
Yeah, it doesn't last long.
Uh,
So we are proud Vikings, and our plan today is carrots.
not necessarily. Our plan. I mean, food gives us health, basically, and that means that then we can fight more stuff, which means we can then go into the swamp and try and get some iron, which will then give us better gear, or more to the point, gear you guys up.
Yeah.
So that's why my thought is, to be honest, like food.
Glorious.
Nothing quite like it for cooling the blood.
carrots.
Right, I need more rocks.
Come over here.
I also need. I don't know where the fuck you guys all are. I'm here. I'm surrounded by bad guys, and I don't have any rocks. So the goal is kill these people and give me rocks.
There are two parts
Surrounded
of rocks
by bad guys.
about 100 feet in front of you.
Yes, but I'm on top of a battlement, and there's bad guys out there.
What a shot.
Oh,
Good
okay.
shot. And if
They
you
are
don't
lagging
have any
though.
inventory space, neither do I.
They are lagging though. Out here already?
Burn. Not much of a burn, is it? It's just a statement of fact.
Adam, if you come over here, you'll find all the rocks.
God,
Yeah,
these two
that's
just
pretty awesome.
does not last long.
Right, you do rock chopping.
Yeah.
Si, I
I've
will
got the
do
better-
rock careering.
That's a good
We
plan.
could make a
That's a better plan.
cart.
Are you starting a career in rock?
Yeah, he's going back to play rock.
Star.
No, he's about to enter a league of rocks.
Is it Rocket League?
Hey!
He got it! I mean, it was a pretty shit segue.
I've never been on one of those.
Me neither. I'd like to. I've not been on a. I've been on an electric scooter, but not a like what are they called? The what's the
E-bike.
stupid name for those things?
Stealth
No,
balance.
no. The balance board things.
Hoverbikes, hoverboards,
Hoverboard, yeah.
hoverbikes is something
hoverboard.
else entirely. WJG,
hoverboards,
I have
which is
seen
stupid.
your message. Don't worry.
Hoverboard's also like the worst name for it because it doesn't actually hover.
That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, big pile of rocks. How do I break this pile of rocks?
Just break it like a rock and it breaks quickly.
Pile of rocks.
Whoops.
Well done. Wow.
So I am making a raised garden. It strikes me. It crossed my mind. It would have been
Raising
easy.
it.
It would have been
Yeah.
easier to do a walled garden, but a raised garden is fine. Do I really just have to hit the pile of rocks? There isn't a collect pile of rocks or something sensible. Yeah.
With those? What with the ones you picked up? Yeah, you just get the hammer and you middle mouse click it. I don't know what that is on non-normal controls.
Oh yeah, I am. The
Have a
pad
middle
controls
mouse.
are not very good on this. They are really not. Thank you, Shalka. That's all gone.
Racket to me, racket to me, racket to me, racket to. Oh, I see you over there.
Shaking that ass.
Trying to. I can call you baby.
Watching this game, there's so many things about it where I'm like, ooh, this looks janky. And then other bits like, ooh, this looks nice.
You just fired
Yeah.
that arrow directly at my camera.
I mean, the important thing is it's less janky than most other survival games.
Yeah, but does that say a lot?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
The thing
Whoa.
that surprised me about this game
I did
is
so
actually
much.
it's got quite a lot of content, like for what it is.
Really? Because I know people who've completed it who bitch that there is almost no content whatsoever in it. And once you're out the swamp, that's it. There's nothing there. There's just big open areas of nothing.
And there's 2 more bosses and a load more mobs and yeah, there's quite a lot more. Like I've played about 50, 60 hours, to be honest, quite a fair bit of that. Well, not a fair bit of it. Some of it's with you guys. And I'm about halfway maybe just about.
Well, according to Todd, basically, after a while, it just all sort of just the content just runs out very, very quickly. And they're like, oh, we're adding another biome in the next year or so.
I'm still
Like
surprised that
you can power and fly through it if you want to.
No, you didn't.
Like, I flew through the first half basically, and I was just like, you know what, this is good fun. I'm enjoying it. I really wish there were other people to play it with.
Yeah, he did it in about 200 hours or something.
Yeah. So you're saying there's not much content in 200 hours?
No, more than it gets stretched very thinly.
I see what you're saying. Not sure. I'm not sure about that.
I personally have no opinion. I've not got that far yet.
Yeah. I think the difficulty scales up. It basically the stuff at the start is quite quick to get you into the game, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult because with the idea basically that you should now know what you're doing.
Oh,
So I think it's kind of fair.
really? That could be a problem.
It's not necessarily the thing about it is that's nice about this game is you can just overgear it. You basically say, well, I'm just going to farm the old stuff to get gear basically to be overpowered, so I don't need to worry about it. But that obviously takes more time, so it depends how you want to play the game. Like you can upgrade your gear like 3 times per level or something, which basically makes it pretty much the next tier of gear up.
Yeah.
But that requires a lot more resources. So it's like farming versus skill.
More
really.
rocks.
What would you prefer?
Well, what I prefer is to try it with skill and then go, make it easier.
Exactly.
So I've been playing Doom
Exactly.
Eternal Part 2. Doom Eternal Old Gods Part 2. Now, Doom Eternal I played on the hardest difficulty. Doom Eternal DLC, they even go there's more demons because it's DLC kind of joke. Holy shit. It is insane. It's so good. But I was doing all right, and then I hit the second area of 3, and then I went from the hardest difficulty, down one, easiest difficulty, and I'm still struggling. It's ridiculous. And there's no upgrading. It's just get better, get lucky.
Good scrub.
Yeah.
Which is not really what you want to do from it now.
Well, what gets me is on the easy difficulty, it goes, you will need good reflexes and spatial awareness. I'm like, what? No, that's not what easy is. Easier should be, everything will roll over and die so you can just enjoy the cutscenes.
Yeah.
God damn, those cutscenes are something else too. I'm really impressed with it. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow, rather than spend time talking to you lot. But yeah, so Doom 2016.
So no Wreckfest then.
Oh yeah, no, until 9, then I'll be there. I'll be back at 9.
Okay.
So Doom 2016 never made it onto Game Pass, which is a shame because that had very interesting multiplayer. So you could create your own maps by snapping together chunks from like prefabs. So you could recreate a lot of other maps from other games and stuff. Apparently, it was very good. I've never played it because when I came to play it, I started playing Doom 2016. I finished playing Doom 2016 about 2 days before Doom Eternal came out, and there was no one playing it. So I've never had a multiplayer game of it.
Oh, whoever that was running over there looked to me like an enemy, so I just shot an arrow at them.
That was me. Good shot though.
Did I hit you?
Yes.
Oh, don't walk like an enemy.
Sorry.
To be fair though,
Yeah, go back to yesterday. Go back to yesterday. I was going to say I actually enjoyed. I did enjoy playing GTA, but I realised simultaneously that there's no way I'd ever want to play that on my own. I was like, yeah, it's good fun with people, but
sometimes the only thing I'll do on my own is I'll just sometimes do the import-export missions because they're quite easy. Other than that, yeah, you just wouldn't want. You just want to have people.
I don't think I'd play it if it wasn't with other people. To be honest,
yeah. Whereas like Red Dead Redemption, I played quite a lot on my own. I preferred it with other people. Oh, hello, Mr. Blob.
I am honestly, Zebra. You need to understand who I am and what I am saying. I am genuinely engrossed and engaged in the Doom Eternal storyline, and this is not a phrase I thought I would ever say. The Doom Eternal Old Gods added on such a holy shit cliffhanger, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then it faded to black going, Doomslayer will return in part 2, and I'm like, you fuckers. And then, I won't give it away, the cutscene that leads after that is brilliant. If you remember original Doom, 2016, original Doom, when there's the bit where the guy's like, and so you are the chosen one, and the guy just basically smashes the view screen, giving him story with a I don't care about story. So it's kind of like that, in a kind of a we're not doing this, we're just gonna get on with the killing. But it's genuinely excellent, and that really surprises me.
One of the things where they didn't have to do it, and you weren't expecting them to have much of a plot.
They've just lent full into the Doom lore from the comics and stuff. I'm surprised we haven't had they've taken the rip and tear, you've got huge guts, hilarity from a comic that was a complete flop, and turned it into actual serious canon. It's brilliant. It's done so well, it really, really is. At most, I just need to flatten this, and I think we're probably just about good. But I've got more rocks coming.
Yeah, we've got loads more. Can pick them up. Rob's carrying some of it.
I'm carrying. No, not as many as I thought.
According to Rob, he always carries us when we play games, and I'm not sure I agree.
Who left junk on the floor for me to pick up?
Might need
It's
this
time.
space.
It wasn't me. The other times, it also wasn't me.
You sit on the throne of lies.
Yeah, the effect of requiring other players to play the games is kind of harsh. Quantum League has gotten a lot more players now and can actually find a match, but the new players always complain about the match quality.
You mean they're getting their ass kicked by people who've been playing it the last couple of years?
I guess,
That
yeah.
doesn't have matchmaking then.
Well, even if it doesn't help when there's almost no newbies and tons of old bees.
Yeah.
Adam, I mean, you were playing Rocket League quite easily.
That's different. That game has 1.5 million player base on a Friday.
Fair enough. On a Friday.
Yeah, that game is still pretty popular.
Yes,
It's
it's
a great
great.
game.
One of the most
You don't hear
popular
much
games in the
about
world.
it, do you?
It's
Like
because
games news,
yeah,
do you?
it's like Roblox. Roblox is like bigger than Minecraft. No one talks about it. Well, they do now. The IPO.
I'm still impressed. I'm still found it quite interesting
That's
that you
also partly
played it and
because-
actually enjoyed it, Adam.
Yeah, no.
Just amazed at that.
Rocket League's great.
Yeah.
The reason nobody talks about Roblox is because the player base is slightly younger than you and me.
50.
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, I'm talking.
Age.
I'm not talking to. I'm not talking to the players, but the player base is huge, and they do spend a lot of money. Anyway, I think we're good. By the way.
Okay.
By they
Stop.
spend a lot of money, you mean their parents pay for their membership?
Yes, I do mean their parents spend a lot of money, but there's very little difference between a 7-year-old girl whose parents give you money and a 35-year-old bloke who gives you money. In fact, sometimes
Is that your farm?
this is the base of our farm.
Okay.
The buttery biscuit base.
What's wrong with that?
I mean,
Yes.
a farm of this side kind of sustained me. Alone.
It can always get bigger.
Thanks.
That's what she said.
Did she, Brett? I'm sorry about that.
Why can't I place this down?
Oh, come on. Give me some auto aim. You...
Tracts of land.
Adam?
Yeah?
Oh, wait a minute. Nothing.
God, he's hoeing again.
You're suffering from some bullet drop there, Adam.
I'm suffering from no auto aim, no targeting. I can only fire one bullet every 4 seconds, and I'm shooting at
Trying to
something.
hit this boar? Oh.
No, the one that I shot just ran away.
Oh, what, that one? There.
Yeah, that one there. Go on, shoot it again. Yeah, that one, Malcolm. Keep shooting it. So the problem is, every time you fire a bullet at it, it gets a packet update that was.
Yeah, I don't feel
Burn, piggy, but there you go.
I don't feel like I
Fair
want
enough.
to shoot an arrow like that with a controller, to be honest.
No,
Well,
exactly. That is precisely what I mean.
Right.
Oh, weren't we making
Carrots.
a bonfire too?
Yeah, we were going to. I needed something for it. Right, okay. I am growing carrots. Do not eat the carrots.
Eat the carrots.
Yes. You can use carrots to make like
Carrot
growing
stew.
carrots to make carrot plants.
A really bad mead.
Yeah, carrot stew. But you can
What?
use the carrots to make
mean?
V8.
carrot plants, which then you can make into basically they give you seeds, which then allow you to make more carrots.
If I eat the carrot seeds, could the carrots grow inside me?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You seem sure.
Oh, that's why I said yes.
Okay. There's like a conga line of greylings coming.
Any.
Grey dwarf, sorry. Hey, Samson.
Samsung's here, the company.
Samson. It's a
Oh.
person's name. Well, he might also be a multi-trillionaire, a multi-trillion-dollar Korean company, but I think... Oh, are they Samsung Korean or...
Okay.
Skeletons, they are Korean.
What
Oh,
shot?
infighting. I've been playing too much Doom. When I see that, I just want to hold down that button, select the rocket launcher, and fire some splash damage into the middle of the wall.
Wait, are those things called grey dwarf with no space?
Yeah, Grey Dwarfs. It's a traditional Viking something or other. Nah, mate,
Enemy.
that's the one.
I can't tell if you're serious. Or
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm good at that. I'm good at that. Did you know that Catholics
see.
classify hippos as fish for the purpose of Lent?
Because they live in water?
What?
Genuinely true. Or is it?
No, because
No.
you're making up bullshit.
It actually, yeah, but in this case, it actually is true. So, yeah.
I don't believe you.
Hippos are actually kind of scary, to be honest.
Hippos,
I would probably be ran out by a hippo.
Hippos kill
Hippos-
more people than anything
Yeah.
else. They are the most dangerous animal in the world to man. After
Say
man.
anything else? Animal. Yeah. Right. We have a carrot farm.
Carrot farm, carrot farm.
That's what the carrots I have.
We're all gonna
For now.
die. Malnutrition. Carrot farm.
There is a lot of random crap that can just kill people, isn't there?
Well, yes. What's the most dangerous non-team sport?
Non-team.
Yes. The answer may shock you.
Archery?
No,
Should be
surprisingly not.
Is it chess?
It's not that surprising.
Sport.
Sorry, is it a sport?
And he said sport.
Is archery not a sport?
I mean, I thought you said chess. We were talking about chess was the context. That
Chess
was
is a
last.
sport?
Chess is a sport, yeah.
Oh, it's an easy sport.
Uh-huh.
What game is it where if you run over your planted seedlings, it breaks them? Because that was terrible.
Oh, I think that was Minecraft.
So it might have been
That was
Minecraft. Yeah.
definitely Minecraft. It was Minecraft.
Oops.
Yeah, it doesn't happen in this. Right.
They still haven't made it so it shows me the controller shortcuts. It still says press E to pick up.
To be honest, they haven't done an update since
Here we
last
go.
week.
Made a little bridge over.
Another one?
Little bridge.
Oh,
so we
oh,
can
very
walk over
nice. Look at
rather
that.
than-
Yeah, I like it.
But now I'm going to over-engineer it and make it into a suspension bridge.
Don't think the game supports that.
This is a discussion I've had with people on my horse actually about like what constitutes a sport.
On your horse?
No, what?
It sounded like you said on your horse.
Right, but more importantly, Brett, what's the answer?
I mean, it's mostly just opinion and like.
No,
like,
what's the answer to my question?
interpretation or definition. But I mean, the definition, air quotes, in the dictionary is a game, competition, or activity needing physical effort and skill that is played or done according to rules for enjoyment and/or as a job. So
Definitely
technically,
physical skill. Definitely the physical skill, because moving those pieces, only some people can do it.
Well,
I mean, if you don't have arms, you can't do it. So,
you could use your teeth.
I mean, the thing is it
You
doesn't
could
say like.
instruct somebody else to move the pieces, and it would still be.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here is it says physical effort, but anything that requires moving your body technically requires a
Yeah,
physical
it doesn't require a lot of physical effort, no.
effort. Yeah.
So if Stephen Hawking was controlling
Alive?
his computer, if he was alive and he was controlling his computer, would that to play chess would that count as a sport?
Is the activity in your brain considered physical that's required to do that?
You still, the thing is, it's a ridiculous thing to say that a sport requires physical activity. What doesn't require physical activity? Thinking. What else doesn't? Nothing. Everything requires physical activity. Staying alive requires physical activity.
I mean, even thinking technically requires some physical activity because your body has to like.
That's
Well,
chemical.
that's not physical, though, is it?
I mean, there's like literal electrical impulses going off. Yes.
Yeah.
But, like,
It's not metaphysical activity at least.
Physics and physical activity are slightly distinct.
Or is electronic activity physical activity?
Right. I'm going into the swamp. Who's coming with me?
Oh shit, I just kicked our campfire. Now I've
Ooh,
punched it.
I just found. Oh, I've got an object, a special item, which allows me to find hidden stuff, which I think is most of the time iron
But, like-
in this location.
but like, it's an interesting like discussion because like stuff like a lot of esports probably require more exertion, at least mentally, than something like rifle shooting would, right?
Mental exertion, yes. Physical exertion, no.
I mean, how much physical exertion are you doing shooting a rifle? I guess it depends what you're holding.
Some.
To be fair, but, like,
Well, I mean, think of it this way. So I can outrun a shark, but a shark can outswim me. So in a triathlon, it really comes down to how good the shark is on a bicycle.
I see.
Who wants some iron scraps?
But more importantly, I do. But more importantly, what is the most dangerous non-team sport?
I don't know. I can't really think of that many.
Are you going to reveal the answer?
I do know the answer, but I was waiting for
It's
any
not
guesses.
darts, is it?
Not darts, no. But you're not far off.
Oh wow, really? Okay. Is it archery?
No, it's not archery, because that would be really obvious and boring.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. The people who die on this, and there are a surprising number of people who die, quite a lot of them don't die through anything that happens in the sport. That's not much of a clue, I'm aware. Not weightlifting, no. I'm out of rocks again.
Still loads there.
Is there people that do like rifle shooting, but they like shoot themselves accidentally, like or some shit, like outside of the actual?
It's not rifle shooting. Plus, if the most dangerous non-team sport was one with a gun in it, what sort of levels? There's no surprise, is there? You'd be like, oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I guess it's
So it
not
doesn't have a gun
being
in it?
asked, like,
Does not have a gun
There
in
you
it.
go. Stone there.
I don't know what is it.
Axe throwing.
Someone want to come and collect this iron?
It's not axe throwing.
You're right.
It's not apno diving, which I don't think is a sport either.
It's not golf.
It is golf.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Go Schalke. Primarily lightning strikes, but a lot of people get killed by balls.
Do you have any iron? Gimme.
Okay. Take that back, smelt it up.
So,
There's more coming if you move out your way. And hold the light so I can actually see what I'm here.
so for the guys here that were like, I don't want to say laughing at chess like being a sport, but like, so if I'm playing, let's say, I
Laughing,
don't know,
I was just disagreeing.
yeah, but okay, so would you argue a VR game is a sport because you're exerting yourself physically then?
What, like Beat Saber?
Something like that, or like Echo.
Yeah.
I wouldn't argue it's e-sport.
Well, I got to know.
I would argue there's a difference between physical movement and exertion. I walk up the stairs, I'm not exerting myself in the sport of stair climbing.
No, but if we ran up, if we
Wait a
were
couple
running
of years,
upstairs, if we were running upstairs competitively, that is a sport.
Right, that's the point. But in chess, you're not moving pieces competitively.
But-
You're
Well,
choosing what you're choosing
Yeah.
competitively. The motion is largely irrelevant.
but I mean, it's a
Because you
similar
can do it
thing.
on a computer, by
So-
choice.
I mean, it depends if it's speed chess, right? Like with the timer and shit.
I don't really think the hard part's the moving the chess pieces.
It's
the
not,
thinking.
but you want to be doing it fast, right?
But it's in the same way, casual sex implies the existence of ranked competitive sex.
Oh my god.
Do you not partake?
Yeah, I mean, in my youth, obviously, I told you I used to do proper RTS tournaments. It just, there's no fun in it. You're just there to win. And this is going to get back to the wanking competition. When does that, is that televised this year? I couldn't remember.
Adam, someone come here.
Adam, someone come here.
No, it's
Someone-
quantum
someone.
leap, because
Rob,
there's a
go, Rob.
dexterity element and a thinking element. Is there.
Whole
Yes.
stuff in it. I think I've got all of it. You
At
should get
least
loads more
bother
iron.
to make my sense a little lower.
Nearly bloody
so
drowning in
I
this
have
hole.
a chance in the
Got
dexterity
one
part.
piece.
Yeah, I
There should
found
be more in there.
I found that not talking to people is the best way to have conversations. But yeah, I found that in Quantum League, any cleverness I had with time travel was outweighed by people being better at shooting than me. Same thing with Apex. I found that any cleverness in my tactics or strategy was vastly outweighed by combat. All right, they're better than me. Damn it.
I will say about the like sports and esports thing. I think esports as a whole, as a term, is kind of arbitrary and it's kind of just there to make it so you can describe it in a way that's sort of like sports that wouldn't piss off like
Yeah,
people that wouldn't want it to be called
Competitive
sports.
for you to
yeah,
get,
it's
that's
just
it.
competitive gaming. Yeah.
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 But for like most things, a lot of them are actually already treated like sports. You can get a sports visa for playing Dota or League.
Sports B.
A visa for going to a country.
I love
You
that.
can
There's
Yeah,
a, there's a
the
difference-
legal
there's a difference between, like,
classification of something.
Yeah.
Not quite the same.
Legally,
there's-
they are
okay.
basically sports.
I find that hilarious because the idea is like, oh well, we want to play this other team at football. Well, you're gonna have to get on a plane and meet somewhere, as opposed to we want to play this team at Dota. You've got the fucking internet.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
you
but
get it has to be.
latency. Yeah.
Well, it has to be
Yeah.
fair. Yeah. That's a really interesting one because in theory, it shouldn't make any difference. In practice, obviously, it does. Because you died because someone at the conventional started to torrent over the internet they were using for the competition.
Yeah, I mean, if there wasn't a delay, then I guess you could make that argument. Yeah.
Or if the game wasn't based around, that sort of ridiculousness.
Where'd you put the stuff?
On the floor.
On the floor. Adam, come
Yes.
here. Is that only it? Did you only get 3?
3 what?
Yeah, that's all I had.
Fine.
You didn't give me any.
Oh, bonfire.
Yeah, yes, but there's scrap iron there. What do we need for a bonfire?
Oh, I can make a
had.
fermenter.
It's easy. It was
ancient bark, settling core.
and wood and
Use
wood.
settling core. Settling core.
Why are you going to be
Grab
slapped right now?
Keep saying that
Wait.
word.
I do that a lot. I accidentally sit down. The best thing is sit down and then hit open door part with the sit animation.
Wait, Adam, run into me again. Just while I'm sat down. Slide me across the floor.
Ooh, really?
Izar, so he said in chat that he'd say competitive gaming isn't an e-sport if there's no audience.
This is how I travel now.
But then would you say football's not a sport if no one's watching?
Ah, someone plays football in a forest and no one watches.
Well, presumably there's one person watching.
Do they score a goal?
Oh, yes, we smell outside, don't we? I remember, because of the burning.
Is it a sport if you're just trying to beat your own record? Like if I'm doing like a high jump or some shit on my own?
Is the high jump a sport? Yes.
Yes, but is it a sporting event to compete with myself?
Well,
Sorry,
that's just...
to be philosophical. Why do we care about whether it's a sport or not? Especially if we understand what is happening and what skills are involved.
Yeah,
that's what I am.
so David says it may have to do with getting sponsorship deals. You call it a sport, then advertisers get it. No, I mean, it has to be competitive to be a sport. If you are competitively kicking a ball around in your garden, yes. These carrots are healthy, by the way, Malcolm. That's quite how I'm...
Probably is a sport, but Sudoku probably isn't a sport.
But you could do competitive Sudoku.
Well,
Yes, one could, but it's not typically done.
Well, I guarantee you, if I Google, I can find people doing competitive Sudoku.
I don't think anything about sport implies an audience though.
No, I mean, who watches, American football? Pfft, idiots.
It might imply a culture
NASCAR.
that values it.
see, is NASCAR a sport?
Yeah, NASCAR's awesome.
Well, here's an interesting. Is
What,
sports
driving round
and
roundabouts is of course-
Nice.
I'm
NASCAR is,
and-
unless you've watched NASCAR, seriously, NASCAR is amazing. NASCAR is
Okay.
so much more interesting than Formula One.
Oh yeah.
Which isn't hard.
Formula One's boring as hell. But my point is, are motorsports sports or are they just motorsports?
They are, well, do you know how a Venn diagram works?
Yeah.
So a motorsport can be a sport, but a sport can't be a motorsport. That's what you're saying.
Unless there's motors in it. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What would we even mean to be mistaken about something being a sport?
Well, it means that no one would turn
You're
up.
wrong.
Like if some activity has a big fandom, and somebody says, "Stop your fandom! You're not doing a sport."
Right.
Or somebody
Oh, boy.
accidentally... There are accidentally spectators at something that wasn't a sport.
Aha, so you can make something a sport just by watching it.
I'm not going to die in a bit over
Is this
but
quantum sports?
if it's competitive and there's some organisation, but no one ever watches it, like live or recorded, so there's no audience, then it's not really an e-sport. It's just
Why not?
otherwise. Well, because otherwise every game of Quake I've ever played would be an e-sport. It's not. It's just me
Well,
playing.
is every game of football you've played a sport?
No,
No, because it's not competitive.
But every competitive game of football you played is a sport, even if no one's watching.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
No, sorry. I'm talking about esports.
Yeah, but what's the difference?
Audience.
Like, yeah, but why does esports require an audience and playing football?
It just does.
It's not.
But I'm just saying I think it does.
But why?
But yeah, but why?
Why not? Yeah.
Because
But-
the point we're making is there's no difference. You're saying there is, so you're going to have to demonstrate what the difference is.
You're saying there's no difference between sports and esports.
No, I'm saying you're saying one requires an audience to be that term and the other doesn't. And you're not saying why.
Brett, get him, Brett, get him, Brett.
Yeah, but that's not going. A banana needs to be made of banana to be a
What?
banana, whereas an orange doesn't.
We're talking about esports.
What?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
now you're saying that I'm insisting that two different things have two different definitions. Yeah.
Well, no, they have
That's
similar
not-
They have similar definitions, but one is a bit more of a physical activity, and one tends to be more of an electronic activity. The only difference is that, not the audience.
Yeah, so what happens if you're playing chess on a chess computer rather than on a physical board? Is that in any way different to playing chess on a physical board?
One can compete in an ELO ladder.
No,
without
because
an
neither of them are
audience.
sports.
In effect, the rating being
If-
the audience, and it doesn't need to be human.
It's a physical board, but each of the chess pieces is made out of 10 kilos of lead.
So this is
No
literally
way,
just
lifting.
So now Rob has to exert some force, some energy
no,
to play
but-
the chess.
But my point is
Why me?
essentially
'Cause
like
you're the one that made that threshold of exerting energy, I think.
this is literally just the shittest swamp ever, right?
I'd like to point Schalke found the swamp, and I wasn't involved.
But essentially, my point is,
Nothing in it.
The argument about whether esports can be sport or not is a separate thing. But essentially, they're both organised events that are competitive. Why does one
Yeah.
require an audience and one doesn't?
Question for Izzard.
Most events require an audience, but you can have like automated ladder on a computer game that makes it competitive and like the competition makes sense. Even
Yeah,
there's
but if
no
the only
audience, you
people
care
that-
about who wins.
So if there's
Or,
no
like, the
audience,
participants can be the audience.
okay, so there you go. So, because if the only people that see the game or know it exists or know the score at the end of it are the participants, is
Right.
that an esport?
Let's assume no, but only the same way that if I go and kick a football around in my yard, that's not a sport because it's not competitive. But an
no,
audience.
no,
What happens if you kick
hang
a
on.
football round in school sports?
Take the competitive bit as read, right? So all these things are competitive.
Uh-huh.
So you just fell into the trap I fell into about saying, oh, if I kick a ball around the yard, then is it? But and as you correctly said earlier,
The yard.
is it
Well,
competitive
is
or not?
kicking a ball around a yard playing football? And the answer is, if you're kicking a ball around a yard to practice playing football, then you're practicing a sport. And the practice
Okay,
isn't a
is
sport.
practicing esports still esports?
Is practicing esports a sport, even if playing
Still
esports
esport.
isn't a sport?
No, I want to know if practicing an esport is still an esport.
Well, no, it's
One
practicing.
plays a chess
Yeah,
game.
you're practicing.
The clue's in the words.
Like,
Like
if you're
practicing,
practicing, you're arguably not playing in a competitive, organised setting. Or it's very rare that you would be. So I'd argue no, that wouldn't be.
Well, you won't be very good when the competition shows up then, because you won't have practiced playing competitively.
Well, yeah, but it's not organised in like a there's no stake there, or like usually you're
So-
playing for.
If these sports on stake, I'm definitely playing.
I'm interested in the state games.
Does everyone agree that there has to be some degree of organisation, there has to be some competition, and there has to be something? Which bits are necessary?
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
In my mind, there's the edge case of if there's a chess game which only two people know about the locations of the pieces, but the outside world knows who won the game, and it affects the chess rating of the players, then it's part of the proper sporting
Well,
activity.
But if it affects your ELO, then it's effectively recorded, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So-
doesn't
so
need
it's
much
fine.
for it to be recorded in that sense.
No.
There's another swamp over where I am, by the way, and there's Drauga blobs and other stuff fighting. Oh no, no.
Okay, can I please get some leather scraps and some flint, please? I'm trying to upgrade our tanning rack to level 3, and I can't because I don't have those, and I can't build any better shit.
So maybe the definition has to be that the outcome has some bearing on subsequent games or competitions.
That's what competitive means.
Well, it's not.
I'm gonna
but-
die.
But it is.
Am I?
It has.
Well,
The
it's not,
outcome
because
has to be
a
important.
competition could be a singular event, and that's the end of it, and the winner is declared, and that's it.
Yes, that's the affecting the outcome is the declaring of the winner.
Yeah, but it has no bearing on any subsequent event, so that's still competitive.
Well, yeah, you can have a sport that only takes one event. I can make a sport up, we could do it, and then we never play the sport again. That's totally a thing.
I have a problem.
It'd be a
with
weird
14
thing.
health, and I'm being chased. Please help me.
Then the thing is, the result of that you're saying that there isn't a result is that you've won the event.
So anyway,
Glad you guys
what
came
is
to my
what
aid.
is the definition? Does anyone
That's
know?
something to
What,
do
of-
with.
of sport, or
Yeah, so basically, an e-sport is just a sport done on like a chess computer.
There were pretty funky LAN sports at one LAN I was in. The throwing of a mobile phone, longest distance wins.
What's HEMA?
I'll have a Nokia. I'd win with that.
According to the Cambridge Dictionary, the activity esports, the activity of playing computer games against other people on the internet.
Well, that's obviously
The
stupid.
internet.
Yeah, that's the worst definition ever. Because most esports, as we've already pointed out, do not take place on the internet. In fact, almost never.
It's a recipe for cheating.
I mean, that would argue that we're playing an esport right now, which is obviously ridiculous.
I'm drunk right now.
I mean, are you playing against other people?
No, that's my point. You didn't mention that, did it? Well, say it again.
The
The Cambridge
activity of playing computer games against other people on the internet.
Okay, sure.
Might be implicitly
So
playing.
Puzzle Pirates? Is Puzzle
Thank you.
Pirates
The
a
game
esport?
fastest.
I mean, if you're playing for a high score, you're arguably playing against other players trying to beat that high score.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Sorry, the inclusion of the word internet is just stupid. It's not competitive. It's not sport. You're just playing a game. Chess is a sport, but I can play chess and it not be. I am not taking place in the sport. What?
Come in, Adam. We're gonna.
No,
There's another swamp. I found another swamp.
I'm trying to build a crafting thing. I'm trying to upgrade my bow.
So, I agree with the internet part, although
No,
I would argue that the inclusion of against other people would imply you're competing against someone else.
Oh, what? You agree with me saying the internet part is wrong?
Yes,
Okay, that's fine.
because that's
Right,
not necessarily true.
Here's the first sentence of the esports Wikipedia page. Esports, also known as electronic sports, e-sports, or esports, is a form of sport competition
Esports.
linked to sport using video games. Video games. That's different from what we've been saying.
We've had that discussion. Video games.
Bleep, bloop, bleep, bleep.
Yes, David. Yes, I get it. I live very close to Leeds Armory, and I have seen some of that happen, and it's terrifying and awesome.
What was the comment? Sorry, I didn't see.
About martial arts
Imam.
with wearing armor.
That's cool.
It's terrifying and brilliant. I'll taste the ground, little man. Bosh. You haven't seen the meme? Yeah, you're missing out.
Are we
Esports
still
often
missing
takes the
out
form
on
of
Borat memes?
organised
Wait,
multiplayer video game competitions, particularly between professional players, individually or as teams. Although organised competitions have long been a part of video game culture, these were largely between amateurs until the late 2000s, when participation by professional gamers and spectatorship in these events through live streaming saw a large surge in popularity.
sorry. He said that it generally takes place.
So say again.
So what was the first part of that? That sounded like just toss.
Often takes the form of organised multiplayer video games.
As opposed to what? Sometimes it's not organised. Sometimes it's not multiplayer.
It's a Wikipedia article.
That's more meant for someone who doesn't have a clue what it's about, rather than.
So if it was
definition.
if it was not a multiplayer video game, but you still played it competitively in an organised, televised kind of competition,
Like a speed run, yes, I guess so.
is that esports?
You're competing for like a high score, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, speedrunning would be esports.
It defies definition.
Well, no,
I mean,
it's a sports
I
plan
think
with
this is a
music.
bit of an odd one because like esports is something that's very recently sort of started to be defined, and even then, people aren't even sure how to type it properly because they've got electronic sports, e-sports, e-capital S sports, or capital E sports.
Yeah. See email.
Yeah.
So what's the term for a non-e-sport sport?
The sport.
E-sports?
Are you
It's just
calling me
Like
sports?
sports.
Just sport. Okay, I've got me some arrows. Wait, sexy pillow fighting? Is there competitive sexy pillow fighting?
I mean, arguably e-sport, air quotes, could be sort of defined in a similar way as motorsports is. You can have a sport be an e-sport, but you can't really. Well, but if a sport is an e-sport, it's just an e-sport. But it doesn't go the other way, I guess. I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Right, well, the Wikipedia definition, if you like, included the word sport, and links to the page for sport, which says sport pertains to any form of competitive physical activity or game that aims to use, maintain, or improve physical ability and skills while providing enjoyment to participants and, in some cases, entertainment to spectators. So part of the question is, are you not entertained?
I like the dig, and some sports aren't interesting or entertaining there. I like that they seem to be very carefully not accidentally undefining chess as a sport there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably got that right by Hive Mind Revision 1763.
Fucking globs everywhere.
If people were to generally accept a game as a sport, what game would you want to see on the Olympics?
Competitive underwater basket weaving?
No, I mean as in video games.
I would like to see in every single Olympic sport an average or regular person takes place in that sport where it is safe to do so, for comparison.
What, you mean like a sort of dad's race?
No, so, yeah, but no, you've got the 100 metres race, but instead of having 10 people, you have 11, and one of them is not a professional sprinter. It's just an average bloke.
Adam, PE teachers.
No, average people, like average, not
Someone
below
from
average.
the audience.
Yes.
That's my point. PE teachers.
Have like a moving light that goes around the audience and picks someone at random. Come on down.
How brilliant would that
number
be?
10, at number 10 we put Usain Bolt, and number 11, oh, it's Steve! Oh, God.
Have you seen those videos of like 100-meter sprint races between where every competitor is over 100?
No. Didn't one of them fall over or something? I seem to recall I have.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. If ever you do want to see something completely amazing, look up the Olympics high jumping event for the year before the Fosbury flop was invented. You have never in your life seen anything so weird. It's like none of the people understand how to do high jumping. And then the guy, Mr. Fosbury, comes along and he does it, and it's just like, this guy's possibly
there
cheating.
were 2 or 3 techniques before the project.
This guy's happy.
That lasted a few years each. That just about eked a few more millimetres out of the record.
Yeah. And then he came along and just destroyed the record for like 4 feet or something silly.
Yeah.
Like when MotoGP riders decided they could get their elbow down, and everyone else started doing it, and suddenly their times dropped off.
Yes. Oh, I've got trousers. I'm going up in the world.
Yeah, that entire conversation about esports and sports is actually what I wrote my dissertation on my degree, which is kind of fun.
Did you pass?
Yeah.
Malcolm,
Dissertation on esports when you can't define esports.
did you defend it? Not did you pass?
No, as in like.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't really defensive.
Because-
It was more of a like a discussion piece about that and whether or not it was something that's still a game if you're playing it for money. Like, are you doing it for your own enjoyment at that point, or are you doing it because you're getting paid for it?
If you're doing it competitively, if you're being paid for it, that's professional. That's the definition of professional versus amateur. You're being paid for it.
No, yeah, I included that. But is it still a game at that point, or is it a job, or is it both?
Or both, yes.
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 It's like I guess how you talk a bit about how you like game development, but you get paid to do it.
Yeah, well, like I played
A sport doesn't require the participants to enjoy it, does it?
No.
Flashback to
chess.
secondary school rugby in winter.
Also,
The simulation can cease to be fun, and it's still a sport.
yeah, I mean, when I was playing Trove, I mostly played Trove in my professional capacity, and it was educational, but not really very interesting or fun.
Yeah.
Okay, Malcolm, I'm wearing leather pants now. They're a bit tight.
Good thing we've got a door here.
Why?
Yeah. Why?
I don't know.
Right, I can't repair my bow. I can't repair my bow.
Why am I not using a weapon?
Adam, your wall's grey.
There's nothing wrong with the wall. You
Well, that's
led a
standing
whole
on
bunch of people. Yes, from the inside. Can you fix the wall?
And how did they get
Candy
inside it?
Crush.
You broke the door.
I didn't break the door.
Did you bring along a bunch of people who broke the door?
No. Because
Yes.
the door wasn't there when I came back. No.
No, it was the Draugr you brought back. Punched the door open. Punched the door to bits.
There used to be only one door. Now there's a gap where the door, where there was a bit of wall.
Yes, because you brought Draugr back. It's your fault.
I'm not sure you heard what I said.
You brought Draugr back, they punched the door down, then you just buggered off and you came back going, why has no one fixed this? Answer, I don't know how to do anything. Also, I am exempt from building anything because of I have to do it on a pad, and it's just the worst thing.
You don't have to do it on a pad. You're choosing to.
Just do your
If you want to be
mum on the
pedantic.
table.
Right, what are we actually doing? What are we actually trying
Well,
to achieve?
I've just upgraded my pants and my bow, and quite frankly, I now stopwatch. So we were trying to make a bonfire. I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
Well,
but it
let's make a
requires a
bonfire.
settling core.
But do we not have any?
Not that I know of.
Oh yes, I'd also happily see augmented Olympics, where you're allowed to have robots helping you and drugs and everything. I think that'd be amazing. I seem to recall that was a skit in one of the Red Dwarf books, where they said they had to introduce some walls when Scotland fielded a goalkeeper that was literally a 27 square foot wall of flesh to block into the goal.
I thought the it was like a Saturday Night Live or Monty Python skit or something years ago.
A Draugr just walked up to the door, punched it, and then ran away.
The goalkeeper the size of the goal. Or something else, sorry. They definitely had it in... Is it Better Than Life? It's been a while since I've read any of the Red Dwarf books.
Yeah, it was
never knew they were Red Dwarf books.
Saturday Night Live, the Ultra Olympics in the 80s.
My carrots.
How are the carrots coming?
Nearly.
They're
There's one that
nearly
needs a bit
coming.
more room. You can see they're nearly ready. That's like one that's slightly poking out of the ground.
So these mobs are still called necks, and I'm carrying the tail, so I've just got 2 grilled neck tails.
Yeah.
If one allows
Questions?
all kind of drugs in sports, then some people will take all the drugs to do good in that event.
Yep, that's great.
Be a bit harsh.
Well, they don't have to. No one's forcing them to, I hope.
But it
The All
might
Drugs
become a
Olympic.
trace of
In
who takes the
Russia.
most risks.
Adam.
In Russia, drug takes you.
In Russia, it's probably more a case of you take drugs or you die.
Or you die.
Yeah. You take drugs, you win, or you die.
The famous bit in the sketch is the weightlifter trying to lift weights that are far too heavy for him, so his arms just detach at the shoulders.
So
Get
my
one of these in.
my inventory is reasonably empty. I have some arrows, bonfire, but for me circling cores. We don't have any circling cores. It's a pain in the ass for me to go through the chests. Has anyone seen these circling cores?
I don't think we've got any at all. I can go back to the previous base and look, but I didn't see any in there either.
Speaking of the drugs and sports thing that was just mentioned, actually, do you guys think there's a better way to categorize sports than having sports where they categorize into just men and women?
Yes, Brett. Featherweight, bantamweight, heavyweight.
That's what I was going to lean towards. Is like the weight classes is quite nice.
And same
way
thing
to
with
do it.
chess. People who are good at chess, people who are shit at chess.
Well, I think I saw this come up recently online a lot because there was some issues around, like, I think it was trans people in sports.
Every single current professional wrestling, female wrestling in America, in every state, is currently held by a trans person. They're now trying to figure out some ways to very delicately change the rules without actually being called transphobes. And I'm not exaggerating. I do mean all of them. It's just happened. There's a South Park episode
Really hard
about it.
problem.
Yeah.
Really hard problem because most things in life you can just say, oh well, we'll just get rid of the gender divide.
Yeah.
But with sports, it turns out to be almost insurmountable problem.
Well, not for chess.
Do you know what happened with Sam Smith and the Brit
chess isn't a
Awards?
sport.
Chess very specifically has a male and a female completely separate ladders, and it's only been fairly recently women have been allowed to play competitive chess, which is just boggles my mind.
But they're not allowed to.
That's
I'm
hilarious.
pretty certain 2 women, or even a man and a woman, could
So,
compete
wait.
in chess.
What was that about Sam Smith? What happened?
Sam Smith apparently has. They basically said Sam Smith's no longer going to be allowed to get the male award for the Brit Awards because he no longer identifies as male, and they don't have anything else there.
Can he not
So
just
basically
identify as male for that
Yeah,
until he gets the
fine.
award and then stop?
Well, no,
no,
just
because
get
they
rid of
don't want to. They don't want
different
to offend
awards.
him because he said that he wants the people not to refer to him as a male. He hasn't said he wants people to refer to him as a female or something like that. So they've basically gone, well,
So just
Well,
to
that's
correct
the
you there,
answer. If they give
she
him-
has said that she doesn't want people to refer to her as a male. Just to correct you there.
Well, it depends if she or whatever is identifying as female.
Yeah, but my point is Malcolm said he all the way through.
Also identify as
Sorry.
like neutral or whatever. Which
sorry,
is
I was correct. Correct. I was incorrect. But my point is though that he basically they can no longer they're
Wait.
not.
Not eligible for the best male. award.
Eligible
Yeah.
is what I call. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, of course
But
they're not.
They don't have an award for them.
Her.
Smith.
Her.
Well, maybe
Why?
they should.
Why?
just
This
Why
is
her?
why it's useful.
Because you said she wanted to be identified as a
So you don't
woman.
have to say
No,
Sam
no,
Smith.
no. Sam Smith does not think himself as or themselves as a man or a woman.
Yeah, that's fine. So why
So
don't they
it's
just
not
have a
her.
best artist award then?
Exactly. They should probably just have a best artist award, but at the moment they
Make the
don't
whole
have
thing a
it.
lot-
So, yeah, at the moment they don't have it. So basically, they're just basically saying, "Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not eligible for any awards, and we don't want to offend you by giving you the male award or potentially putting you in that category."
I do have one very important question on this. Who the fuck
Yes.
is Sam Smith?
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
A really
someone who does pop music, right?
irritating musician.
Okay, thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Yeah,
You find him irritating?
Very good singer.
I think he's very good. Yeah.
she.
Wow.
They
They
are very
they-
good.
None of the
Sam
above.
Smith is very good.
So hold
I
on.
would personally,
They-
to their face, apologise to them for the confusion.
So they have this
Both
is they,
of them.
they so they
Sam
have
and
a
Smith.
they have a best male singer award and a best female singer award, but this person has said they don't identify with either sex, not
Correct.
gender, because they'd be masculine and feminine award.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, gender and sex have nothing to do with each other.
Well, I
Yeah.
feel like they would annoy more people if they said the awards are based on your sex at birth, though, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely based on gender because if someone was trans, then they would be in the appropriate category, wouldn't they? They wouldn't go, "Oh, you're trans, so you can't be eligible for best male or best female." They go, "What gender do you identify as? You're eligible for that category."
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird if you can
Might be
win any
the gender of
award
the
if you don't
category I wanted.
identify.
So say that again, Shaq, or Rob talked all over you.
Sorry.
That if there's some person that can't get like an recognition, it can't win because there's no category they would be qualified for.
Yeah.
That can be
Well,
kind of
They
bad
could
on
win the
the
best
award.
Sam Smith award.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think the real issue is that if we did actually just split it into best vocals or best artist, women would always win because no one would ever vote
Yeah.
for someone like Ed Sheeran over someone who looks at Beyonce. I think that's the real issue.
And that's why I say it's kind of an insurmountable problem in sport because, you know, if you had, if you didn't have male and female or men's and women's tennis Grand Slams, probably the women wouldn't win very often.
So there's quite a famous one about this. There was a French tennis player. He was seeded like, I don't know, 150th in the world, and he played against some women who were in the top 10, and he completely destroyed them. It's not even close when you put men versus women. It's not even slightly close. But something like rifle shooting shouldn't. There's no strength aspect to it, so that should just work.
I saw this came up in a Reddit post recently, and someone made a comment along the lines of the average male is stronger than 99, almost 100% of women. And I thought, what? That can't possibly be right. So
So you went out and arm wrestled 100 women.
And one beat you.
and actually, he was pretty much right with that statement. If you look at a graph of strength, like a scatter graph with an average men.
Oh.
The average man,
Well,
basically the average strength line for men is above 99% of the women plot.
I will say that strength is quite. I don't want to say hard thing to measure because there's
No, it
different
isn't.
kinds of strength. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not just
There's
one.
emotional strength,
Yeah. What,
No,
are you talking about lifting strength, grip strength? These are all very, very easily measured.
dynamic strength.
Yeah, no, the different kinds of strength are easily measured, but saying strength overall is quite hard to measure.
Well, yeah.
Well, can you just add the scores together?
Well,
Or multiply
no,
them.
Some people might be disproportionately insanely strong grip
Yeah.
strength.
Have you ever seen a
like-
bodybuilder arm wrestle against an arm wrestler? It's hilarious. It's very specific muscles from the arm wrestler. Not
Yeah.
big muscles, but just completely destroys a
Very
bodybuilder.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are the
It wouldn't
competitions
be
for
difficult
the
to come up with some.
strongest man. And I think they have multiple like sports in that, and
Yes.
some of them are clearly better in others. And
Yes,
Then
definitely
you
multiple
You come up with
disciplines.
some
Balancing the
algorithm. As long as
scores.
you use the same for each person, you can stick them on a graph together, can't you?
Well, yes, but then you're valuing certain muscle groups as a certain amount, which might not necessarily be true.
Well, yeah, but this
Okay,
is
well-
like, but you know the world's strongman events. They have a whole bunch of disciplines, and then the
Yeah.
winner of all of those disciplines is the strongest man. That's how it works. And they've got throwing a rock and picking up a rock and carrying it, and pulling a train and throwing a bit of wood. There's lots of different things, and you add them all together.
But essentially, my
Throwing a
point
bit
is,
of wood.
Yeah.
for competition,
I love
that's,
that.
for a competition, that's fine because it's like the same. That's the point of the competition. But
It
when
is a big
you're-
bit of wood.
But when you're like trying to measure a stat between like average people, you're essentially assigning an arbitrary value for each muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's fine. As long as you do the same for each person, you can make a comparison and come up
Yeah.
with an average person.
Yeah,
but it's like cars.
clear
It's
with
like
your definitions.
it's like cars.
I
People
get,
try
I
and
get what
sum
you're saying.
people
I'm
try and
saying-
sum cars up as one number, and you can't do that. There's no
I
one
totally
number
understand what
that
you're saying. I'm
represents
just
how good a
wondering-
car
okay,
is.
so my point is maybe the average of like one muscle on a woman might be much larger than a man, but the value you've assigned to that muscle might be worth less.
That's fine. I'm just curious
Trying to
which
assign it the
muscle
same
it
Like the gluteus
might be the
maximus, you mean?
exception. Which muscle on women might be different to that rule that I was stating.
The vocal
This-
cords.
That'd be the exception.
Uterus.
Yeah, I think, and
Yeah,
Brett,
true.
that if you were to take grip strength, men would win most of the time. If you were to take lifting
yeah,
strength,
no,
men would. But you
I'm
take any of them, and men would win 99% of the time. Is I think the
Yes,
point.
no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I think it's quite arbitrary to try and find a overall strength value because
Yeah, but we weren't. No one was
Yeah.
trying to do that.
No, it's a good point, Bob. Probably the average woman would probably be better than all men at childbirth.
And kegels.
Okay.
I thought it was Kegels. Is it?
I've never
I've
never
never
heard
heard
it
of
said.
kegels.
So whatever.
How many G's has it got in it?
6. Oh, between 6 and 1, inclusive. I built a door, by the way, and it's gone again.
I saw
Yeah,
Rob
I was
break
going
something.
to. Yeah, I was going to change it into.
Oh,
a
I like the
thing,
banners.
But I did the wrong thing. Thanks. I thought they were cool.
They are cool.
Why did you build a door instead of a gate?
I don't have gates.
What?
I don't know what gates are.
One of these things that I can't place because I left all my wood inside.
Wood.
I mean, you got
Surely you can add them.
I just didn't see an option.
I noticed that the word actress has pretty much fallen completely out of favour in recent years. You just have actors now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but then there are other words where there was no female specific one, and they're inventing one.
Well,
Right,
you,
like what?
Really?
you say that because there's some
I
interesting
should
ones
know.
that are just quite rare. So when you have a gladiator, that is a male fighter. The similar, and you probably get the prefix is the gladiatrix. You get an aviator and an aviatrix because Tor is for men and tricks are for kids.
Okay, but then you've got actress. Seems to be going out of favour.
Yeah, but there should be actors and actrixes, which is quite difficult to say.
Actresses?
Asterisk.
No, actrix. Actor, aviator, gladiator.
Actresses being
Yeah, but
multiple.
it'd be ATRIX would be the correct thing. It'd be weird, but would be grammatically correct, assuming it's a Greek word root and not a Latin one.
Something I'm sort of curious about actually is this came up the other day on a conversation, but like it's interesting that we have we don't really have a singular neutral way to refer to people because we have they, but they can also mean a group.
No, they specifically means a group, and it's been used more recently to be non-specific.
Well, no, because in the past you could still talk about a person in third person about as they. That's not a new thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's
In the
awful, and I
past.
hate it.
Yeah.
Not in the past.
Yeah, and
My specification, I differentiate here between the recent past and the deep past.
Yeah, I know. I went to Rob's
30,000
house,
years
and it was good, but then they had painted their garage blue, which is shit.
see, like they're interchangeable, but like there's not a singular neutral.
Yeah. Well, there is.
Well, not a
It.
commonly used one.
It.
Can you think of one?
It's just not nice.
yeah.
Day.
Which you don't use because it's denying the gender of the person, and that would be
Yes.
rude. But then when you
Make it
don't
sound
use
like
the
they
gender of
only
the person,
apply
The
to-
reason is
ended from
different.
not using it.
Surely they applies to singular as well. If you don't know
Yeah.
who they are.
That's my point.
like-
It's really annoying
Yeah.
because it's ambiguous, whereas he or she only ever applies to one person.
Yeah, this is why I was talking about with someone else. Is that it would be kind of nice to have a neutral singular that's
Yes.
not offensive to use.
And one that's not a stupid made-up word like MXR or
It's they.
something.
It's always
Yeah.
been for singular.
Yeah,
Yeah, and for plural.
Is there's ambiguity with that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have that, and I have been using it. I speak Finnish, and you speak
What-
English.
What do you mean? That's the point.
So
Okay.
if I
In
say,
native language,
Hold on,
I
hold on.
have a neutral third-person pronoun.
If I say he owns a car, I'm talking about one person. If I say they own a car, I might be talking about a couple or a partner or a whole town that have got together and bought a car. That is annoying. There is no single gender-neutral pronoun.
Right, I'm with you.
It's
Okay, yeah, because you could say,
between,
I don't know.
Does it equally annoy? Does it
But
equally
to
annoy you that
tolerate
there's?
it in the second person pronouns.
Second-person pronouns, where they're talking about me.
You over there can be singular or plural.
You would
Which part of the
be...
country you're from?
Yeah.
If you're all,
In
all
English, we don't specify, do we?
in
I don't
some
think we
parts of
have
England,
any
certainly
specific
Ireland, for example, you tend to say use with a S on the end.
Yeah.
Or
And
ye.
in America say y'all.
Yeah, America say ye or yay, ye,
Help, Rob.
plural form of you.
y'all.
Y'all is awesome and I love it. The English equivalent of y'all is you lot.
Yeah. I mean,
Speech between he
or
and
you.
she is only about 100 years old.
you're.
It's not so old.
What?
So they usage
100 years
brought
old?
back.
1920?
What's 100 years old?
and 1921.
There's been,
99 years old.
I'm not sure what you mean, Schalke. That he and she, in the English language, is 100 years old. No.
I think I was doing kind of fact checking, and I was surprised that it was so recent.
I mean, even 1820s, I would have. I mean, yes, I do understand. I mean, 15, maybe 1200s, 1100s. I would maybe we didn't have because we had man, we had Withman and Weirman. We still got Werewolf, meaning man-wolf, but we had Withman, which was a person. Hence, we got wife from that one, and man, a Weirman meant a bloke. Man just meant, human rather than that. But I mean, that's I'm gonna say 700 AD, give or take. So, citation needed. I would be curious.
Isn't it also the case with some other neutral stuff in English? Like can't you be used to refer to a group as well when you're talking to a group?
Just to get back on topic for a second, there is a thingamajig here, a dungeon. Shall we do it?
There is. Yeah, let's do it.
I've cut down all the trees between the dungeon and our base because that's important.
What kind of dungeon? What's it look like?
Like a
Stone one.
stone one.
Yeah,
Aren't they
sunken
all the
crypt.
same?
You found a sunken crypt. Eat up.
So you were
Right,
asking.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
We should have poison resistance mead to go into the swamp properly.
Well, right.
And
Should we do
especially
this
in
dungeon to
those
get
places.
circling core and make a bonfire?
Okay, you guys.
Well, yeah, but I'm not going by myself. I think Rob's naked. Shaka is nowhere to be seen.
Naked.
You were naked last
Making
time,
a
sorry.
path.
I'm here to be seen.
You were asking me a question, Malcolm. Does something else annoy me? Well, other things annoy me. The fact we don't have a word that means literally. That annoys the shit out of me.
I was going to say, does it not annoy you then that we also don't have a word for like plural men? Well, we've got men, haven't we, and women, but is that?
Yes, men and women is the words you're looking for.
If we're talking directly to them, you don't have a word for that.
If we're talking directly to several women,
Yes,
ladies,
Owls.
you ladies.
birds.
You.
You have a
Birds.
noun, but not a pronoun for it.
We have an amateur noun. And you mean equivalent of guys? Gals.
No, you still say you guys or those guys.
If I was in
Yeah.
a room full of women, I'd
This is-
probably say you gals. Like I wouldn't.
It's
I'd be
never
like,
happened.
I'd be like,
I'd probably still
This is-
say you
this is
guys, to be honest.
Russian.
I have been weirded out
I
when
wouldn't say
people
you guys,
refer
'cause
to
I
our
wouldn't want to
mixed
make anyone
gender
upset.
group as dudes.
dudes is
Happen.
completely not meaning
Guys.
male. It just doesn't. Well, depending where.
Guys.
No, in certainly, it might do to you, but in a lot of places, it really, really doesn't. Dude can mean anything. A car, a refrigerator, a whole bunch of women. It is literally not a.
Someone's been in here.
See, I feel the same way about guys though. Like most people I know
Yep.
use guys in the general.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Got nothing in it.
Guys.
Actually, how would you
guys.
how would you refer to a group of gender neutral people?
They.
Like directly to them.
Yeah.
Like, not in third person.
You.
You
I
lot.
just point my face in their general direction as I'm speaking.
Say, "Oi."
You can't say like you people, because that just sounds wrong.
You people. What do you mean, you people? Yeah, I mean, quite importantly, guys, I can prove it doesn't mean male. In the Goonies film, 1986, Hey You Guys, Sloth was referring to a mixed gender group of people. So
So
there
do you
go.
mean how would you start your after dinner speech? Because you go ladies, gentlemen, other. Is that what you mean?
Anyone else?
Ladies and germs.
You might annoy some people with that.
Well, hang on. Why do they have to be between? They could be without as well.
I would just start, I would say, without further ado, I have to say, if you are offended,
Or you'd something else.
if I say ladies and gentlemen to a group of people and someone gets offended, that person is seriously
Yeah.
looking for offence. I can't get any more polite
Yeah.
than this.
If I say to a group of people,
Yeah, but you know what
let's girls
happens.
go to the dungeon already,
No, there's not, Adam, there's another one over here.
still has the women meaning, even if the preference are male, in fact.
Now, let's say if I said, come on, you girls, let's do that. That's more of an insult in British.
The funny thing about it is that people get insulted if you use the wrong pronoun. But if, as an example, well, when you say the wrong pronoun, if you referred to someone to their face as the gender neutral, they'd probably be offended with it anyway. So you can't win either way, I don't think.
Well,
That's kind of.
if you're offended by something I picked out of the air, fine. If I repeatedly refuse to acknowledge what gender you want, I'm being an arse.
Oh yeah, there definitely is that. But I mean, there are cases where, as an example, someone says the wrong thing based on their initial judgment and then gets
Yeah.
taken to court for it or something.
Well,
stupid
yeah,
like
but I suspect that hasn't happened.
But it has.
Well, what's my pronouns, Malcolm? Do you remember? Have you forgotten? Was it not
a
important to you?
Rainbow dragon. I
No,
believe it
no,
was.
no, no. I want you to refer to me as Lord Massive Balls, and I don't want you to forget it.
A rampant werewolf.
No.
Hang on, I don't want you to forget it. Is that part of it?
If you come over to me, there's a
Horoscope
barrel
was a
chamber here.
dinosaur.
What's your issue with the word literally, Adam?
There is no word that means literally. Literally means figuratively and exaggeratedly or literally, and has done since Shakespeare's time, and this annoys the ever-living piss out of me.
See, I'm not sure. The fact that you're annoyed about it, I think, kind of proves that actually it does mean
Figuratively.
what you think it means, but it's used incorrectly more often than not.
No,
which-
no, no. Literally, Shakespeare. Oh, bugger. Damn it. Shakespeare actually used it, and it has always meant, if I said I will actually die, that has never, ever, ever meant I will actually die. It has always meant I will figuratively die. Since for hundreds of years. And it annoys me we
Well, I
don't.
wouldn't cite Shakespeare
From
because he
literally.
just
From letter.
Okay.
Shakespeare didn't exactly stick to the rules, did he? So he's not a great
My,
Right.
A lot of his writing.
Someone's been in all these caves and just looted everything out of it, basically.
my point
Shakespeare's
is
not a great reference of the rules of the English language at the time he was alive.
no, but what is a point is that the word literally has been used to mean figuratively for hundreds of years, and is not a recent thing as many people believe.
Which is surprising considering you've got words that do just as well, like figuratively or virtually. You don't
Yeah, but
believe
do we
literally
have
alone
any
to
word
be
that means
literal.
literally that doesn't also mean figuratively?
Well, I'm kind of in the camp that that's what the word literally is for, and that anyone who says it when they
Incorrectly
mean
is incorrect.
virtually is incorrect.
Since
That language
the late
evolves.
1700s.
Put it this way: if I told someone that they've used the word literally incorrectly and what they probably mean is something else like virtually, unless they're not likely to go, "Wow, actually Shakespeare," they're
The
probably just wrong.
figurative sense of the word depends on the literal sense of it, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, in a literal manner sense, exactly. Or used for emphasis whilst not being literally true. Brilliant.
That's
But the
that's
function is
more
that-
what it's used for, not what it's actually defined as.
That's the definition.
That was the
There's-
definition.
There's some words that when you look them up in the dictionary, the definitions say, it is A or B, where B is the opposite meaning, and that's annoying. Where a word can mean something or it can mean the exact opposite of
Yeah,
it.
like
and you have to-
figuratively. It literally
Yeah,
pisses me off. Figuratively. But yeah, I want a word that means literally that doesn't mean figuratively, please. Can you come up with one and we'll sort it
Think of
out?
an example that's even more clear cut than that, though, where it mean the opposite.
This
I
way.
can think of phrases
There's a
Military intelligence?
by definition.
It's very bad intelligence.
Guys, are there any things that you... Sorry, I'll go for it.
Are you eating those thistles?
I'm trying. They use these to make meads.
Yeah, thistle tea.
We need honey. Honey. We need honey to
Bees.
make
How do we get
meads.
bees?
Find a queen bee.
Or a king?
There's
No,
Mm.
no, it's only queen bees. I'm sorry.
there's a thought though. Are there any things you guys can think of that there isn't a term for but that you wish there was?
Yes, literally.
I mean, I'm curious. Is there anything else?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Literally
also
can't think of anything.
a way to specifically refer to a single person without referring to the gender, and a way to specifically refer to more than one person without referring to their gender. I'd like those words, please.
All right.
But you
so-
do object to the creation of new words for something where a word doesn't exist.
I am all for that. I also don't like the word feminism
What, objecting
because
to?
it's not.
Feminism.
It's a terrible word.
feminism's-
It's a terrible
It
word.
really is.
It's not the most self-describing word, is it?
No.
I was going to say oversight is a bit of a problematic word because that you have to know the context for that, because it could mean oversight as in managerial
Oversee
oversight
or to
being a good
overlook.
thing.
Yeah.
Exactly, meaning fail to notice something versus actually you are paying attention and you're overseeing it. Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Fear the horned
Managerial
one and
oversight.
spare his kin.
That happened due to a managerial oversight. Oh, surely that's a good thing. Nope.
I had not thought of that before.
What was that? I missed that last part.
The word oversight means literally two different. For fuck's sake. See what I mean? Interestingly, I don't have. My map is very weirdly not complete.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
like.
obviously it's not complete.
No,
Why?
I don't know.
It's your problem.
Something I do hate is that your brain sometimes puts in words when you're trying to think. So the
Like,
word
you
like,
mean?
for example.
Like
Yeah.
you just used like
Yeah.
Yeah.
the one that annoys me more is when people go because
Well, like isn't much better, but it's it sounds. Oh fuck's sake! You see my point though? It's more of a sentence, I guess.
Say fuck instead of like.
Yes, please.
Well,
I approve
fuck.
of this.
Basically or actually. Or,
Fuck.
It basically.
as I was saying, I think I say as I was saying quite a lot.
So I should try and say like instead of fuck.
Adam says
Like.
I say quite a lot.
I say what?
You start a lot of things with like.
As I said. I say that. As I said, even when I haven't. That's my pre-sentence. I can just warm up the actual sentence in my brain by saying, as I've said, and then go, I've never said that.
I feel like I start a lot of my
Or you could just not say anything.
I could, but
It's a sort of way to give credence to what you're saying, because people, I suppose the unconscious idea is that people go, oh, he must have said this previously, and therefore it's important. I should listen.
I think it's just habit.
No, you're not.
Yeah, it might just be habit. I feel like I start a lot of my sentences like you know like. X.
No, you start all your sentences with, I was talking with my friends the other day about. Malcolm, help
A lot
me.
of those cases are because I actually was, but yeah.
You what?
I had noticed that recently.
There's lots of bad guys here, and a house.
You should kill them. There might be some bees.
I should kill the
But
bad.
not the bees.
Filler words do a function, and in some languages they are different, and it might pay to know the difference. I think
Well, they're useful in a
Japanese they
conversation.
use different vocals for things.
They're particularly useful when you're doing something like speaking online and you can't see each other's faces, because it's a way of sort of saying, I haven't let go of the microphone yet, I just need a fraction of a second to think of the rest of this sentence, and I don't want someone else leaping in, so let me just come up with the rest of the sentence.
I wonder
This is
if-
terribly bad practice. Fucking irritating.
I wonder if there's any languages that have really long
Different sounds,
words.
yeah.
No, really long words that feel like gases like or basically.
Yeah,
Like-
Finnish, German.
So I was going to say every single German word.
Well, not all languages say and I think some say instead. Like just
In French,
I might be getting
it's
this wrong. I think the French say
yeah.
More throaty.
Yeah, French is a sort of more of a breathy one.
Oh, but,
Wheezy, you mean?
And I think pain reaction is kind of similar, and it's not the same in all languages.
Did I tell you about the pain reactions I got from the German?
No.
I'm loving that. I'm waiting for the punchline. I
No.
really am.
Flashlight. No, we when we did Dirt 2, I think it was, we wrote down all of the noises we want the co-driver to make when the car crashed. So you'd say something like easy left, oh okay, and you'd just sort of go ah. So we just wrote down 10 or 15 things, and everyone got it. So the Spanish guy went oh ah, and the French guy went oh and ah, and the German guy read them out, and he went oh ah, ow, ouch.
So
Oof.
with no emotion.
He just read them out. Not
he
like
said the word ouch.
he just said the word out. Ouch. We're like, I'm sorry, this
So
wasn't clear.
basically, he was very precise.
Very German.
Engineered, you could say.
But yeah, we just couldn't
And
when we
also,
got
he didn't get the joke.
when we got it back. We just sort of went, and we couldn't get the voice actor back, so we ended up having to just put static all over his lines, so his headset was breaking up.
It sounds like this kind of guy who, if he was acting, he would say his lines and then read out the stage directions. Exit stage left.
Wait, this isn't my world. Disappointed.
If I would react like I, then you would find that to be a weird pain reaction.
Who does that?
Who does what? Sorry.
People use it like I.
Aye. That's a bit racist there,
Something like
Schalke.
That went a little Indian direction, but I guess I leaned into the difference.
Aye would be Spanish.
Yeah.
No, that's just racist again, Brett. Stop it.
What?
So somebody tell me about how bows in this work. How come I keep trying to pull my bow and he just stops?
Because you run out of stamina.
Phenomena.
I've got some purple. I've got some like blue fireflies going on here. Is that a thing?
No.
Just a nothing. Okay.
Oh
Just-
no. On a Discord server I'm on, they've been adding filters to bots for certain words. And they
So
added
you're
rape
talking to your
the
friends
filter.
earlier on a different Discord server.
No. But like they added rape to the filter because people. Oh, you don't really want people talking about that, but it filters out every mention of grape.
Yeah. That's called the Scunthorpe problem,
Yeah.
where you
Just replace
filter and you can't say Scunthorpe.
Is that a problem?
Just replace
The Scunthorpe
Space.
problem,
Yeah, but how is
space.
that a problem? So I can't mention Scunthorpe or type about it or search for it in any way, shape or form. Yeah, that's the Scunthorpe problem.
But why would you want to censor cunt? That's such a great word.
I'm just failing to see how this is a problem. Can we also extend this to like Coventry and Croydon as well?
It's a problem if you're trying to do your tax return and you live in Scunthorpe.
Well,
You have to lie
move.
about where you
I
live.
think is the best thing.
Just move.
Yeah, I mean, if you live in Scunthorpe, don't.
By the way, that dragon, when he hits you, he hurts.
I'm still looking for another.
There isn't one. I've ran all over.
Have you seen where I am?
Have you seen where I am? Actually, to be fair, I haven't looked at that area. I looked to the side of it.
Oh, bugger, it's all got a bit snowy. Shit.
Ooh, has it now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It
On my
was
way.
previously mentioned that there are no king bees.
There are not king bees.
Ants and bees do lots of interesting stuff with roles.
Yes, but you have to bear in mind that ants, if you cover ants with a pheromone that makes them take their corpses back to their base, the ant will get confused and play dead. His mates will drag him into the graveyard, even though he's clearly alive. And when the ant comes to and the pheromones wear off, he will then leave. Ants not very clever. They also, and this is brilliant, they put little
aren't very clever.
stilts. They put little stilts on ants because ants measure things based on number of steps. So when they put little stilts on, like if the stilts make their legs 20% longer, they'll overshoot everything by 20%.
Great.
Not for the ant, it's
There was
not.
some species of ants which the queens, when they do their maiden flights, after which they are not maidens, they like group up and go to a same spot. Like there's like 6 or something queens in the same spot. They make a small colony and start to make eggs and make a starting foundation. And then at some point they go all Highlander. There can be only one, and one queen slaughters all the others. So the colony only has one reproducing ant.
Shauka, in Finland, do you have Flying Ant Day?
Yeah.
No, you, Malcolm, you're not
Finland
from
was the
in
question.
Finland.
No, I know. I was just, yeah,
Or is it
I was agreeing with the question.
Or is it
sorry.
a British? You were agreeing with the. Yes, that is
Yes,
a question.
I was.
We have
I was
ants.
Do
but
you
I don't know
have
what flying
one day a
ants are.
year
Is this
where-
specific?
Yeah, where suddenly one day a year there are thousands of ants which can all fly apparently, and they're all migrating, and it's just insane.
And your lawns are wrapped. Basically.
I didn't realise this was a specific day thing. I thought it was just over a couple days. Not
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, but
They all
Real
seem to
good.
do it at the same time, right? They're synchronized.
How do they read a calendar with their tiny eyes?
I love how now the news is like, and tomorrow is Flying Ant Day, so everyone
Woo!
be
My
careful.
favourite
Nobody
holiday.
gives each
They
other
don't,
flying ants.
they don't know in advance, do they? That it's the ants that decide, not the newsreaders.
No, ant newsreaders, he means.
It's basically when, yeah,
Okay.
basically just the weather conditions. They just look at it and go, yeah, it's probably going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, found one. No, wait, no, I haven't. I just found a. Oh, I found a troll. as
Nuptial
well.
flight, it's called.
There's also some kind of insect, I guess they are called cicadas, which is
Yes.
Yeah.
they like do every like 7 or 9 years they do the thing. They
Have
are
you ever
hiding, like many years and then one year
circadian
they
rhythm.
all spring up at the same time.
Have you ever heard of cicada, by the way? Like British people.
Heard of what? Sorry?
Yeah.
Every time I go
cicada.
to Spain.
Yeah.
I literally didn't hear that again because someone else talking.
Have you ever heard of
Every time I
cicada?
go to Spain.
God.
Imagine a cricket only about 5,000 times louder. It's weird how loud they are. And I love the concept that once upon a time, we would have no clue what would happen. It's just, oh yes, every time at this time of year, all the bushes start screaming.
Burn the witch.
It's interesting
you
if
float
they
on the
put
mic,
pressure
don't
on them
Adam.
is that their life cycle should be a prime number. Because if it's
Yeah.
a multiple, then their predators can catch up to their.
Sorry to interrupt. What's a purple
cycle.
glowing bush mean?
Kill it. It's a spawner.
I can't. There's a troll.
Run away.
I'm gonna run away.
Kill the troll, then kill the bush. It's a grey dwarf spawning
Yeah.
bushy bit. It's
Cool.
where you get the ancient seeds from, which allow you to summon one of the bosses we've killed. The boss, yeah, the tree boss.
Second boss, tentacle boss.
Yeah. Unfortunately, these guys they
Good
don't seem
boss.
to tether, do they? Do mobs tether in this?
Just run all the way back.
Well, I'm
And
trying.
we'll
It's,
kill them.
I think they do. Yeah, I think they do. You know.
I'm amazed they still haven't fixed the translation errors. To be
they
honest.
haven't done anything to the game.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they don't need to with how many like they've sold, but like.
Yes.
I would imagine they'd want to keep selling. I'd hope so, anyway.
I think the problem they had is that their team was like 5 people, and I'm not sure they planned for it to be this successful.
I'm sorry, when you're owned by THQ, you go, hello, THQ, yeah, can you translate our game properly? Yep, we're on it, brilliant. I've had translations for games done in big games, done in 3 days flat. You pay, but it happens.
Didn't you say it's not even that expensive as well before?
It's not, well, it depends how quickly you want it done. But when you've got 50+ million in the bank, as these guys have, get it done. Hire someone who speaks English.
I suppose it's a bit easier if your game supports localization in the first place.
Well, it does support it to some degree, but it says stuff like, you're out of arrow.
Or
And-
you could eat another bite.
Yeah.
I assumed that was just the turn of phrase they chose.
Well,
You could eat another bite.
that's not a phrase.
Based on the idiom,
No.
not English.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's based on someone hearing an English person say, "I couldn't eat another bite," and then thinking that the opposite is a way to
I
say
assumed it was
that you're not.
an Americanism.
No.
No.
Well, not as far as I know.
I mean, Americanism is stupid.
Like
but
when
not that
Americans
stupid.
say
And
I could care less, yeah.
things like,
Have you seen the David Mitchell bit, the rant about "I could care less"?
Oh yeah,
that's the one I'm looking for.
I love it.
Oh, you could.
I literally love that scene.
You figuratively love it, do you?
I literally love it.
And then he rolls seamlessly into a rant about people saying, "Hold down the fort."
What's wrong with hold down the fort?
Well, because it should be just hold the fort.
Yeah, why would you hold it down? It's not a fly away.
Is it an inflatable fort? Then if you don't,
You might lose it
yeah.
if you don't hold it down.
It might be a proper reaction towards the tornado.
Okay, how would you hold a fort up then?
Stop
Give us all your
Just-
money,
just-
or
Ask it loads of questions so it can't go on its way. Like what?
Hold
Lots
up.
of steroids.
No, you point a gun at it. This is a hold up.
wow, wow.
You
I
point
might-
out to everyone as a great example of forts.
Hold up.
See, hold it down also means keep quiet as well. So it does have other.
Does it? I've never heard that.
Yeah,
I'm
all
not
right,
sure
hold it
I've
down, hold it
never
down,
heard
hold it down. Really, if your
No,
teacher
no,
said
I've
hold
never
it down,
heard
you'd be like, what do you mean, sir?
I've never
My
heard
teacher,
that.
if I had a teacher that said that, I'd say, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
No, you wouldn't.
Sir.
You're 7.
I
What?
I've heard keep it down. That makes more sense for volume. But
keep it down, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like don't
Never
keep,
heard hold
keep
it down to mean be quiet.
yeah.
Maybe it's an ethnic saying then. So, so can I get people to stop? Can I get pirate accents determined as offensive then?
If what?
Can I get pirate accents made offensive?
Probably.
Yeah, see? Stop it. Stop mocking my people.
If someone was telling me to hold it down, I would assume that they just fed me something disgusting and possibly poisonous.
I thought you meant you could make them offensive.
Or you're,
by, like,
or you're
making it,
fighting
like,
a midget.
No. I feel that people mocking my rural accent is offensive, and I don't think you
You're
should.
fighting a gender-neutral midget, presumably, because otherwise you'd be holding him or her down.
Oh my god.
My culture is not your costume.
No, I thought you were saying like to make pirate speak offensive. I was like, what are you gonna do? Like turn it into like the OK symbol thing? Pirate speak now means.
Pirates are now white supremacists. Yes.
Oh no.
What's that got to do with the OK symbol?
But 4chan had a running joke, and they made the white supremacist symbol into a power. Sorry, the OK symbol into a symbol that means white supremacy, and then people adopted it, and now it is. Brilliant.
Yeah,
What, the OK symbol is in...
As in the one Eddie Murphy does in Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh,
Like,
Sorry.
Have you got the stream up,
if
Rob?
you're making O with your index finger and thumb, and the other 3 fingers are fan, that's the OK zone.
Yes,
right.
the symbol used in diving to say you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that symbol.
Like if you do two of
and-
them, you have a pair of glasses.
No, that's upside down, so that doesn't count. Wacky goggles is something else, and that's not a white supremacist thing. In fact, that's the most whitest thing you can do, I think.
So, and because of this, there was some guy that was working at like Disneyland or something that got reported by some lady because he did that in a picture with a child. It's like you get.
Yes. Now, Now, didn't
got-
they
you got
overblow it? They completely ruined our holiday. We felt sick about it for weeks afterwards. We would like some money, Disney Corporation. Yeah.
Yeah,
And he lost his job.
that thing is bollocks.
The thing is, wasn't he wearing a minion costume or something? He was wearing,
Yeah.
and it was all he
It
could
was,
really do was, okay,
It was the character from the Minions movie, Gru or something.
Gru. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Google racist Gru and see what I get.
Oh god.
Yep. Yep. Literally, it's just
Oh,
pictures that
is it?
guy. It's universal as well.
I'll put a picture in the.
How does that? I'll bring it up on stream in a sec.
The cloth hand of his costume was stitched together in that
No, it's normal
costume
hand.
permanently.
Yeah. There we go.
I put it in Discord as well.
Now the thing is, right? I understand the OK symbol. Like, I can't do it. Come out like that.
I thought that was what, like, don't
It's-
look at the.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the thing. So there are three possible. So the OK symbol is generally upwards, not downwards. Downwards is generally the haha. If you see this, I get to punch you. Or it's the white supremacist thing. So you get a photo with a known, Steve Bannon or whoever, some sort of white supremacist. You put your arm around it, and then down low you do the OK symbol. The idea is it's dog whistling. So if you know what it means, you can. Other people know that you've done the C symbol. Otherwise, you can innocently say, "Oh, I was just doing the OK symbol." You can get away with it in polite company, unlike swastika tattoo. So that's dog whistling.
So everyone can hear the dog whistle, and then you can't really get away with it anymore.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if this guy, if it's just a bit of a case of like hover hand, because any other kind of way that he arranged his hand on the shoulder of a small child would make him feel uncomfortable, or the child, or everyone else. So it's just like, what's the least creepy way I can position my hand on this child's shoulder?
Yeah.
Oh, white supremacy symbol.
Oops.
Yeah. No.
Whoopsie.
I mean, honestly, to me, that is the down low circle fingers. You've seen it. Honestly, that's what that is to me. Because if let's just say for sake of argument, this guy is a super duper white supremacist. So what he's doing is with a little,
Why?
somewhat coloured girl next to a minion dressed up as Gru. That's how he's trying to get his message out. Like this is one desperate guy. If that's the case.
We don't say coloured
Nazis
anymore.
are-
Is she not?
Adam, are you sure it's the guy?
No, I am not. Well, I am actually, because I've read the article.
Oh.
Sorry, is it person of colour, or is that changed? Because
I think that's
Benedict,
generally used in it.
no, because Benedict Cumberbatch got shouted at for saying coloured actors and actresses, and he's like, and then someone pointed out, we currently use the phrase people of colour, and he goes, well, that's the point. You currently use the phrase, and if that goes out of fashion, there's not a newsletter of all the things that you should and shouldn't say.
Yeah.
He's being polite.
I want to see that YouTube video.
Yeah,
It's
he's
great.
sort of making a clever point there, but he also knows full well that like the word coloured went way out of fashion a couple of decades at least ago.
I do have to say at this point that I have no idea what the correct and incorrect one is.
Well, I say again, there's a little bit of context. If you say the coloured or coloureds, that's bad. That is bad. But someone who is a coloured person is surely only a hair away from people of colour. Like
I
it's
think,
different. It's like saying Irish rather than an Irish person.
Yeah, well, I've always assumed that the reason one is acceptable and the other isn't is because coloured with an ed on the end of it sounds like a taint, like something has happened to you. Whereas if you are of colour, then you were born that way.
What about tattoos?
It's a bit like when food. I think Adam, you told me this about food is either flavoured or flavour, and if it's flavoured, then it has to have the thing in it. So you can't have cheese flavoured potato crisps unless they've actually got
Cheese in them. Yes.
That means it must have been flavoured with cheese.
No,
Right.
cheese. That means it's Cheese.
Unlike.
Cheese flavoured is not. It doesn't have any cheese in it. Yes. No, that's an interesting way of
found
looking
a
at
little
it.
farm and some.
I think.
Oh, I found a beehive.
Oh,
Otherwise, you would say that we'd be saying that black people are blacked or blackened or something, and we don't do that. So
yes. That's an
just say
interesting.
what they are, not what they've become.
I think a lot of it is context, like getting angry at him when he's actually genuinely trying to solve some of the diversity issue in Hollywood. Having a going at him is really not very constructive either, because it was quite a
On a more
controversy.
immediate note,
Bees.
I found a beehive. Should I do something with it?
Are the bees
Shoot it with
happy?
a bow or punch it.
Are the bees happy?
No,
am I
he's
supposed
he's
to
at an actual beehive. Just shoot it with a bow.
If they're not happy, beatings will continue until it.
Until morale improves.
I guess on a similar note, what are some other terms you guys like used to say?
I have a
that
queen
now
bee
is
and honey and stuff. I'll be back in 25 minutes. Oh god, I'm miles away from where I'm supposed to be. Apparently I was heading...
Oh god, you really are in the middle of nowhere.
It's
Yeah,
weird
but
with
Ah,
the
there's
K
an ocean in
symbols.
the way.
The K symbols is weird because in the regarding the Eternal Engine and such, the thing around the W thing, that carried over as having all those bad connotations. So it's kind of weird to be confused about what the K means, but then be super clear about what the W means.
The K?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Eternal Engine, Wilford's W, all of that, but I'm not sure about the K thing.
The OK symbol and how it would be bad.
No, it's because what happened is
Oh, I see.
basically 4chan,
4chan.
it was commenting on a photo from the White House going, look, this guy's using the OK symbol, that is the white thing. That's the W and the O. There was some, like, this is for the 3Ks, the KKK, some vague thing. They made it up, but basically a lot of white supremacists, and then a lot of newspapers reported on it, and the white supremacists basically went, oh, well, if that's the thing, that's what I should start doing. So they actually made it real, which is brilliant and ridiculous all at the same time.
and terrifying.
The thing is, you're going to look back at loads of photos historically and be like, oh, look, he was a white supremacist.
Well,
That's another
Eddie
thing about
Murphy,
it, it
very
makes you think.
very famously, Eddie Murphy did the OK symbol in Beverly Hills Cop. Like, very famously. That's like the end of the he's like, and that's the last shot of the film.
The saddest thing about it is it makes you think twice before playing the game that you mentioned. which is a
It really
brilliant
doesn't.
game.
But yeah, what are some terms you... obviously, we've got a bit of age range here, I think. What are some terms you guys probably would have used back in like school or whatever that you wouldn't be able to use now?
But I wouldn't. Well, you want
I'd
to
like
say things
book
I'm
an
not allowed to
1830s
use.
holiday, please.
I mean, obviously ones that you like could still talk about, I guess.
Well, then I can still say them.
Well, no, I mean, well, no,
Oh.
for example, like back in school, I might say, "Oh, that's gay."
Yeah, the thing is, I would still say that one because I've said this before. If I'm talking about a person is only gay if they are a person. Like they're only gay if they are a gay person. To say an object is gay, for me and for my whole life, it just meant it's lame. But you wouldn't call a person gay to mean lame. That doesn't make any sense. But that's how it's always been my whole life, and I'm fully aware it's not politically correct. I also like to say things that are gay if they are massively heterosexual. Or massively homosexual. So,
I think that's fairly
like,
accurate, though.
if a couple of friend of mine's, they said they're getting married, I will always just comment just gay because it's just a complete non sequitur and it makes no sense at all.
To be fair, when I told Adam that I was engaged, that's what he said to me.
Yeah.
That's what he said when I said Happy Christmas.
Yeah, but my point is, it's nonsensical. I won't say it out loud, but I will type it. My uncle used to tell me this. And that's definitely not acceptable anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Should we screenshot that? I'll pin it.
It does-
Maybe delete that one.
but yeah, that was
Could have put it in
genuinely.
quotes at least.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
A word that I remember.
Because that makes it look so much better if I quote it, doesn't it?
That's not a quote, is it? Oh, yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
is,
a quote. No, it's just that, I mean, we are
Looks
talking...
like you're telling people in the
That's why I said quoting doesn't make it better. No, but my uncle would have been, from the 40s. He was, he was just of that age group where he didn't mean anything by it particularly. He just meant a particular family he didn't feel I should talk to. And that was the phrase that he
Use
used.
that word to describe them.
Yeah, I love the way you
That's
say
fair,
quote it. That will look better.
I remember being at school, a word that got thrown around pejorative a lot was spastic before
Yes.
we understood
Yeah.
what that meant.
That's
Yeah.
thing is that's only quite recently because the Spastic Society is now called something
Scope,
else.
is it?
Scope, yeah, that's it. And Weird Al actually used it in one of his songs, and people went, "That's a bad word in the UK." And his apology, he's like, "I didn't know." So in the US, spastic does not have the same meaning as it does in the UK. It just means basically a fool. So the last line of his song is, "You might use this word, but only if you're a spastic," and that's how the song finishes. And I heard it, and I was like, "Seriously? Did I
Yeah,
mishear
some
it? What
people
the
say,
hell?"
Oh, that something like, in this game the physics are spazzing out or something, and then
Yeah.
some people would think that is actually harkening back to that word, and some
Well,
would say, no, it isn't. It's
No,
a word of its own.
Yeah, I mean, it totally is, but again, I'm not
Yeah,
using it
short for
against the
spasming.
person. Yeah, well, which is probably that's probably the same word as spastic, isn't it?
Probably the same root.
Yeah, but yeah,
But
it's
words can have the same root, but
I think in a
the
similar,
same, right?
I think in a similar vein, one I used to hear a lot in school was, "Oh, that's retarded,"
yeah, same thing.
which I would never use now. I don't think, really. But
But well, this is something that Max and I have said. The
This
problem is,
engine is retarded.
yeah, I've used these phrases for my whole
Je
life.
suis en retard when I'm late for French.
It's just
Say, walk in and say I'm retarded. Sorry, I'm late for French.
Tu es le plus tard.
well, as we said yesterday in an airplane, it's funny if you are going too fast and throttling, it would just go retard, retard. If you're not throttling, it will go overspeed, and that's just something airplanes say to you. It means slow down.
And what do you do when you hear that in an airplane, Adam?
Flip to external view because it's going to look cool.
Oh,
In
crap.
medicine, spastic refers to an alteration in muscle tone affected by the medical condition spasticity, which is seen in spastic diplegia and many other forms of cerebral palsy, and also in such terms as spastic colon. That is a horrific insult. Call someone that.
Brilliant. David, I'm curious, are you English? How old are you and where are you from if you're English? If you're from America, I don't care.
England, I'm going to say.
Because I've never heard that, and this is the point with making a word.
right?
Well, I'll come to it in a second, but this is the problem with making a particular word offensive. All what people will do is find another word. That's it. So he said he's heard the word scopy. Like, oh yeah, that's
Dave.
I've never heard of that.
That's Dave. That doesn't narrow it down.
But there's a mechanism of how
Richard's
it's
friend.
offensive. In the same way that sexuality is not an insult, neurotypes should not
cat.
be an insult.
Yeah, spastic as an insult is purely a British thing. I don't think America has that at all.
But it has the roots in that there's some condition and people interact with that thing and find it weird and disgusting or whatever, and then refer to it as stupid or something that it's not.
Yeah,
That's the way
but
how it's insulting.
yeah, absolutely. But the weird thing is, I might say something is spacky or spazzing out, but I don't think I've ever met anybody with not multiple sclerosis. What was it? What was it? Si, you looked it up.
Cerebral
not-
palsy.
Cerebral palsy. I don't actually think I've ever actually met anybody with that. Like, genuinely, I don't think I
Wants
have.
you to have a negative reaction if you do.
Well, it's not a negative reaction. It's just this is the thing. I have very little opinion on it and very little weight. It's just what we used at school when I was 6. That's the whole stuff behind it. But yeah, I've never heard scopy.
It's not hard to see where retard came about because it just has a sort of mechanical usage. Just means slowed or delayed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or that you've got tardy as well. So you say, "Oh, you're a bit tardy because you're always late."
Well, that's
Um,
literally the same word, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's not literally the same word. The
Ah,
spelling
Stop
is
ruining the word
okay.
literally.
It's
It's
it
the
is
same word root.
it's literally the same word, and by that I mean it's not. Yeah,
I mean,
mong
it's
is the other one, and that
literally the same word root.
so
shared etymology.
yeah. So
Yes.
mong is an interesting one. So that's one that you would use against a person, which is not nice. But you'd also just use it to mean being like lazing out, just monging about, possibly while stoned. And I think that's. Have you never? Is it just a Cornwallism?
No, I've heard of it.
Doesn't
Oh,
that have
but
like
both-
bad
Nobody used
ethnic
it.
vibes?
Sorry,
Isn't
Sharka?
it-
that word has some bad ethnic vibes?
No, it's
Associating some ethnicities as being lazy or slow.
no, it's nothing to do with that. It's a Down syndrome thing. I don't quite know why, but I don't.
Mongol, they look similar apparently.
Because
Yeah.
they have similar features.
Only very
It's
tenuously.
a place of a name,
I'm
name
not
of
saying
a
it's not
place
tenuous.
where it has appeared or has famously been.
No, it's just as I said. People with Downs very slightly look like people from Mongolians, and that's it. And therefore, we've got what because I mean Down syndrome. I'm not even sure what word you could come up with that's insulting. It'd be quite tricky. Whereas Mong would be quite
Downey?
easy. Downey, what the fuck? As in Robert Downey Jr. That's not going to work, is it?
I mean, I remember people calling people that in school sometimes.
Really, we never had that one.
So sort of tangentially related. I think it's a lot more common in like I don't know if this is a UK thing or not, but for like people to call each other like just things that might be offensive in other countries. Like I don't think I could go to America and call someone a fuckwit.
You could. You could.
You could. I mean, maybe if I knew them, I don't think I'd be able to do it to a random person in the street.
You could, but you get
To be
shot.
fair, I wouldn't call someone a fuckwit in the street in England.
I might.
I mean,
I thought you lived in London.
As I said,
Not
David,
without cause,
to
then.
me, gay means lame, but it's not something I would ever use to a person, and has absolutely nothing to do with homosexuality unless it's
what
about a
film was it?
person.
Only
What film was it when they go,
comment on fake videos.
gay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
as
what
in,
film was
as,
that?
as in
Yeah.
fake and gay,
The
which is
Hangover? Is it The Hangover?
It might be.
incidentally talking about things that are no longer acceptable. I watched the Oscar-winning film, bloody hell, Parasite, which is a highly regarded Korean film.
Twice.
And it's an interesting slow-burning thriller, but there's quite a long bit about a child with developmental difficulties dressing up as a Red Indian and also having all his parents dress up in that. And I'm reading it going, and they're using Red Indian, not Native American. And obviously I'm watching the sub, and I'm like, could you maybe not have been a little bit more tactful in the subtitles? I understand that Korea doesn't have any sort of massive Native American guild, so they don't have no sort of thing there, but surely the English or American speakers subtitling would have gone, no, we're going to say Native American, not Red Indian. Very, very odd.
Well,
And
it
that's-
stands out
There's a
because
whole cultural
actually-
thing about like cowboys and Indians, right?
Yes.
And that's what he was dressing up as. He was dressing up as an Indian from Cowboys and Indians, not a Native American.
Which you don't,
I mean,
yeah, but you don't
a
do that.
pastiche
That's
of that culture
that's
in the
one of the
first
things you
place.
don't do, Rob. That's one of the no-nos.
But Adam, did that one
But that's the
sort
point. The character was because
of faux pas not stand out to you because overall the translation to English was exceptionally good?
Yeah.
Like I would say, they did a brilliant job of anglicising the whole script.
But the people in question were polite, well-to-do people and wouldn't have used that phrase, would have said Native Americans, I would have felt.
I don't know. I don't know many South Koreans.
No, I mean, if they were speaking English, that's the point of the translation. They're pretending to be English.
I noticed it as well when I
yeah,
sort
but
of
if you're playing Cowboys and
mental
Indians, you're
gymnastics
playing
trying to work
Cowboys and
out why
Indians.
they've
You're
done
not
that.
you're not saying it politely and saying, "Oh yes, my child is playing Cowboys and Native Americans."
Yeah, I go with that as well. Cowboys and Indians is what it meant. Also,
Also,
that
there
child
are some
wasn't
children's plays that have been like phased out because of their bad connotations.
Yeah.
There used to be like some kind of tag game that had like who's afraid of the big black
Big
man.
bad wolf. Of the what? What?
I think you have not
No.
played that.
No, who's afraid of the big bad wolf?
Adam, I've heard of that before actually as well.
Wow.
Apparently that's what it used to be before Big Bad Wolf.
I've never heard that.
No, that's rubbish. There's
I
a
would
Disney
totally hate some
cartoon,
Indians if Indians was felt to be really
Hold on.
problematic.
Three Little Pigs. I think it's Disney, and that cartoon is from 1933 and contains the song "Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? The Big Bad Wolf, the Big Bad Wolf." So definitely not. Also, I mean, within my lifetime, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo has definitely changed too. That was
See,
it was
well,
not a
that's
tiger
what-
when I was a wee lad.
see now I'm
That's
imagining
what-
who Tim, now I'm imagining who's afraid of the Big Shack.
Well, I've never heard that. Only Big Bad Wolf, because it's from the 1933 Disney cartoon.
Yeah, but it wouldn't make sense to refer to that here. Nobody would know that.
Wait, so you still say Big Black Man
No,
in
we
Finland?
don't.
Oh, we
It has
don't.
been phased out.
Okay.
There has been some kind of, and the play also changed. It has something to do with octopuses now.
Who's afraid of the octopus? That doesn't work.
No,
Could you have
people
black
form like
pizza?
lines, take each other hand by hand, and then you try to avoid being caught in that or something.
I love.
Like oh, sorry.
So Dave's just gone, what? So Dave's obviously just seen the bit in the chat where Shauka's like, who's afraid of the big black man? Like, what? That's not... Like, the thing is, if you said to me, who's afraid of the big bad, everyone knows exactly what comes next. And that's where we're all a bit thrown when you went, black man. I remember the joke at school, what does BMW stand for?
Yeah, but
Moving
that kind
beyond.
of games are being played.
I refuse not to-
use
I
that,
refuse
that's
to
just
answer that
children
one, Adam.
playing, they don't mean anything. But it makes sense to steer people away from that, even the small children that don't mean bad by it.
Yes.
As
So you...
someone who drives a BMW, I can assure you that BMW stands for Bring More Wallet.
Is it short for something about turn signals?
wow. No, okay, I guess this
Black
is probably a generational thing. It's
I
referring
know
to
it
the...
is.
It's referring to the genitalia of a person of colour.
Yes.
I think that's the correct way of saying it.
Politest way of saying it, yes.
Thank you.
I don't know what turn signal is, but Shalka, do you have Black Pete there?
Black Pete is Holland.
Oh.
Well, it's not just Holland though. It's various
We
other
have some
countries.
analog, yes, and that has been phased
I
out.
thought you said black pizza.
Yeah, because Holland are like, no, fuck you, we're not going to Black Pete. It's not racist. Black Pete is not real. And they're like, nope, we're keeping it. Fuck you all.
On a related note, didn't they like cancel Baba Black Sheep at some point?
No,
like
no. That's
Like
just
changing it.
bollocks made up by the Daily Mail to sell all newspapers. Never happened.
Bar, Rainbow Sheep.
That doesn't make
There
any
were some
sense.
problematic names for some licorice products, but phased out.
Yes.
I finally made it back. That was the epicest epic journey, especially I really went the wrong way.
My organisation says Board Blast instead of Brainstorm because apparently that is epilepsy or
Again,
something.
Yeah.
it's not. It's one of those things made up by...
Well, hang on, I haven't finished.
Yeah, go on.
I think 90% sure who do it is tongue-in-cheek.
Alright.
Because it's a pointless thing. Political correctness gone mad.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
There's
It's,
degrees of it. Some
it's-
people care about it more.
no, this is one of those things where no one actually cares about it, but someone who doesn't cares about it is pointed out that someone who does care about it might care about it.
Well, that happens also, but there's also different degrees of caring.
Anyway, I don't say Board Blast. I prefer to use a line from Drop the Dead Donkey, which is let's stir fry some ideas in our thought walk.
I think the correct term is mind shower.
That's a sexual act, and
Mind shower?
Also, kind of.
is it your
Potentially.
sapiosexual?
I feel like you could fit a Holocaust joke in there somewhere, but I don't want to.
I feel like you shouldn't.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Fit a Holocaust joke in there?
That mind shower.
No, we've got plenty of time. Go for it, Brett.
No,
Out yourself
I'm
as a
good.
racist.
Well, is that racist?
Pretty sure all Holocaust jokes are pretty much racist by definition.
Or is it
Unless they're
being-
jokes against the Nazis.
Well, no, because it's being a religion, part of a religion and a race.
Yeah, that's fine. It's the
And the
racist
Holocaust
part.
wasn't rounding people up based on their religion. It was rounded up based on their racial characteristics.
I have to say, did you...
And
Did-
ethnicity is pretty
What's
known now
worse?
also.
What's worse than biting into an apple and finding a caterpillar?
Biting into
The
an apple and
Holocaust.
finding... Oh, forget about...
I think into an apple and finding a Holocaust joke.
And I think there was colorings on why people were interned, and I think being a sexual deviant, they called it, was a basis to be interned.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Does iron only appear in that little swamp? And where was the next swamp? Because we've got 3 iron bars, and that's not enough to do anything.
Yeah, iron. There's no more iron in that one. You have to go find another swamp. I was running away looking for one ages ago. Like an hour ago. People were just standing in.
No, I was running around. So, So, what's the next workbenchy thing then? Because our workbench isn't like a very high level.
Yeah, basically, we need to go find us another swamp.
If you can upgrade stuff, do so. Don't wait for somebody else to, because we've got we've got an ads. Hold on. We do a tanning block and ads. Do we have an ads?
Tanning salon.
We've only got 2 upgrades to our workbench. I think we can put another one in. I don't have the stuff to do it. I think we can do a. I can't. Yeah, it's an ads, but I need bronze. And can someone take care of making the upgrades for these?
Adam, since you were talking about the other night, like stuff that can't be like, disproven. I don't understand how Holocaust deniers can exist either. There's
No
just so
one.
much proof of it.
Well, no one denies the Holocaust happened. They deny how bad the Holocaust was.
No,
But
some
no
people deny it happened.
Well, no,
But I don't
that's so rare as to basically not a thing. But
Well,
people
it's
say,
rare,
"Oh, it
yeah.
wasn't that bad." Yeah, it's. Hold on a minute. I seem to recall when we logged out, I said I put a base down to some copper or something, and that appears to be gone or at a different base. Okay. Yeah, sorry. They denied the Holocaust was all that bad. Now, I'm not sure how you can have a Holocaust that's not that bad. I think by definition, you don't have like a mini Holocaust. That's just fundamentally bad. But that's the argument of Holocaust deniers.
Where does the term Holocaust even come from? Like, how is it named?
It means fire everywhere. No, I've no idea. I made that up.
Well, Hypercaust was a Roman thing, which was Romans. Was it the Roman central heating? I forget.
Oh, I think I may have found a swamp here. These look like swamp trees. And a skeleton's punching me. That's always a good sign.
Holos hole and Kaustos burned.
Yes, Adam, there is a little bit
Burning
there.
everything. There we go.
The only place that might be a little bit further than where you are is
Help.
west.
Skeletons.
Skeletons.
They didn't really. I guess it's like a purging, right? Is the idea of that name?
Caustic, like caustic.
Yeah.
Burning,
It's not like.
yeah.
Was it that fiery? It was more of a like.
No, I literally made that up.
Well,
No. I mean, because the Shalco just mentioned some of it.
no, but it literally is burning
it-
everything. Holocaust.
Yeah.
I'm still getting a bit murdered out here.
Oh,
that's
what's the
right.
name? What's the name where you think you've invented something but actually you've remembered it?
Mandela effect.
No, that's different.
The tester
Yeah, I
effect.
invented that last week. These dragon heads are really not very good.
Never mind the Holocaust. Does luck exist?
Does luck exist
No.
as a force which influences things, or is luck something which you observe?
Oh God,
Can you be lucky?
no, you can't.
You can have factors
Well,
that
there you
are
go,
not in your
folks.
control influence your prosperity. Yes.
That's not luck. If you're influencing it, that's not luck. That's changing
Yeah.
it. I can't like
Yeah,
if
there
I
are factors that are outside, so luck exists. There's the things that you can affect, and then there's things that you don't.
Luck
things I
is
can't-
Things
good
are
things to
luck.
happen by chance. So you're
that's
lucky if
fortune.
good
You
things
can be
happen to you
fortunate.
by chance.
yeah, but if
Yeah, that's being fortunate.
if I am lucky,
Yes.
that means that it's a factor that is affecting it, and therefore that's not luck.
Yeah, but like magic is technology that you don't understand. So a thing that is beneficial to you that you don't know about, that's
I think we
luck.
can all agree magic doesn't exist.
But something that's beneficial to me I don't know about is luck, sure, but I cannot be lucky. I cannot repeatedly have something influence it that no one knows about. That's not luck. That's an
No,
influencing
but that's
factor.
if luck is something which actively influences, or luck is something that you observe.
Yeah, you can
If you
observe luck.
observe
Yes.
that I have rolled 5 sixes, I have been lucky. Not
Yes, but that-
I am lucky, therefore I will roll 5 sixes.
Yes.
I mean, arguably
depends.
that's not like pure luck, because that's just based on how you rolled it and how it landed. Like, I'm sure if you like exactly calculated how much force in, what direction you throw the dice for it to be a 6, you'd always get a 6.
Well, it depends on lots of things. It depends on what game you're playing. Because if you're playing roll 6 sixes and you die, then it's not lucky at all.
Like these aren't like pure luck or like pure randomness. They are like.
Adam,
Yes.
pure luck, like you can get in a test tube.
But no, like it's like a dice isn't pure luck. It'll land based on how you threw it.
Yes.
If you can't make it land a certain way, then it's
Phantom or Iron?
effectively luck. One,
I mean-
one definition of shuffling is that no players knows the order of the cards.
Yeah.
But in principle, somebody outside the game could know the order of the cards. But if the players don't know, it's shuffled.
Well, now you're
And by
trying
the
to
way, you
define
mean-
what chance is.
Dice.
Something lands that way by chance rather than by intent.
Yeah, but the
got
cards
my
can
shot,
be in
yeah,
a
they
definite
land that way by
order and
chance.
somebody
So I
can even
don't
know
intend
it.
it.
But it's still luck
Oh, crap.
if the player doesn't have access to that knowledge.
Yes, that's what Rob said. You can be lucky. You can have luck happen to you, but you cannot be lucky. Being lucky it insinuates it's repeatable in any way, shape, or form, or that you have a different chance to somebody else with a factor that is outside your control.
Does it need to be
Yes, you have been lucky in the
reproducible to be
past.
lucky?
Well, yes, otherwise you're not lucky, are you? You were lucky. If I roll 5 6s and then I don't, I've stopped being lucky. So it's not reproducible, it's not luck. I mean, does the Force exist?
It depends if you subscribe to Jediism.
I did actually see an interesting thing.
Has anybody filled their thing in yet?
Yeah, you should not put in Jediism, which is quite a good reason. So religious groups only use the no religion tick box to make their arguments. So if you tick religious, you are not. It is not a real religion. It is not recognised by the UK government, but it is used by religious groups to prove how many people are religious. So don't do it. Because they will use whatever they can to make the religious percentage look bigger. God, I'm gonna die.
If you
Quickly,
didn't
sit
know
down.
that you had weighted dice and you got 6s a lot, then you would be lucky and it would be
Oh, you
reproducible.
No, you wouldn't be lucky. You'd be cheating.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
You'd be cheating without knowing it.
That doesn't make
I
you
was dead
lucky.
anyway, no worries. You might want to close the door though.
But yeah, Izzard, in my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
Yeah, I agree. I just thought it would be an interesting question, and it was.
I could argue you could get. I would argue that you could get lucky, but that
I could stay up all night and I could get lucky. I could stay up all
Yeah.
night and I could get lucky. I could stay up
Oh
all
my
night and I
God's
could
sake.
get lucky. We're here to get lucky.
Let's go the whole thing.
But I would argue that like pure chance doesn't really exist.
Pure chance, of course, pure chance exists.
Okay, what's like pure chance then?
Which direction I'm going to push my joystick next?
The spin of
that's not true. That's the
part.
Really not pure chance. Yeah.
I've got a little solar turntable here and it spins in a random direction when it starts up.
Come here.
Well, how's that chance then?
Because that's
Okay, let's
Why?
go back to quantum physics and whether or not and the what is it Schrodinger's blah 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 whether
well, you're
a
talking about
particle
determinism.
decays or not.
Deterministic universe.
If the quantum source is a bit more robust, but then one could argue that the multiverse is deterministic, and it's not chance in the relevant sense.
yes. I mean, if you put all of the atoms in the same position, exact same position in another universe, it will happen exactly the same way. I would
No,
say.
it doesn't.
I'd
Because
say
of
it does.
decoherence.
I'd say it would.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I didn't
Well-
win American Idol. I didn't even take part in American Idol. But there's a universe out there somewhere, which I did.
Where you
I-
did.
I doubt that.
I like when people say,
Well, they
if
took
you
part,
have
or
an
they won it,
infinite
Adam.
number of monkeys and an infinite number of typewriters and an infinite amount of time, eventually one of them would type the complete works of Shakespeare. To which I reply, well, you don't need all those things because if you've got infinite monkeys and typewriters, you don't need an infinite amount of time because one of them would do it on the first go.
Yes. The thing is, it's very hard to
chance,
arrange an
good
infinite amount of
chance.
monkeys, but an infinite amount of time is quite simple to arrange. You're just going to be patient.
And have a lot of monkey food.
Well, I guess
Imagine the poop.
I'm trying not to. Do not imagine the poop.
Don't.
Well, I don't think the original point with that one is that you need an infinite number of monkeys. I'm pretty sure it's just an arbitrary amount of monkeys.
I think the point was that Shakespeare is shit and
If you've
monkeys
got
could
infinite
write it.
time, and they're
monkey
very
could
hard
write
working monkeys.
Shakespeare.
Oh, if you have
But
infinite
if you've
time,
got infinite number of monkeys, I feel sorry for the, I guess it's infinity -1 monkeys who almost type the complete works of Shakespeare but make a single letter error.
Well, no, because they would still type
Right
the works of
at the start.
Shakespeare. They would still type the works of Shakespeare given enough infinite time.
Or they did the
Well,
entire
no,
works of
that's my point.
Shakespeare,
Infinite time.
but they did the entire works of Shakespeare exactly accurate. But instead of typing the word wand, they typed the word wang.
Also, more to the point, if you add in, what I'm saying is the infinite time is completely extraneous. Like, if you had, then all of the monkeys would type the complete works of Shakespeare eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, an infinite amount of monkeys never going to type the word out.
are those monkeys allowed to evolve?
I mean, wouldn't that just mean they would type the works of Shakespeare faster?
Yeah, because we already technically have had a monkey who wrote the works of Shakespeare.
So what you're saying is,
Not a monkey.
I'm sorry, Henry. Are you trying to claim that Shakespeare had a tail?
so
Well, Yeah, yes.
Cut off, wasn't it?
I don't think
that's
humans are
what
apes, not
mine would be a
monkeys.
wait,
Humans
so
are
what-
apes, not
Aren't we
monkeys.
sort of defined from something that was
No.
very similar?
Very similar to a monkey, yes,
The
but
same
not
way a
actually a
sheep and
monkey.
a goat are the same, but a sheep is not a
Oh
goat.
my god, it drives me nuts when people say, I don't believe because I don't believe that humans evolved from monkeys.
Well, we have a toxic
people
one.
who no
Well, a
one
lot of
believes
people
that
do.
humans evolved from monkeys.
I bet you people do. I
But the
refute.
argument that I don't do it because I don't want to think that humans are
troll.
like monkeys is a bit arbitrary.
Rob, troll.
Yeah, but it's also a misrepresentation of the other side.
Oh,
Of the,
friggin'
Yeah, no, humans and monkeys evolved from the same thing.
yeah, common ancestor. Yeah.
Get over here.
Oh, teleporting.
Oh,
Also,
lucky.
humans
No,
and
no, he's not.
jellyfish.
No, he's got harpoon.
Half who?
What I
Oh,
don't get is, what I don't get
Come
is
on,
why
hit
it
him
would
now.
matter. Why I don't
You
get
can't do
why
anything.
it would matter what we evolved from those people. Like it's
No,
not like
it's-
you'd be offended based on what you evolved
Wow.
from.
no, it's quite literally because people are offended by the thought they evolved from monkeys. That monkeys are unclean and disgusting, and we are perfect representations of the Lord's image. That's the offensive part.
And also, how do you know
Yeah.
where you're going if you don't know where you've come?
I did also like.
Why are there so many ugly people then?
Did also see a thing that quite recently. It said
That's
human.
easy.
We often think of ourselves as the pinnacle of evolution, but it's not really true. We're more of a dead end branch of the fish tree rather than any sort of pinnacle.
In general, people tend to
Yeah.
pair off and mate with other people of a similar level of attractiveness, where attractiveness
That's
is
not
probably determined by
true.
them.
You are punching well above your weight.
Man up, fuck. Probably you.
I know there are exceptions to the rule, like
Yeah.
like me, but yeah. In
Oh,
general,
I'll tell Celia you said that. My God.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is she thinks she's maybe only as attractive as me, but she's wrong.
She does have quite bad eyesight then. or rubbish mirrors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember seeing some interesting studies about this to do with like wages and stuff to do with women specifically because
Was this the
Women tend
Mythbusters
to-
episode where she put bigger push-up bra on and got more tips?
no. So it was to do with like
More
women and
tits.
what
Or
women
like
and-
3.
No, it was to do with women
That's how
and
they
dating.
did the scene in Total Recall.
Yeah, no, there was... So, Mythbusters is brilliant, and I highly recommend you watch all the Mythbusters, you'll learn a lot. But they did one episode where Carrie Byron, she taped down her breast for one episode, used a normal breast for the next one, and then a bigger one, and then a bigger one, and she basically, quite literally, correlation, causation, whatever, got more tips the bigger her bust. Simple as that, with quite a strong correlation.
Well, that was more succinctly put in the Jim Carrey film. Is it Liar Liar, where he can only tell the truth, and
Yes.
he gets into a lift with that girl. He says to him, "Oh, she's new," and he says, "How are you finding it?" And she says, "Oh, everyone's so nice." And he goes, "Well, that's because you have." And then the lift door just opens, and he's being punched in the mouth.
Ah, yes. Violence, a perfectly acceptable way to respond to a comment. That's something I actually can't stand about, not to say a lot of anime, but the trope of the woman just punching the bloke because he said something a little bit untowards.
So that wasn't at all where I was actually going with that, but I was reading
Yeah, here we are.
some studies about like women and like their wages in relation to like dating specifically? Because it's curious because apparently on
Related to
average I think it
dating?
was. Yes.
It's not dating if they've got wages for it. That's different.
What? No. Let me finish with that.
I think it says more about Brett's dates than
I'm
anything
gonna
else.
let you finish.
So the study was basically that women's wages have been going up over time, which is a good thing. But their dating standards have stayed that they prefer to date people above their own wage.
What, like radiocarbon dating?
No, it's in like so women tend to date up in terms of like their partners tend to overall from these studies
more than them.
tend to date people who are earning more or equal to.
I mean, is that due to choice or the wage gap?
Well, I think it might just be from the way it was, and it hasn't sort of changed yet. I guess.
I mean, I'd like.
It's property, though, isn't it?
I mean, if I had to choose between dating two absolutely identical people, one of which earn more than the other, I know which one I'd go with.
Oh no, I don't disagree, but but because of this, I think from what I've seen from these studies, a lot of people who are women who are earning a lot of money are really struggling to find partners. So they're looking for people that are above or on their wage point.
I mean, I know how much you earn, Brett. I think you're in trouble.
Oh, depression.
Nah, sod off. You're getting a great wage. That's not what you're supposed to say.
You're using wages
But
as a proxy
Adam, you
for
can't make the joke and then have a go at him. For
I can, but the point was, you can't just agree to the banter. You have to fight back. I just say like, no, fuck you.
Is that written as his contract? Or?
Well, no, but I'll edit it.
But how do I collect honey from the beehive then?
Well,
Or I
shoot an arrow into it and
actually
collect
seen
it.
the contract yet, so.
If you shoot an arrow into it, it'll break the beehive, and you might get back honey, right?
No, if
The
you,
bee.
No,
if you
I've made a beehive.
Oh,
okay,
cool.
well then you wait.
Yeah.
There is a beehive somewhere in one of the houses, by the way.
But yeah, the
Sure,
reason I
I've
thought it
made
was
it,
really
I've just put one
interesting
here.
was the reason I thought it was really interesting was because conversely, guys' wages have they haven't stayed the same. They've gone up because obviously wages overall have sort of gone up a bit. But
It's called
guys-
inflation.
Yes, but guys tend to date down more. So now you sort of have this weird thing where wages are about equal now, which is good. But you have a lot of guys dating down and most girls dating up, which means that you end up with like the Tinder style situation where it's a sausage fest, so to speak.
So did anyone make any of the other workbenches what like I asked someone to make the other workbenches?
What
Like I did.
And ads.
Like I did I?
And do we
Ads.
have bronze? Do we
Yeah,
have
well,
tin?
I assume so. I mean, tin's easy. I know where tin is. I just need an escort.
Do we have bronze?
Brett might know some.
Was it her?
An
Probably a
escort.
phone number for that, Adam.
I didn't hear that. What?
1-800 Malcolm's mum.
Is that name of your next Open TCD train?
I might just do that.
Well,
I might just.
be all for attractiveness, and if it's well studied, then it's like controls for the other variables, but
There is
it's not
actually-
doesn't tell how much the other variables weigh against wealth.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm
People care
enormously
about
attractive.
Emotional intelligence.
I mean, I'm enormously attractive, so I don't have a problem. But you haven't seen me in a while.
You're on stream most nights.
Yeah, and you watch.
I haven't got it on at the moment.
You normally watch. Yeah, because you can't control yourself.
I'm just waiting for the
You
person
feel the
to hit
beautiful
you.
passion.
I mean, I've got the stream open, but I've got it muted, so I don't know if it counts me as if. I know Twitch doesn't.
Wait, you
Adam-
put how
Adam, we
much
have-
you
we need
earn on your
copper.
on your dating profile, really? So we need copper or tin.
Hopper.
Okay, I might have to wait till it's not really horribly misty.
I mean, I do
This
think
makes it more exciting, Adam. Come on.
You're
I do
excited.
think it is very odd that it's not normalised to talk about wages. To be honest, it makes a lot of sense.
Only
to
in
be
the
able to
UK.
talk about it.
Only in the UK.
Yeah.
It's
Only-
quite common in
yeah.
America.
Yeah.
Ah, how much you earn? I was like, I can't tell you that. I'm British, sir.
Oh, there's a lot of enemies.
So I built some torches. Does that help?
Do the
see
torches
them.
attack the enemies? No, because they're also lagging out a bit.
That's got to be Henry. Actually, I need a drink. So you guys try not to be too racist.
We don't
I'm back
talk
in a
about
minute.
wages. We don't talk
Not
about
to be
wages.
too racist.
What do we talk about?
The weather.
Weather.
ITV. Trash on ITV.
No one talks about that.
What did ITV do now?
Everything they ever broadcast.
fair enough. To be honest, I don't even really watch TV anymore. I feel like I just watch like Netflix and like that kind of stuff. I don't.
YouTube. I used to watch TV as a kid. Come back home from school, watch TV,
Yeah.
and then the internet became more accessible, and then everything better was on the internet.
I spend
really
my
much
time.
TV
Top Gear, and then Top Gear went to the internet. So you know.
Yeah, I spend my
Sorry,
days off
Grand
like
Tour.
whenever I was like off from school, I just like be on Sky One binge watching Futurama because they just play it on loop.
Oh, you're one of those who had Sky.
Bastard.
Stop paying for a TV license if you don't need it.
Does that place me as middle class then? I don't know. Oh, dear.
Just an asshole. No, I'm just,
Oh,
no, I'm
okay.
just a little bit jealous.
Wow.
Just a little bit very jealous. Like, so get this shit right. My dad was like, no, we can't have Sky because it makes the outside of the house look ugly. And I was like, what? For fuck's sake, that is the most middle class thing I've heard.
What?
Having a satellite dish on the side of your house.
That's a
Oh,
bit
no,
shabby. That is a bit shabby.
we don't want to have a satellite dish on the side of our house.
Oh, there's a
What
simple
would
way to
what would the
tell.
neighbours think?
Simple way to tell, Malcolm, if you're middle class or lower class. Are you ready?
Go on.
You have a skybox.
How big's your television?
My current one,
Yeah.
43 inches.
How big is your bookcase?
Oh
dear.
My bookcase or Amelia's bookcase? And
Yours,
if
you
you're gonna say
lower class scum.
If we're going to talk about Amelia's bookcases, I'll ask you which
No,
one.
no, your one. Your bookcase.
I don't have a bookcase.
Um,
My working class.
Adam, I barely watch the TV, and I don't also read books, so
Yeah.
because I mean,
See, he sounds posh, but he's actually just scum.
I like that you
I-
said
I read- I read
don't
the
also
internet
read
because-
books.
yeah, I don't read books. I can't remember the last time I read a book. I
Yeah, but
find,
you said
I
I
find
don't
it,
also.
The
I
term
don't
phrase
also
was
read books.
peculiar.
It's like
yeah, as opposed
literate.
to also don't watch TV.
I also don't read book as well. I can't remember last time I read book. Like, mostly I
you
just
didn't
read things
say
on the internet.
also don't. You said don't also. That was my point.
Don't also book read.
Oh god.
I mean, I have a bookcase and I have a lot of books, but I haven't read a book in about 10 years. Like,
Because
I've
the
got
internet exists,
4
and
books on
everyone
my
reads
desk.
online.
For some
To be honest,
reason.
I read news on like BBC. I read a lot of like news websites, but I don't read a fucking book.
I mean, I do have a copy of Code Complete at my desk, and I have had it on my desk for about 15 years. I'm currently using it just to prop something up, but I do have the book here.
Adam, right,
Well,
right
there's
in my
that
hands right
selection
now,
of
I have a
books that you-
Sam's Teach Yourself the C# language in 21 days, unopened. Explains a lot, doesn't it?
Not long enough.
It's actually how many? Honestly, it's about 3 inches thick. It's
Hey!
got a CD. Got a CD as well. Oh my god,
Wow.
800 pages long. Fuck that.
I should
I have the
Everyone's
manager's
books are
path
rubbish
and
anyway.
domain-driven design. That's my books of the week.
If I'm learning a new programming language, I'd rather have the text on the screen or another screen nearby rather than a
You
book.
can't copy and paste from a book.
Exactly.
Can't control F in a book.
Yeah, that's
I'll
the biggest
control
thing
that,
as well. You
yes.
can't fucking search. That's fucking.
Come on,
Do you
daytime.
guys have a disk drive on your computer? Because I don't.
A what?
I do,
What
yeah.
kind of disk?
Do you mean spinning rust?
Got a hard
perpetual?
disk.
I mean, just any.
Do you mean a
disk
hard
drive
drive,
right
an optical
I have a
drive,
hard
Oh,
disk drive, yeah.
a hybrid drive, or a floppy drive, or what?
A floppy drive.
You mean a floppy
You mean
drive?
removal media?
Floppy doppy.
No, I
what
have
about a zip
removable.
drive, Adam.
I have removable.
Removable media.
So that's what I meant by hybrid, because zip drives were a hybrid optical doobrey with alignment.
Are
They had alignment stuff via optical, and the main bit was magnetic.
And LS 120
Didn't know that.
discs were laser servo,
I had a
magnetic
zip
track,
drive, to
and
be honest.
Do you still release games on discs ever?
Me?
Yeah.
Not in some years, no. But all the AAA games released were on disc. But you didn't answer the question. What kind of drive are you asking if we have?
Oh, I was just asking in general. Like,
What
if
kind of
anyone has
drive?
any.
Well, yeah, all my
As
lap.
in,
All my,
as in, like, yeah.
most of my laptops have a CD/DVD just Blu-ray drive.
That's fair. I mean, that's,
I've
that's,
never
that's,
had a
that's just
laptop with a
standard.
CD
never owned
drive
a
for
Blu-
10 years.
I've never owned a Blu-ray
10
drive.
years,
Just realised
maybe.
that.
You have a PlayStation 2,
No,
3,
no,
Xbox.
no.
But you've only got
consoles-
you've only got
any consoles
no.
of-
Sorry, I forgot. You've only got shit television. That's fine. You're allowed to have a little.
only-
You're allowed to watch
I've only
crappy
got-
streams.
I've only got a Nintendo Switch and a Wii. But I don't think a Wii even has one.
We play
At least got the
DVDs.
CD-ROM drive.
What do I have? Actually? I've got PS2, PS3, Wii U, and Switch. I think.
Adam, so Wii does have a does Wii have a Blu-ray? Yeah.
No, it's not Blu-ray.
must
It's
be
not Blu-ray. No, it's no.
What is
DVD.
it?
DVD.
DVD. Oh, okay.
Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I think the Wii U might, or is it not?
Don't think so. Pretty sure it's a DVD. Remember, Blu-ray requires paying a light. It's very easy to tell. Look at it. Does it have the Blu-ray logo on? No, it's not a Blu-ray drive.
Yeah, understandable.
Is it a Viking drive?
Yar. Oh, that's offensive.
That's Bluetooth I'm thinking of, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bluetooth is the Viking one. Yeah.
So not within my PC, and the Bluetooth story is interesting, but not within my PC. But I do have a 3.5-inch floppy drive, a 5.25-inch floppy drive. I've got a 80 megabyte tape drive, and various Blu-ray and CD-ROM drives, and I do have a zip drive somewhere.
So what I'm hearing is your floppy drive is growing.
I actually have a 3.5-inch USB floppy. And somewhere I've got some 8-inch floppy disks, but I don't have an 8-inch drive.
Did your floppy drive turn into a hard drive?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
He's trying to do an ejection joke or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to be funny. I've warned him about this before.
It's not part of my contract.
You didn't even have one.
iMega's drives all had to be zip. Zip drives were all iMega. It would have been a. Was that? And what was the generic one? I would say LS120, but I'm not sure it was.
Well, no,
Sounds
LS120
familiar.
wasn't generic. That was that had a logo and everything too.
What was the? As me, I asked if it was an iMega zip drive, but I can't remember what iMega zip drives would have even been. That's not how you say it, sir.
What?
Just running around looking for copper, Adam.
No, I think they were iOmega. It wasn't a standard, or rather, it wasn't
Maiden.
an independent standard.
But LS120 was because it was made by different manufacturers. The zip discs were only made by one brand. And click discs as well.
Never heard of that.
The talk point is long past gone.
iOmega 40 megabyte click drive CLIK.
Oh, I know the name. I've
It was
never
like a
had one there.
little thing. 40 megabytes each.
Calling
Rather be
people
invisible
girls
or be able
is
to
a
fly.
slight insult, but calling people dudes is a slight compliment. And both are slightly sexist.
No, I'm afraid dude is absolutely a Californian term. And in California, absolutely, dude is not a bloke. Not in any way, shape or form. It's just not. Now, other people using it differently, that's a different thing. But it is a Californian surfer term. And it would just be to refer to a person not of...
Use it in 7 locations, and
Yes,
one
well,
of them is California.
I can
and
confirm
California.
that.
Yeah, it's it. But
term.
it's from
As a
California.
Californian.
Yeah, if you use it wrong, that's up to you. If you mean it differently, that's up to you. But the term itself has no gender association at all. Like I do hear dude and dudettes, but that's
That was
a local
90s
corruption.
thing, and it was stupid, and it never should have happened.
I found my Malcolm. I found my massive copper deposit.
I've just found one over here. Where are you?
By a massive copper deposit.
I'll mine this massive copper deposit.
You don't sound like you're from California. Esmir? Like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow, that was. Did you key up just to sigh?
Okay, so you guys know cars, right? At least way
I
better
make
than I
a
do.
very, very, very concerted effort to try and mask that.
Dude, that's like totally tubular.
Oh my god.
So
my God.
most of my initial knowledge of the Californian dialect came from the inside cover and the inside instruction manual of the Commodore
I've been
64
Mum's
game. Not Summer Games. What was it called? Bugger. You had a surfing
called
event, hacky sack, roller skating and skateboarding.
that game!
Oh, God,
I know
yeah.
exactly what you're talking about.
It's not Summer Olympic. It's an Epics game, but it came with
I remember on the
a
stairs or something.
on the inside came with a whole bunch of instructions about how to speak Californian. And then I remember that the experimenting game was like, dude, oh my god, it's like, dude, you've got sand in your jams.
I hate that.
Thanks, Brain.
Wait, you've got sand in your jams.
I think it was
Started
just
to look up on the etymology.
of dude.
It seems to be based on
Sweet.
someone who buys his clothes and it wears handy, very
So
fine
it's
clothes.
short because it's allegedly short for doodle, as in Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Rob, I've got some questions for you.
Go.
Are you ready? Would you rather be
I'm-
invisible or be able to fly?
Is there a timer on this question?
10 seconds then.
Is there a
Okay,
speed
fly.
limit?
There is always a speed limit. I mean, there's friction for a start.
Yeah, but
Would
are we
you rather
talking
only
how
be able to
powerful
whisper
flight?
Well,
or
I
only
mean,
be able to shout?
I've ridden my motorbike, and I can tell you for nothing, above about 30 miles an hour, you don't want to get hit by anything in the air. That's going to hurt. So you could fly, but 30 miles an hour is probably going to be your upper limit there before it's just too dangerous. You'd have to wear full gear.
Is it flight as in with wings or like propulsion?
Run away.
If people could fly, it would be considered exercise, and we wouldn't do it.
Rob, question
What
2. Would
does
you rather
superpowers
only be able to
require
whisper or
secondary
only be able to
superpowers?
shout?
I'm sorry, what was the first option?
I didn't hear that.
Only be
Invisibility
able to-
and
only
whisper.
Be able to whisper or only be able to shout?
Whisper.
Sorry, Rob.
Question.
You were very quiet there. Can you say that again?
Whisper.
Rob, would you rather know when you're going to
That's
die
very-
or know how you're going to die?
Neither.
You have to.
When?
I prefer how, because you can kind
When?
of avoid it.
Well,
Ah, but
Yeah.
no,
no, because that's how you're going to die.
No, you can't.
absolutely.
Not if it's
No,
an
I'd rather
aneurysm.
know how, because, I mean,
Perhaps you
Unless
don't know
it's-
when it's coming.
I'd like to know how, because then I
Yeah,
can take out a
it's-
massive bet and get on Ladbrokes about how I would die and leave it to my survivors.
I suppose, like, if you know that you die in a surfing accident in Australia and you're not in Australia anytime soon, then you can relax a bit.
What happens if you never go to
Yeah.
Australia?
Yeah, like.
But
that's
you
what I
definitely
mean.
will, though, because you're knowing how you're going to die. So you,
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You are going to die,
Well,
so you are going
if-
to Australia at some point.
So are
Maybe
you saying-
Maybe you.
So you're saying in this story, somehow I get forcibly dragged to Australia and made to surf?
Kidnapped.
Yeah.
Kidnapped and put
Maybe,
on a.
maybe in
yeah.
50 years' time, some malicious force teleports you to Australia. And
I
you're like,
hadn't-
oh shit, this is it!
No, like, but if you knew how you were
so-
going to die, you could essentially choose when to die by going to that place.
So it's important to know when you said, "Can I?" So
die if
that's
you go
not-
there.
Yeah, that's not your commitment.
You could go to
Confusing
Australia and then
causation
come
with
back from
correlation.
Australia. Yeah.
Yeah.
two things. First of all, can someone come to me and come and get all this copper that I've been digging up because I've got no more room? Secondly, when you asked if I can turn invisible, does this include my clothes? And what happens if I eat and drink things? Do they turn invisible, or do you just see them inside me?
Well, that should
If
be
you
case.
have eaten already, does that still just stay?
If one chooses to know when to die, then you are invulnerable until that point, which can be handy.
No, again, you're confusing causation with correlation.
But if I know when I die, then I can't die before that, otherwise it would be wrong, and I wouldn't
That's
know.
true. You could know that you're effectively invulnerable up until that point.
Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
see. Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm invulnerable so far.
Haven't proven wrong yet.
What, have you never bled?
That's not the definition of vulnerability.
How come this crafting station didn't need a roof when I built it, but it does now?
Yes.
Which one?
Maybe the way to read it then is you know when your absolute limit is. Like you definitely will die by that date. Oh no, I'm reading too much into it. You're right. It's know when you're going to die.
Well,
Yeah,
well, I
can't
guess
read it like
I guess the how one depends on how much detail it gives you. Because if it just says death
Yeah,
by
you
cut,
die horribly.
yeah. Because if it just says you die, like if it just says you die by car, that's like okay, that could be anywhere at any time.
But then you could go to, say, the Isles of Scilly and live there.
Like if you guys surfing in Australia, then I'm going to be scared of surfing in Australia because I know that I'm not likely to go surfing in Australia at any particular time. So if I do go, I'll probably die because that'll probably be the only time I go.
You know what'll happen,
If
though?
I'm buying a car, then I go in a car all the time. So any individual journey is probably not going to be the journey.
You know what'll happen, though? You'll do the magic 8-ball, whatever the system is, and it'll just go old age or natural causes.
Problems of the young.
You ever wonder if like someone out there that everyone thinks is insane is actually right?
No.
I mean, I've said this before.
Then people are not wrong.
The US say
David Icke.
the US say one nation under God, indivisible, blah blah blah. If you actually claimed you did something because God told you to, they would lock
That
you
was
up.
a recent change.
What, like invading Iraq?
Anything. If you say God told you to, God came to me and told me to do this, and you seriously meant it, they'd lock you away. Not like, oh yes, we've all heard God tell us things, and I've never quite worked out. Like either you believe in it or you don't.
Where Marge says, "Is your friend in the room now?" And then they commit her. She says, "Of course, she's all around us."
That was a great Marge impression.
Thanks.
I can't do it. I'm still coughing on my. God. Marge.
Oh my god, that was good.
Oh, homie. Oh, that's
That-
more like Miss Piggy.
Shalka, someone in the chat has made a good point. Just because you are immortal doesn't mean you're invulnerable. So you won't die from the car accident, but you will be on life support for the rest of your life.
So what you're saying is if I put myself in an iron lung, I can't die.
Well, that's why I was saying I know how Rob's going to die. It's when the electrical activity stops in his brainstem.
Yeah, no. So like,
Too late.
If I get myself into an iron lung, I mean, I can no longer die from surfing in Australia.
Yeah, until Make-A-Wish comes along and forces you to.
I didn't say you could be surfing. I said you could die in a surfing accident. You know, so someone could be using your iron lung machine as a surfboard. That would count.
Oh, what could be like the worst Make-A-Wish wish?
Wish.
Well, I wish I didn't have cancer. I think
the
is probably one of the worst that you.
We all wish that.
To dismantle the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
I remember seeing like a comedy skit on YouTube actually that was like some kid like talking to like a genie and being like, I wish for infinite wishes or something, and he's like, no, you can't do that. She said, okay, I wish I had AIDS then. So the genie gives her AIDS and she wakes up and asks the Make-A-Wish person for infinite wishes. Fuck's sake.
Well, just wish for infinite genies.
Oh, very
But
clever.
that was part of the. Oh, I can find the skit actually. It's quite good. But
What did you choose? You chose knowing how you're going to die, did you?
I mean, it depends on how much.
Yes, I
detail.
did.
Rob, you should have chosen understanding why you're in this conversation.
I understood.
Rob, would you rather never be able to open your mouth or never be able to close your eyes?
That's easy. Blindfolds are a
I never
thing.
close my eyes because I'd
Blindfolds.
rather spray water in my eyes to moisten them than be on a drip
Yeah.
my entire
Yeah,
life.
that was easy.
I don't know about you, but I've drank something through my nose.
Ew.
You can
Yeah.
get used to it.
Please
I've
don't.
definitely done the opposite. If someone said something funny just as I was taking a drink.
Just don't do it with any carbonated beverage. That was hell.
Oh. Gross.
I'm bringing back tin and copper, by the way, but I could do with just a strong pair of just legs.
I don't have them.
I'm coming.
They're all full. I like that one. Damn it, I'm lost again.
Where?
Where is it?
I'll think over that. Where is your thing? Yeah.
Well, if you can't tell my
Yeah.
thing is by now.
I started to go in circles. I think I have to rest my brain from this game.
Okay. It's just this way. It's. Oh, nearly got you.
Which way?
I've lost it. God damn it. How can I lose a massive
Oh.
copper deposit? Just help me chop down these trees a second. I'll find it.
This looks like it's been attacked.
Question 6 rather ages this quiz because it says, would you rather be locked in a lorry all by yourself or be locked in a lorry with 50 strangers?
well, there's a lot of these.
Oh,
Is there
that's.
something right
Are you crossing the Channel Tunnel by any chance? Yeah, it's this way, Malcolm. The trees have all grown back. That's all. There's also
Oh,
tin all
growing
over.
back. Where is it?
Where's what? The tin or the copper?
Copper.
Copper this way.
Oh, I got loads of copper already.
Yeah, there's a huge copper deposit just there.
Because when I stand on it, it doesn't say copper, which
Keep
means
going.
it's not a copper
Keep going.
deposit.
Keep going. Found it yet?
Copper. Congratulations, yes. I got the one copper you knocked down.
No, I did low. I remember. Just hit it with your axe.
I also put like 30 in the base. In the time you got how many?
How long am I locked in this lorry for, though? For the rest of my life, with 50 strangers, I think. Because then I have something to eat.
With 50 strangers, it might be for the rest of your life.
Well,
Is that the answer to one of the previous questions?
I don't think there's a correct answer, Rob. There's just just two answers, of which are equally ridiculous.
How big is the lorry?
Is it the lorry from Knight Rider with all the
Ooh.
cool gizmos in it?
Then I'd be by myself and just me and Kit, who's not a person because he's a robot car.
Being an androidist and whatever, not android.
Androidist,
AIist.
androphobe.
something like that.
No, an
It's an AI.
androphile.
It's really intelligent. Androphile, liking men.
No, liking android. Robophile.
No, android means like a man.
Fine, robophile then.
Okay, like a slave.
What? No. Cybophile.
Donna, like a virgin.
Could be a robot.
And we don't mean like a virgin, like a similar to. We meant liking.
Now you make me want to watch World's End again. Actually, we don't use the word robot because that word means slave.
Right, well, I think that my construction efforts are incredibly useful here. Now, there's just a slightly more awkward and darker way to get into our camp.
Thanks.
Which will be completely impassable in the night.
We'll put some torches and
No, I want
Spiky
sconces, but I
bits.
don't have any copper. Oh, let's go get some
There's
copper.
loads of copper here.
Will people
genuinely-
be pissed off if I spend copper on sconces?
No, there's so much copper here I couldn't possibly eat it all even if I tried. Rob, would you rather
there's
eat copper
any
or
amount.
eat zinc?
Why would you eat copper?
I don't know. Can I check Wikipedia before answering that question?
Actually, zinc's good. But copper, I don't think does anything.
a certain amount of zinc. I'm sure it's good. Too
Copper
much?
does quite a lot of things.
And is this a lump of copper or a lump of zinc, or is it a
No, it's a drink, like Bovril.
diet supplement?
Would you rather eat shit that tasted like chocolate or chocolate that tasted like shit? If you had to.
I'd rather eat shit that
Chocolate
tasted
that
like
tasted
chocolate.
like
Wait,
shit.
what does it smell like?
I take it that you've never actually encountered that second part of the question before?
I've
What's...
had Hershey's
Because-
chocolate.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
really bad chocolate.
That's not chocolate.
Disgusting.
Chocolate flavoured.
Cadbury's Dairy Milk, according to the EU.
Yes, because there's not very much chocolate in it. Yeah, Rob, there's loads of copper here. You coming?
There's
Do they
one
call
bar
it
of
chocolate?
chocolate in every chocolate bar of chocolate.
There's lots of milk in every chocolate bar, but not much chocolate. There's
Do
also
they
lots of...
call it
There are
chocolate?
some really, really off-brand brands of chocolate that just... I don't even think it qualifies as chocolate anymore. It doesn't melt at all. It's more... I don't even know how to describe
should
it.
use
It's more
that
like a wax.
on- Yeah, they should use that on spacecraft for re-entry.
Have you guys ever tried have you guys ever tried like spicy chocolate?
Yes, it's rubbish. Chocolate that hurts when you eat it. What the hell?
I think it's quite good. It makes me eat it slowly because I eat really quickly otherwise. Which I
Well,
kind
That's
of
a
enjoy.
really... That's the worst idea.
Why?
That's like saying...
That's
"Oh,
like
I'm gonna
low
give you
alcohol
50
beer."
quid, and I'm going to punch you every penny of it.
That sounds like a
I
great
like-
idea.
But
Who
how
wants
is
50
it
quid?
made?
Yeah, but I like spicy food. It stops me from eating the bar like in like 10 seconds
Where's
flat.
this copper? Oh, it's down in that.
In the
No, it's
smelter.
not. So let me just go and repair my pickaxe. and I will come show you my massive collection of copper.
What, the one in the smelter? Or
Mountains.
30 on the floor in front of Adam.
I didn't put that there. You're a fuck. I have spoken.
I ran in a fire.
I have spoken!
The fire's there to set fire to mobs that were attacking me while I was doing stuff.
Yeah, well, it set fire to me.
I don't feel very Viking-y, I have to say. I feel more like a dwarf out of
Well, that's
Snow
because
White.
I haven't got any honey to make mead with yet.
Well, did you punch the beehive?
Yes.
Go get you the beehive.
When I was going on my epic detour, I found
Yeah.
a beehive, and then I set it up a corner just over here.
Wait,
And
set
there was
it up.
So someone is trying to
there's
get
no honey in it.
bronze so we can get an ad so we can do the next tier of crafting, right?
I'm just melting tin and copper.
Brilliant.
What you do with it is up to you.
Could you do that with it? That would be brilliant. I'm going to go and get some more copper.
No, don't think I can.
I'm sure you can. I
need
believe in you.
bronze and fine wood, so I can make a fermenter. This is very, very important. Everybody, give me your
Yeah,
bronze
I can
and
help
fine
you.
wood.
I can help you get some fine wood.
Have you got any 5 bronze?
No, we've got copper and tin though.
So, fun fact, Rob, copper in tin is bronze.
Ah, wow.
And without looking up, I'll give a bonus point if you can tell me what the alloy of silver and gold is called.
Electrum.
Oh, very good. But how do you know that?
Well done.
Is it the same place I know it?
Modded Minecraft and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes.
Well, then. Possibly not, then. It's me. What about you?
Fascinating, so I'm going to go to bed.
No,
See you
I
guys
know of it
next
from
time.
very specifically Tinker's Construct mod.
Night, night. See you.
I was going to say thermal expansion. Yeah, that works too.
Oh yeah, thermal expansion. But no, I know it's specifically from Tinker's Construct. That giant, the smeltery.
Yeah.
Well, I thought this was more obscure fact than it was.
Well, I looked it up and I was like, "Is that real?" And I was like, "Oh my god!" No, I looked even deeper into all the other kinds of alloys and stuff.
Fuck.
We have no wood in the chests.
We did. I must have
It's
eaten it.
very entertaining to hear your reaction to something and then know, okay, how many seconds is it going to be until I actually see it on the stream?
What do you call an alloy of silver and copper?
I don't know. What do you call an alloy of silver
Sterling.
and copper?
Yes, sterling.
Ah. He's behind you. Oh, different thing.
Very nice.
I know. Mushroom. Raspberry.
Gotcha.
Stab the grey dwarf in the face.
Gotcha.
Stab.
Beehive is empty. So you've made a beehive, but there's no bees in it.
Oh, beehive.
Matron.
Copper and zinc.
Uh,
Brass.
Yeah, brass.
There's some tin in there.
I have to say, if you were to ask me what brass was
Is that bronze?
until 15 or 20 seconds ago, I would have probably have guessed an element. Never really thought about what brass is.
I had to grow
I think
up
I would have said
knowing
copper
about
and
it
tin.
because I grew up near a copper mine, and they were like, "Yeah, you're gonna know about all this shit."
Man, I grew up near
Yay.
various mines, but they didn't let you in or tell you anything about it.
Mine.
Fine.
Well, I
Mine.
had to deal with twice a day blasting,
Wow.
so
Uh,
everybody got to know exactly what the mine was all about, and they made some fucking promise, like some government promise, that they were going to replace the mountain that they were destroying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have now consumed half of that mountain range, and it's been rather entertaining to muse about how are they going to, when are they ever going to end operations and have to put that back?
Near Codemasters, there was a landfill, and they promised the landfill would never rise above the level of the landscape, and it did, and then it caught fire.
Nice.
Did it then go down below the level of the landscape?
No, it was weird. So for weeks, and I do mean weeks afterward, all of the lakes and rivers nearby had pumps in them, and they were just running water into it. So on my way to work, I would just drive along all these pipes just along the road they were using to try and put it out because it was full of tires, and they had to evacuate for like 10 miles around because it was just burning horror.
Yeah, well.
Sorry, I can't get over the Brett saying, just make it a quote, that just making it a lot worse.
I didn't say make it a quote.
You said, but you should, no, Rob said you should make it, yeah, so it was right, you should make it into a quote. Like,
It's just made it worse, though.
Alright then.
Esme, what was your first reaction?
To what?
What was in the Discord chat?
I assumed that was quite a Britishism as well.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, yeah, I mean, talking about things that we would have done as a child but not now, to me, and still, gollywogs are not racist caricatures. They're fairy creatures like goblins or elves or fairies. Never, as my childhood, did it ever cross my mind it was supposed to be an actual black person. Like, absolutely not. Is that just me, or is that... Did everyone else get it?
Yeah, I've always understood it to be a mythical creature.
Yeah, I think so too. Vaguely, like the books I read as kids, and they were old books then. They were sort of wartime books and stuff. Yeah, they were sort of like old.
Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing. Yeah.
It always strikes me as people trying to stretch to find a relation between things when suddenly you're told, oh no, that was an offensive term. Wait, what? What?
Yeah, gollywogs were a type of ragdoll. That's what they were.
Robinson's jams.
Yeah, because the Robinson's jams, and he removed them. My goodness me, it was really quite late.
Made a lot of Enid Blyton stories.
Yeah, like they were just. Yeah, it was. I mean, I've got a couple somewhere that my aunt made me.
Explains a lot.
Yeah, I think stuff being offensive is like, or it should be all about intent, really.
In April 2018, a man was fined £255 plus £85 for displaying a gollywog in a window opposite 2 Indian restaurants. He pleaded guilty to displaying it with intent to cause harassment, alarm, or distress, and that the offence was racially aggregated.
Am I too young to know what a gollywog is?
The problem with the intent thing is that if you apply
because I am basically.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that is more of a British thing.
I'm trying to find a picture for gollywog.
Yeah, Brett, I've never actually seen one of those toys. I've heard of them.
The trouble with just looking at intent, which I generally agree with, is effectively then you're saying it's kind of like saying, oh well, at the time, there was no malice. But that's a bit dismissive because quite often there actually was. Like it actually was naive and ignorant. And sorry, it was ignorant, not naive.
I mean, maybe.
It was meant with malintent.
Dave, all you have to do is go a little bit back in the chat and the stream. You'll just get a picture of me doing an AR thing. But yeah, to me, a gollywog, it's nothing to do with a black person. There was never that connotation at all. And I don't remember what in the stories they were just along. It was like the story like the wishing chair. They just turned up along with a dwarf and a goblin and.
Isn't that what the Danish say about Black Pete, though?
Dutch. Yes, absolutely, they do. They absolutely say this has no racial connotations whatsoever.
It's not just Holland.
Same energy.
That's a Pokemon, by the way.
Yes, isn't that the racist Pokemon?
Yes, it got changed to purple instead of black.
Oh yeah, because that's any better.
Well, it probably is.
It still looks like blackface.
I mean, it looks like this now.
Right, so we're all concerned with the fact that it had black or pink skin, not the massive tits.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
You've never seen the massive tits or the black Pokemon? What was it called? It wasn't called like Gollywog or something. Jinx. Okay, that's probably fair enough.
I mean, this is the Pokemon community after all. Like, this one I'm about to post is like the most sexualized thing in that game ever. But purely because it's like semi-humanoid.
Sorry, not Mewtwo.
No, that.
Just Google Mewtwo thick, and then I think you will disagree. 2 C's. And no K.
It's just going to stay in my search
I need
history.
to wipe my search history.
I mean...
I don't think this is as bad, to be honest.
Pokemon with the biggest breasts. No.
No, this one's not even about tits specifically here, though, because that one I put there, if I search just the Pokemon name, it comes up with some questionable stuff. Not even, like... I don't even have to search anything.
Don't even have to go to Rule 34.
No.
I think we find we actually disproved Rule 34.
We did, yeah.
We did.
Oh.
I requested that Brett find some pornography related to a Tesco value meal deal, and he was unable to. Ergo, Rule 34 is not true. It's merely a guideline.
Accepted.
You're not allowed to make it. That's cheating. That's Rule 37. Is that, I can't remember.
Yeah, true, because the rule is that it exists.
Yeah. And the other rule is if it doesn't exist, then it will. Thus negating Rule 34 entirely.
Yeah, so like that one I just searched before your one. I don't even have to, like, I'm at the bottom of the screen, it's already not safe for work.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Don't search sexy Pokemon, whatever you do.
We all know that when you're at work and you just want to illustrate something for someone, you go, I'll just do a quick Google image search. Never scroll more than about 3 screenfuls.
I guess it depends how specific the thing you're searching is, though, right? If it's like...
Nope.
I'm still smelting all the stuff, by the way.
Yeah, you took my job.
Oh.
That's fine.
So this means you can do an ads. Can you do an ads?
You got bronze?
Like, this is clearly rule.
I can't pick it. I can't. Oh my.
Has that Pokemon had too much to eat?
Yes, it's a food baby.
Apparently there's this trend in mukbang or something.
Yeah.
People just video themselves eating huge
that's-
quantities of food.
It's not.
2 years behind on that one.
It's a bit more than 2.
Why
Now,
has it stopped?
Mukbang is fascinating, so it's a very much a Korean thing, mukbang. And Twitch specifically banned eating on streams. You're not allowed to have streams that are just people eating. So essentially what happened then is Koreans left Twitch in droves. So Twitch very, very quickly did a about face and changed their rules on it. Leading to, I mentioned before, one of the best streams I have ever seen of this American guy getting completely stoned, and the more stoned he gets, he would just eat different breakfast cereals. He had hundreds of breakfast cereals and would just review them on the screen, and he was brilliant.
Amazing.
But yeah, people ask me if you can do. I'm like, you want me to sit here and eat bolognese, and you want to watch me eat bolognese? That's weird. But mukbang it's more of a Korean family thing. You'll have a huge dinner over 4 or 5 hours, but just mostly use it as a way of just sitting around and chatting. I think they've got television over there now, so it's probably not so popular. Craft. Bronze, tin.
Bronze just needs some fine wood. Just hunting in the chest the previous base. Can't find any.
Wood. I can get
Fine
you,
wood.
I can get you wood. Fine wood comes from birch.
Birch.
Birch, yeah.
Birch.
Are you going to have another attempt at Rec Room at some point?
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't Rec Room was the problem. It was my PC that was the problem.
Well, yeah, it was, but also people had headaches and stuff.
Have what? Aches?
People had
Oh,
headaches.
we messed around. We messed
I had
around
a pounding
with the
headache.
game, but-
Malcolm had a headache. Max didn't understand what charades is.
You have to act it out for him.
No, he was talking.
Yeah, I was telling Adam about this. So we were playing it, and he was like, he got like a prompt that was like helmet. So he drew a helmet in the air. We didn't know. Took it, put it on his head, and said, "You put it on your head." Like, what?
I want a better axe. I can do. Oh, I can do ancient trees. Oh, brilliant. There's a lot of slime and draugrs. Got your back, Henry.
Wood.
Oh shit, well,
Yeah, I've got wood. We've also got bad guys.
Yeah, I've got fine wood now.
Fine.
I can make an ads.
But no, I think the reason they ended up with headaches was partly because I thought it'd be funny to try out the paintball modes and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is there anything that involves locomotion can just get fucked?
It's not for everyone, though.
Yeah, anything that involves locomotion is not for everyone.
Yeah.
Unless it's got motion platform support. Good shot, Henry.
boom. Not quite a headshot, but hey, that'll do.
But no, the charades and stuff should be good. I think the bowling would be good, but I don't know if that's too dangerous for some people, space-wise.
There was a superb game.
I broke a fingernail doing that.
Really? Jesus.
I'm trying to think of the name of the studio. CCP, I think. They're the ones that made Eve.
Yes.
They've stopped doing VR games now, but they made one called Spark. which is,
Yes, this was
you just
Tron.
stand at opposite ends of a corridor, throw all at each other. It was so good. I mean, it's still available, I think, but it's past its peak sort of player numbers now.
And they also did Eve Valkyrie, and I've never played it multiplayer. I've only played it against bots because no one else plays it.
Yeah, I found that with it as well.
Speaking of studios, a guy came into my course the other day to like talk to us about game development and shit because he was like a previous student and he's currently working at the studio that's making Star Citizen. So he asked me on
Him with half the rest of the industry, yeah.
No, well, that's where he currently is. I mean, but he asked if he had any questions for him, so I asked him, "Do you know if it's going to come out of beta anytime soon?"
Evil.
You should have said, is it true that when a games company has no commercial pressure, they just churn out very poor quality products? You've got to be subtle with your burns.
Nice.
Okay, fine
What was
wood,
that?
core wood, and...
What was that game around? I think it was around the time that got announced. That was doing some nice little technical things and was made in quite an impressive alpha demo, and then just died before it got a full release.
That Starforge?
Yeah, Starforge. That's it.
Starforge.
I bought Starforge by
Oh
accident.
my god, that game.
They did hit all their Kickstarter promises, by the way. It put them massively in the hole, but they actually
Barely.
did. No, they did. They actually did genuinely hit them all. But it really, they should have just given up and said, yeah, we're students. We didn't know what we were promising in the Kickstarter. Whoops.
When I search Starforge, the first thing that comes up is a sword from Path of Exile.
Starforge was a voxel game with great graphics, infinite landscape, and modes of tower defense and stuff. And I looked at it and I went,
Incredible promises.
yeah, there's no way. And the thing is, typical students, it worked in their little tiny test demo. Didn't work in a full game.
Incredible promises, and actually it made for a fantastic reveal trailer that had everyone's jaws dropping. But then, actually playing it was not so great.
That sounds like one of those games where the developers had no idea how people were actually going to play the game.
Yeah.
It all sounds like Planetary Annihilation, which had a great trailer.
The way that the box snapped together, like when you were building something, and it adjusted the edges of the blocks so they were sort of continuous. It continuously changed the textures so they aligned and so on. Was really nice.
Troll on our base.
Is it you?
Very funny.
The answer to
Arg.
that question is always
Which
yes.
that base.
Oh my god, it's teleporting.
Maybe I was just harpooning it.
Oh, who does that?
Good idea. Let me harpoon it.
No, it's fighting a Draugr.
I'll harpoon it. Don't worry.
But let it fight the Draugr.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
I have to say, like, trying out the trades. So it is more. I don't want to say Pictionary, but you do have to draw for it, kind of. You have like the 3D pen in the game. You use that to draw out what the thing is, because you can't really like mine that well with like just hands, really.
Well, I can.
Okay, Professor Luck being people doing kind of, yeah.
I've got quite a lot of these English ancient trees, but I haven't had a chance to grab the wood off them yet. So what's next then, Malcolm, for next time? We're just trying to get iron and we're struggling because there is I need all of us to go in together. I can't do it by myself. I get overwhelmed.
There is a what?
Iron.
Where?
Well, no, sorry. There's a swamp here, but I mean I'm in now, and it's just Draugrs left,
Yeah.
right, and centre.
There's no iron in there. All the iron that was in there, which is not very much, we've already got. So basically, swamps have a dungeon in them, which is unique to them, called I think it's not sunken crypts. I think they are, and that's what you need the key for, which we've got. You open it with that, and then you go in. There's basically full of Draugr and other crap. And inside
Speaking
there,
of Draugr, they're running
inside
away.
there you get, I think they're muddy scrap piles or something like that, which you can then mine and get iron, which is what I got, which is how I got the iron. But yeah, I can basically find them in the outside part of the swamps, but I've already looked. There's no more anywhere.
Behind you, Malcolm.
Actually, thinking about it, one of my main issues with Valheim, I think, is it sort of sets. I don't want to say sets precedent, but adds to the precedent that you don't really have to finish a game to make a shitload of money off it, which is probably not a good thing.
What's the difference between a game that's finished and a game that's abandoned?
One might still become.
One feels
The players.
I mean,
can
you can
still
still,
finish
you can still add to a game that's finished after release.
Mm-hmm.
it. Take for example, Space DS9 or DF9. DF9.
Why? What's the thought train going there?
Yeah, my point is, there's absolutely
That was
no
not
argument.
abandoned by Double Fine, but the players finished it. The community finished the game.
My point is, if you like my game, I finished it. If you want me to do more on it, I've abandoned it. I get it quite a lot. People going, "Oh, why'd you abandon Fortress Craft?" I didn't. I finished it. Well, yeah, but I want you to do more on it. Well, pay me and I will. How about that?
Well, no, I mean that like there's sort of sets precedent.
I am paying you to do that.
They don't have to like
know,
iron
shut up.
out the issues with it. I mean.
Well, they don't because
Very
they have no commercial pressure. This is my point.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but they could just do like THQ, for example, could just do this again. They just bat another small group of people to
Yep. Well,
make it like a 3/4 finished product kind of thing.
it is not even 3/4 finished. I wouldn't have said.
Yeah, I mean I don't know. I'm just estimating that, but you get what I mean. Like,
It has a very small amount of content that is repeated for a very long time,
yeah.
which is fine. That's not a criticism, but it's.
I mean, if that's its game loop, that's fine. But like, I don't know. Because now I feel like they're either not going to finish it at this point, or they're just going to do it very, very slowly. Which they've got the money to do. It.
Again, what do you mean by finish? What's finish?
I don't know, not have shocking animations.
To be fair, they have a
recommendations.
roadmap.
Yeah, but what's finished? Completing the roadmap?
Yeah, I'd say for most of it, yeah.
But
If that was their initial kind of thought for the game, then
yeah, I think at this point, there's no concept of finished anymore. The moment we had the idea you could
Release.
download updates to the game, there's no concept of finished. Because I still get
Oh, yes,
people
that's
going,
true.
"Oh, when's Star Citizen coming out?" I'm like, "Can you give them money and play it?" Yes, then it's out.
Well, I guess my point is, what's the intended finish?
Is there more
Right,
stuff planned?
I guess finish is a bad one. What's the intended state of the game?
Finished is version 1.0.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't feel like.
So what's version
Um,
1.1 then?
Second course.
Enhanced.
Adam, if you missed from, oh my god,
that's incredible.
Well, so
What's he doing?
not Rogue Squadron. What's it called? Squadrons. Squadrons was finished.
And then they
Yeah,
added
and then
more,
it wasn't.
so it wasn't
Yeah.
finished.
Yeah, but
If
they
I-
thought it was finished.
No,
When
they
they,
didn't.
when they
No,
released
no,
it, they,
no,
when they
no.
released it, they weren't intending to do
Yes,
any
they were.
update.
Rubbish. Of course they fucking were. They absolutely. Their roadmap was planned out for a year after launch. They didn't go, oh wait, let's just have all this Mandalorian tie-in. It was absolutely planned. Guaranteed.
Well, that's what they said. That was
They didn't tell us there was going to be any post-launch content, so it came across as a nice surprise. But it was absolutely not done as a kind of
Didn't
a.
they state in interviews that they weren't planning any post-launch announcements.
I guess finish is probably a bad word then, but like.
Good thought, Brett. Thank you.
If the intent of the developers or publishers is to essentially make a game and not and have like things missing or like
Who defines if something's
animation-
missing?
Well,
You can't say something's missing. We had this with Minecraft, so people talking about when Minecraft gets released. And they're like, you mean version 1? Yeah. Like, do you think you get to define that, or do you think the developers get to define that? You don't get to define when the game is finished
Okay.
or abandoned.
So do you think the developers' intent was to have bad translations?
I didn't say this game was finished. My point was, when it leaves early access and they say it's finished, you can say, no, it isn't. Because you want something else in there. Flabbergasted wins. Yes, when the definitive edition is released, that's finished. The Game of the Year edition. Do we supposed to make sausages or something with these droughts?
I
Possibly.
don't disagree. I guess my issue is more that with games like this being more successful, it means we might just see more games in the future that are essentially just like, deliberately made things that seem like they're not finished.
No, why would you make it? Why would you mean just release it? I hate to break it to you, but every company releases it in the bare minimum state they feel they can get away with.
I guess that's true. But I don't know, like buggy animations, bad translation, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, as we proved with GTA yesterday, no one actually cares at all whether or not the loading times are horrendous. It's the best-selling game ever, and they've more money than everything else put together. Not quite, but nearly.
Well,
I guess it's personal or corporate pride, and if you say, "Oh, we're not going to release it until it's at a certain stage," then you might just spend way too much time and money finessing it when actually you need to get it out the door to start getting some money back.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, to be fair though, personally, I didn't see the loading. I mean, loading times are annoying, but they're not like
Yeah.
game.
I literally
You've got to pay your
uninstalled it because
developers.
I had to wait too long. Like I was just bored of waiting in that game.
I'm wondering if it was significantly different on AMDs though, because I mean, don't get me wrong, the loading times are hugely improved, but I never saw anything above 45 seconds.
Like Sony could afford to fund Dream for 7 years before it was released.
Fund what?
But that's really not typical because
Fund
at some
what?
point you've got to pay the devs. Dream.
Oh yeah.
Maybe one
Well,
of them.
GTA's not there to make money. GTA's just there to sell PlayStations. Along like Spider-Man as well. I doubt that made a profit. The amount of money poured into that game was just crazy. But it's only there to sell PlayStations.
Well, it's been said that Amazon exists not to make money, but so that Amazon exists.
Yes. Well, Amazon pour most of their money back into new stuff, which is why they are so far ahead of everybody else.
Speaking of getting paid, so I'm part of a don't laugh, a Mac gaming Discord, and
how many people have you got in that?
I'm sorry. How many contradictions did I just hear?
But how?
Well,
Seriously,
it's weird. It's because of the new M1 Macs. It's actually about it's more about the Macs because
So
they're
ARM
computers.
gaming.
Yeah,
no, it's the Mac arm of gaming.
yeah, ARM gaming. But bear in mind there are thousands and thousands of games on iPads and iPhones. So
Are they similar to?
Wait, hold on. What
Sorry, no,
similar
it was
to
called
what?
Ink Force back then.
what
Are
do
they similar
games
to what?
on an iPad have got to do with gaming on a Mac?
Because they run
one
on
chip
Mac.
runs
They
iPad
run-
or yeah.
That's iPad gaming though. I mean, I play Idle Miner on BlueStacks, but I'm not going to say I'm playing a PC game, would I?
Adam, if you buy that
but
on an
there's two-
Apple Mac
there's
with
two
an M1 chip, you can play it on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there's
So
two
much
things.
better,
They
wouldn't it,
run.
in a way?
I
they-
play
they-
Android games on my PC, but they are Android games. They're not PC games.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, you can run them. Then if they're not really designed for keyboard and mouse, then that's not a very great experience because you have to simulate the touches. But it's more important for developers because just with a couple of clicks, they can compile their game for.
Or 12 or 15 Mac owners, yeah.
Har har. Anyway, the point was that someone popped in and they went, "Does anyone know how to pirate a game onto the Mac, like a site? DM me." At which point I got on my soapbox a bit about, don't you think developers paid? If you worked hard and then your boss decided not to pay you because they think you should work for free. How would you feel about that? And he sort of got all defensive, saying, "Wow, counterpoint. What if there's no legal way to support and pay a developer for their work?"
What?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
yeah.
What's going on?
But what happens if
It's
there
not
isn't?
pirating, then, is it?
What example does he have for that?
Well, there's
There
loads.
you go.
Wait,
Oh, there's tons. It's called abandonware.
oh, right, okay, yeah.
And it isn't legal. That's quite important. Just because you can't buy it doesn't mean you're legally entitled to then copy it.
I think
Isn't
that
it
was the
like
point.
the whole premise of GOG?
Yes, which was how can we cash in on a whole bunch of people pirating games and trying to be moral about it?
It's supposed to be a repository of abandonware, wasn't it?
Yeah, initially, but then it got turned into, hold on, we can just get hold of the
And they made a
developers and
shit
set.
ton of money
Yeah.
and got interest with the actual developers.
I
But GOG is
believe.
good,
Sorry,
right? We like that it
publishers.
exists. We like that it exists, don't we? Because it packages up games and makes them install and play on
Yeah,
modern
that's
Windows.
great. And they don't put DRM on, so it's dead easy to download the torrent. Yeah, it's not sure they thought that one through.
Ah, but do they have Sim Isle?
Well, probably not, because that would be an EA game.
True.
I guess. But, they must,
But
they must
EA
have
makes
thought
it
this through, though.
unavailable. The only way that I was able to get Sim Isle was through an old coworker of mine that happened to have that team bundled with a DOS simulator just specifically for it.
Why didn't they do DRM? Is it because it was
They-
too much
They've made a
hard
big
work to put DRM?
Well, they've made a big song of that fact they have no DRM, and quite frankly, Steam has DRM, but getting around it is trivial because generic DRM,
DRM.
generic hack.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was thinking it's more like doing it like a selling point, but actually it's because they haven't done it. They're just not bothered doing it.
No, they didn't do it initially because I suspect it was almost impossible to do. You can't put copy protection on a DOS
Yeah.
game. You'd have to wrap it up.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but then they tout it as a like, oh, we're great, we don't do DRM. So
Yeah.
well, of course you don't, because you'd be insane to try.
I think it's myabandonware.com runs DOSBox in your browser, and there are thousands and thousands of old DOS games you can just run directly. I played Ultimate Underworld in a web browser faster than I could play it on my old 486. It's amazing.
We know someone that got married to someone they met playing that. Ultima Online. Isn't it?
Ultimate Online, yes. Yes, how is Doc? Anyway, do you keep in touch with them?
Nah,
Ah,
sadly not. But then they did move to the States. So.
yeah, but you've left Facebook, so it's your own fault.
This is true. Actually, yeah. Sometimes I get updates from people who are still on Facebook. So.
Honestly, this is like the main reason I still have Facebook. It's to just keep in contact with some people that I otherwise wouldn't.
Well, that's
Nah,
literally
it's so
Facebook.
liberating. Get off it.
That's what Facebook is for.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if I had another way of finding people by name and messaging them by name, I wouldn't use Facebook. But there isn't anything.
Yeah, like I had this issue recently with an old friend of mine from college. So they deleted their Facebook and Twitter and everything. And I'm like, shit, do I have their number? So I went through some like old files and I had their number. I was like, messaged them. I was like, is this still your number? Hello? I have no
Well,
other
you
way
could
to
look at it
contact
that way, or you could consider maybe were trying to get away from you. They didn't want you to find them.
A little
you.
harsh.
Well, they didn't. They did respond, but like, yeah, it was kind of. Yeah,
But were they like, oh, great, you found me?
no,
Yay!
But yeah, I mean, I have a guy that I used to know back in my college days. I know his name, and he's not on Facebook, so I have no way of getting hold of him. Because if I go down to Cornwall and I'd like to catch up, I've got no way of... I tried it. I went to his parents' pub, and they apparently moved away 10 years ago. So I've got no way of getting hold of him.
Yeah. No, suddenly, if like they delete these, there's like no way to contact them.
Yeah, and my slightly mean point was, if he wanted you to get hold of him, then he'd have reached out to you, because you're very...
Unless I'm not on Facebook, in which case, how's he going to reach out to me?
Also, does this mean that if I want to delete my Facebook, I then have to? Well, you're essentially saying that this person has like, I don't know, 1,000 friends on Facebook. They have to reach out to all 670 of them they want to stay in contact with. Because I don't feel like anyone actually does do that if they delete their Facebook.
I mean, I don't doom scroll on Facebook, but it's dead handy for keeping in touch with people. There are also a number of groups that only exist on Facebook. Forums are gone. Facebook groups.
I do have a Facebook account because that's how you find out fixes for your car and stuff like that.
Yes.
But it's not in my name.
The motion platform I've got only has a Facebook group. They don't have a forum. The smart group I'm in has a smart group, but they also have a forum. And they keep saying people, oh, this was on the forum. I'm like, on the forum? Like, who uses forums these days? Forums are crap even at their heyday.
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you, Dean. How are you?
But
Why are we chopping down this forest, by the way, man? Is this with purpose?
I don't know. I saw you doing it. I thought it was a good idea.
Oh, I was getting ancient wood.
But yeah, like, I pretty much just use Facebook for like either contacting people that I haven't talked to in a while, or like some group that I use for like card games or whatever if I want to buy a certain thing.
I usually do it to see if your mum's free. Keep running, Henry.
Guy, you're right. That was his point, because I was saying I'm not keen on people avoiding payment, and he's saying piracy is the illegal acquisition of any software, even software that is no longer to be legally obtained. I said I just have a problem with people avoiding paying for software when it is for sale. And he said the only non-gaming software that it's okay to pirate is the Adobe suite. Changed my mind.
What? No, it isn't. Because it's not games, it's okay to pirate it.
He said the only non-gaming software that's okay to pirate is the Adobe suite. Changed my mind.
Well, he has to. Well, what's his justification that it's okay to pirate it? Because they're a big company.
Exactly so. Right, I said, why is that okay? You want less money to be available to Adobe developers? He says, you think they get paid? I was like, of course they get paid. He goes, let me rephrase that. You think they get, and then paid bold. Yes.
Does he think that people work for Adobe for free? I'm not sure what his point is.
Yeah, he says, i.e. you think they get a fair wage for the amount of money that it costs, especially since most people are only going to use like 2/3 of the program in the suite.
Oh, that makes it okay then.
Is he saying that he thinks Adobe are overcharging? I agree. Does that make it morally right to pirate it? Sadly not. Or I would just go and nick a Ferrari because they're overpriced.
Well, this is the weird thing. If he thinks they're overcharging and also that they don't pay their developers, I said they wouldn't stick around, would they? You have some developers are underpaid. If so, where's the evidence? And also, if you think that, why do you think it's not okay to pay for Adobe software?
I mean, the Adobe suite's also massive. There's so much shit in it.
Yeah, there's so many Adobe products.
Yeah, and it's quite literally all done by people working for free.
Yeah.
True fact.
Like
Some guy on the internet said so.
Honestly, the biggest part of that argument I don't get is if you don't want to pay for Adobe Suite, there is other apps that do a very similar.
Yeah, but he wants Adobe Suite. That's the point.
Yes, exactly. So he goes, devs don't need to stick around for a product to still be on store shelves. You can just get new devs for cheap, which is what usually happens. Work is outsourced. And I said, well, how does Adobe pay those new developers? He goes, like shit. We can all see it with how long it took for Photoshop to appear on other platforms.
What?
And I said, and you want there to be less money available?
I think the next response is, what is it you do for a living? Oh, you work in a biscuit factory. Right, okay, so...
I don't know. That's good and well. Going to the CEO of Adobe, LeMayo.
See, this is the kind of people you get on maps. Why they're not very popular.
Bronze. Oh, I need. What do I need to upgrade this? The other thing. I need a tanning rack. Oh God. Oh, some workbench. for it. We need anvils and a forge cooler.
Honestly, the main argument
Two
I've seen
bars.
for using a Mac is like some software, like is it Logic? Is like a really good music software, and a couple of
It was
others.
easy.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. The real reason to use a Mac for a very long time was you could get DTP software on there that simply wasn't available anymore. I don't think that's the case for anything anymore.
Yeah.
It would be very bad commercially to only ship something for a Mac.
Yeah. Unless Apple's
said
paying
that-
you a shitload for it, I guess.
He said that the alternatives that are free are unfortunately aren't free. The Adobe ones.
Is he going to pay for the bits that are better then?
I mean,
Well, it's just
a
the
lot-
point I'm trying to make. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Adobe is
yeah.
greedy now. They weren't greedy back then. It's okay to pirate their software if you literally can't afford it. I pay for my shit if I can afford it. But if you can't, and a good chunk of people can't, then it's okay to pirate.
I'm gonna go nick a Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I can afford a
I wanna
Ford
combine
Focus, but I can't afford a Ferrari. So therefore,
Like I say, the argument goes like this: I want Adobe better
Yeah,
than alternatives. The company is greedy, so I want it for free.
Adam, weren't you trying out different like softwares at one point? Was it Krita or something?
yeah, Creature's fine. It hasn't offended me.
Like apps like that are basically just. I don't want to call them Photoshop clones, but they're very, very similar in functionality.
Well, yeah, but Photoshop, let's be honest, they bought up Corel and nicked half of the Corel stuff.
Yeah.
Corel? Is it not
Corel
pronounced
was
Coral?
good. I like
Corel Draw. And PaintShop Pro. Was that Jask did PaintShop Pro, I think?
Yeah, Jasper with Paint Shop Pro. I loved it.
Why? Why does my brain remember the people who made PaintShop
Because
Pro?
in the 90s, Paint Shop Pro was
No.
was the thing to go for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
used
Esmir,
it. I used to use it.
I need a simple yes or no from you. Is it the 90s?
For me,
Yes.
yeah.
No,
sure.
no, it's not the 90s. Why does my brain still remember it's Jask PaintShop Pro?
Well, I remember that as well.
Because
I
that
remember
was the name. It was Jask Paint Shop Pro.
But
Anyone
I
who
need.
used PaintShop Pro knew that, and also Flash and Shockwave were Macromedia.
Oh,
before
yeah.
they were
Yeah,
Adobe.
yeah.
Yeah. I remember Macromedia.
Macromedia Director.
I
No.
did not know that Adobe bought up Corel, though. Come on.
Yeah, Adobe bought everybody up.
That's gobbling up the competition there.
Well, yes. And they also bought up. Remember that photogrammetry software we used? Si?
Yes.
Yeah, they bought
Yes.
that up too.
I'm trying to
Forgot the name
remember
of it.
the name of it.
Had a good name.
Done with Cam, didn't it?
I'm sorry, but who's their competition now?
No one.
How the fuck has nobody called them out on anti-competitive business?
Because no one really cares about. Word. It's too obscure, relatively speaking. Like the Monopolies and Mergers Commission cares about, high street stuff and large companies with a broad range of people, whereas photo editing software is pretty niche.
It's pretty niche, but known by everybody because, yeah.
You say
I'm just
that, but
trying to-
I don't think my mum would
I'm
know the
just
phrase to
conscious of
Photoshop.
How would you make the
But
argument
she'll
that
know of the term.
that-
She'll have heard of Photoshop
I doubt it.
because
You're wrong,
everybody
but
knows of the term
how is it
photoshopping
anti-competitive?
something. It's become a verb.
Yeah, I
How
was
is
actually
it
about to say, I wonder if
anti-competitive?
they feel the same way about to Photoshop as Google does about to Google something.
They do. Oh, yes.
how are they anti-competitive? I'm not saying you're wrong, but what's the argument that they are?
They're buying up the
They are
competition.
removing competitors from the market by buying them up, making it so that they're the only company you can turn to when you need to do a certain thing.
Yeah.
Therefore, they can set the price on it to whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, let me give another example.
Okay, so
Halfords.
if you wanted commercial supported photo editing software, and that because you can't just say, oh, we'll use free software then, because that's not good enough for like professionals.
But I mean,
Yeah.
same thing happened with Halfords. Do you remember when Halfords had competitors? Because they don't. They just bought them all up. I've blown everyone's mind with that one, apparently.
I mean, I don't really hear much about Halfords, to be
Oh,
honest.
You
who
don't?
was Halford's competitors?
I don't remember. They had loads.
Exactly.
They had loads.
Yeah, exactly.
They
That's one confused.
created the
Curry's
same thing. They
World
just
as well.
they bought
Like,
up all the. Gone.
Dixon.
Well, I was going to say, there used to be competitors to Curry's in PC World. Like, you had... I can't figure the name of it.
Rumbelows.
Comet?
Wasn't it?
Radio
Dixon.
Rentals.
Well, no, Dixon's is part of the same company.
Yeah, Radio Rentals.
Yeah.
Rumbelows.
At least, yeah, Rumbelows, Comet, Candy, Maplin. They're all
Radio
gone.
Shack.
If you need to buy like
Well, Candy became
something for your
Radio
computer.
Shack.
Yeah,
Well, they were
they got bought
in
up.
America, it was Radio Shack, wasn't it? And over here, it was Tandy.
Yeah, and Radio Shack. There are two
Anyway.
Radio Shacks over here.
If I needed to buy like a computer component and I wanted it right now, so I wanted to get in the car and go and buy it, I could go to various different places. And now, I don't know where you go apart from Curry's.
The internet.
You'll find a
No, if I
few.
wanted to go-
You
in
do
the
get
car and
laptop
get it.
repair places that will sell you GPUs at an outrageous cost. And the last time I went in there, I wanted something. He goes, "Oh, I can order it for you." I'm like, "Oh, well, we'll see how much it is." And he just opened up scan.co.uk in front of me, and I'm like, "Yeah, I don't need you to do that for me. Cheers."
Yeah. I mean, I can get it from the internet, and I can even get it from Amazon Prime next day, a lot of stuff. But, like, I want it now! Imagine I'm Veruca Assault. I want it now.
Will there be a song about you possibly dying?
Nice.
Watching the stream, this AI is not very smart, is it?
No, it got distracted by him. The only game I think I've played where, and I have to put a caveat into this, but with good AI is Doom. So Doom, I've done some reading on how Doom's stuff works, and it's really, really clever. The only thing is I've been playing the expansion pack, and they've obviously not pathed correctly. And earlier I killed someone by just looking down and sniping the top of their head. But generally, Doom is the only game where you decide to leg it out of combat, and you jump, you mantle, you sprint, you turn around, and they're still there chasing you. It's so
You're
good.
going somewhere wrong, but Half-Life was good at the time.
It was good at the time.
Yeah, Half-Life was good at a lot at the time.
But Doom is good
And
now.
it confound you in various ways. Like, you try and... The thing I liked about the Half-Life AI, and it was very artificial, was that you try and get one up on it and always find it wasn't quite as scripted as you thought, because it would do things to frustrate you, or, you know, sneak around the back and appear behind you and things like
Oh,
that.
Purple Draugr's different, by the way.
Just stronger.
Ah,
Bigger or better or harder or stronger?
Faster.
Better.
Ground is shaking. Uh-oh. Oh, two. Shit.
oh my god. Yeah, they one-shotted me.
I think we'll have some terrifyingly good AI, and it's worth staying around for, to see what awesome gaming experiences we'll have in 20 or 30 years on our holodecks.
The problem with good AI is that they beat you too easily. So it's not that hard to do a game where the AI is good.
Yeah.
The problem is that you can only fight one-on-one mobs. So you can't feel powerful. I mean, Dark Souls to a degree has excellent AI, and that, you know, the mobs in that are incredibly difficult to kill.
I think that well, the AI in Team Fortress 2 is not too shabby, and I think that fucking Rocket League's got the best. Yeah.
Yes, Rocket League is pretty good.
I'm a bit out of touch with modern gaming though. Don't know what else. You've got AI.
Well, as I said,
Wreckfest.
Doom, Wreckfest has got astounding AI. They choose a vehicle they're not allowed. They've got brilliant names. It's just the weirdest set of make it look like real players thing I think I've ever seen. The shake starts to
And then they
fade.
kick your ass even when you're dead.
I just saw that as well.
Yeah, but like after he was dead.
I could eat
But do they do it? Do they cheat though?
They don't cheat. They play mean, and when they join, they've got human-like names, and they'll even do things like choose the wrong car and get kicked out sometimes.
I think my favourite AI stuff recently was watching, I think it was OpenAI, as some like, they did some stuff with MOBAs recently, and that was really fun to watch. Like they had like some of the best pro teams of those games in the world play against this AI, and the AI would learn on the fly. It was like bonkers.
Bonkers.
But I think like the Dota one specifically was like insane because it taught players things that they didn't even realize you could do in the game. Like there's an item in the game called like a salve, and you can like heal yourself, maybe take damage from an enemy. It cancels it, but people never realized that you could do that under a tower, and the AI abused the shit out of this to beat pro teams. So they would just buy 3 or 4 of this item and use it to like chase people down under towers where you'd normally die if you chased them.
Yeah, I mean, just bear in mind that every single time that you have played chess against a computer, it has let you win.
Yeah.
Or been badly written in AI.
In your lifetime, yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
If I wrote it, yeah, probably was bad.
Yeah, yeah. I did do a quite good 8-ply checkers AI engine once.
Well,
Chess is quite hard.
Another question: what would be the hardest game to make an AI for?
Go.
Go, probably.
Yeah. Doesn't that already exist though?
It's widely regarded as being, trillions of times more complicated than chess. So it's not something we can do with current AI. I mean, you say something like ping pong, but they've got robots that play ping pong incredibly well. So, yeah, a lot of it's been solved
Solved, yeah.
for whatever
Have you
reason.
seen those videos of stuff made here?
Yeah, I love that channel. That was one I was forgetting the other day when we were talking about TechMoan and technology connections. Just absolutely
Oh,
must
yeah.
must subscribe. He's brilliant, isn't he?
What's it called?
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
stuff
Really
made here.
entertaining as well.
He's the one that he makes weird devices and always runs practical jokes on his wife. Like he would make like a basketball
Wife
where
mode.
you could never miss, and then he would have a special function just for when his wife plays of she could
Oh, I've
never
seen it, yeah.
make the hoop.
Oh, I think I have seen that one. That does ring a bell. Who's the
Subscribe.
Indian guy that's really, really terrible at electronics? He keeps electrocuting himself. I
Michael.
use the term colloquially rather than correctly, of course.
Michael.
What, Big Clive?
the what? No. Oh, Electro Boom.
That sounds
Oh,
right,
that
yeah.
guy, yes.
He's brilliant.
He's good.
If you like stuff made here, by the way, there's a British guy, DIY Perks. It's a bit
Yeah.
like sort of ghetto version of. He's not quite on the same level as stuff
Colin
made
Firth?
here guy, because that guy's a freaking genius. But he's still entertaining to watch, and he makes cool things.
Did he create like a computer really weird?
Mobile phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like with a
He did.
ridiculously powerful LED or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he took the 4K screen out of a Sony Xperia phone and built it above a hugely powerful lamp with a Fresnel lens to make a 4K projector that worked.
Yeah.
There is a guy, and he's related to Big Clive, like that sort of stuff. But what he does is he built electronics at the wrong sort of voltages. So he built like a 10,000 watt toaster and like a 10,000 watt kettle and stuff like that. And he said that the 10,000 watt toaster is absolutely amazing and makes really, really good toast really fast, but it's more than a little bit dangerous.
But how good is it in the bathtub?
It's probably exactly the same as 3,000 watts.
But out of curiosity, I was looking up the Go thing to see if there's any like AIs for that. Apparently there is.
Oh yeah, there are, but they're not good enough.
There is.
Now, the point is that chess AI will beat the very best chess players in the whole world, I believe reliably now, whereas Go, there isn't.
The Go one seems to be able to. So the current iteration of the Go one, which is called Alpha Go Zero, which I believe is based on
Google.
DeepMind, which is currently owned by Google. It currently has an ELO rating of 5,018, wherein the ELO ratings, like they have like rankings based on your ELO rating. The highest one is 2,940, which is a 9-Dan professional.
Right, so it's not as good as the best in the world then?
No, it's 2,000 above the highest rank you can get.
Oh, right, I see.
That doesn't. I don't know about best in the world, but it's pretty high up there.
Copper, fine wood. Do we have fine wood?
I did grab a load, put it in one of the chests. I think the furthest top right one, maybe.
I would like an auto-stacked chest function, please.
I Oh, okay, never mind. Apparently the highest go rating of a human player is 3,800.
No.
So it's beating humans by about 1,200 there.
Man, I chopped in all this wood and we don't have any fine wood.
Got you loads. I got you some.
No, I haven't got any.
Does this game not let you name chests?
No,
No, you put signs up though.
yes, does anyone have any fine wood?
Oh, I had some. There's some that's gone
Did you-
now. It's
Did,
not
you-
in-
did you have
yeah.
9 by any chance? Because in that case, I've got it.
Maybe.
What's fine wood from?
Birch. I've been shoving shit in all these chests. Let me go find some.
Yeah, I'm just going to build this last upgrade to our forge, and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
Tomorrow's
sounds like a good
Wreckfest,
plan.
and hopefully we have lots of people, because Wreckfest is hilarious.
It is
Yes,
just
I'll be
great.
there.
Yes.
I have to say, I do wish our channel was a little bit more popular, because what I would like to do is buy, I saw this on another video with a different game, but buy the most powerful force feedback steering wheel on the market, crank it all the way up, and stream Wreckfest on that.
Get yourself a
And we've got 14. How much do you need?
Should be enough, I think. Get myself a what,
Grab some
Henry?
more.
Get yourself more popular.
I'm working
What
on
should we
it.
do this?
Well, to be fair, we've actually had like 10 people tonight most of the night, so it's weird.
Yeah.
I've never worked out what it is. It's completely random. It's not related to what game we play or anything.
Okay, you're not exactly like advertising it anywhere, are you?
I am not, because the only place I really have to advertise it to are people who don't care. But you can. I'll show you up.
Right.
I mean, I could.
To be fair, I have been asked to run up another Fortress Craft server.
Well, we will be doing Fortress Craft very soon, because I am going to need some warm bodies testing it for its ships. So we will have to do at least 1, possibly 2 streams in the next 4 weeks before it's released.
Do I have a copy
I'm
of
off.
that?
Thanks
I
for
don't
the
think I
chit
do.
chat.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming along.
Weighing on something urgently and then forgot to leave.
That happens.
Entertained me whilst I was playing Mac games.
They don't exist.
I don't think they did.
Doing this oxymoron. What's
That's
going
such a. I've released all of my recent games with the Mac version. It's just there's no point, as it ships a couple
No.
of percent. It's just nah. It's just not worth it. If it was, I would definitely do it, but it's just genuinely not worth the. I only do it because it's very easy to ship a Mac. I mean, it's not much more than a. As long as you've read it correctly, it's just a tick box.
Yeah. But still not worth it.
Nah, not really.
I'm losing money on the 10 seconds it takes me to tick this tick box.
Well, what I would always do is I would release each major patch with a Linux and a Mac version, but the intermediary patches I wouldn't, because it takes, half an hour per build. So it's either a 30-minute build or a 90-minute build if I'm doing all the platforms. So one of them is definitely worth it.
I think Mac gamers just like having one computer and they're not that fussed about games. Linux gamers are a different breed altogether. They are sadomasochists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
I
just
played.
want basic functionality, which people never got.
I used to play actually quite a lot of games on Fedora, and I managed to get that working until they updated the kernel and the graphics card driver didn't work anymore for it.
Love Fedora.
It's my favourite.
Yeah. I've been using Fedora since what, 5.4?
Great. Adam, where are you?
I just saw some birches.
5.4.
Oh, Red Hat. Remind me. I mean, I never. I thought Red Hat was the company
Red
that owned
Hat
it, and
split off.
it did split off.
Fedora.
Okay.
So Fedora became the more consumer version, and Red Hat remained the server-centric.
Consumer Linux.
No, well, that's true because Red Hat was.
Yeah, it's the non-server variant.
I hear that, is it Manjaro is meant to be really good now as well. I've not tried. I've not tried many Linux distributions for.
So you
Fuck
been
if I know. If it's not Fedora, I don't care.
Yeah, Fedora's fucking good. I've actually, I say that, I'm lying. I've got my server, my mini kind of server PC thing here has Ubuntu server on it, which is shit because Fedora didn't run on it,
Oh my
and
God.
neither did much other stuff. Debian didn't run it.
I had to use Ubuntu for
Oh, it's pretty
my
terrible.
LAN
God.
cache.
Someone at work keeps calling it Ubuntu, and I haven't corrected him yet because I
Be
can't.
down deep in the middle of the Ubuntu.
That's the point.
See how long
Not
it
a
takes.
fruity drink.
It wasn't Ubuntu the one that its big thing was it could boot off a CD.
Yes, that was.
Live CD.
That's the first one that I
Oh,
know
yeah,
that
got
did live CD. Yeah. And I had
Hope
a
it
friend that was
works
like,
for
"Oh, you gotta check
Canonical,
out this
doesn't it?
live
Come on,
CD."
Adam.
Like, that sounds.
And I'm just
stupid.
punching a neck to death.
Adam, did you know that Popey works for Canonical?
Did I know that Popey works for Canonical?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Canonical is, but I know who Popey is. What's Canonical?
They make
A
Ubuntu.
company.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Okay.
I remember his full name. I'm going to add him on Facebook. Thanks, Brain. Well, I don't know if it's him because
Thanks, Brain.
you're not on it. So, see, because I don't have any mutual friends. Dang it!
We met him through Treppier.
I don't remember Treppier. David, I'm sorry about telling you
Treppier was
about my abandonware.
Treppier was a Windows app that let you find people in your vicinity on the internet by mere virtue of their vicinity.
That's where they got the idea of Tinder from.
Yeah.
Yes, Si and I just used to meet
within a
up with
couple of miles
strangers from the
away.
internet sometimes.
Yeah, and he lived within a few miles away. He lived in like the next town along.
Yes,
And then
Yeah,
he
I
came
can't-
round for a barbecue or something.
did. We used to have lots of people around barbecues back in the old days before that was illegal.
Barbecue that I
I
built.
remember a barbecue at yours a couple of times.
Ah,
The old
yeah.
days.
Dude, imagine being like a 2-year-old and coming out of lockdown and being like, whoa, there's other people in the world.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I told you, my cat, she absolutely freaks the hell out when people come around because she's not used to it. She really, really is. I'm going to have to really struggle hard over the next couple of years to get her to adapt to people.
Yeah,
I'd
we
go-
had that with our
I'd go and get
dogs,
some
I think.
copper, I'm afraid.
I guess with dogs it's probably not as bad because they're still so teachable and eating.
Well,
Sorry, I'd say that again.
I'd go get some copper, we're out.
Dora
Dora is unfortunately not very treat motivated, so she likes play. So I can't persuade her to come and see strangers with treats very well because she's not very interested.
Come on, folks.
See you soon.
Good night.
Sounds like you just
Good night.
haven't found the right treat.
No, she's just not. She loves to play. She as she gets older, she'll change, I'm sure. But I've never had a cat quite like it. There are treats she likes, and she'll eat them with gusto, but she won't like do anything or come somewhere where she doesn't want to for them.
So a cat
I
with
am
principles.
shocked that you just walked past a deer that didn't even notice you.
It's not about principles. Like she'll do anything. If I get a bit of paper or a laser pointer, though, she's all over that. But not treats.
Oh, you
She just runs and hides. Bless her.
Just point the laser at the guest.
Right in the face, yeah.
No.
Get him!
Adam, where are you?
I'm
You're
trying-
just in front of me.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's a copper deposit here somewhere. Ah, here it is.
How much left of it?
If you say like sick 'em, as in like to attack or whatever, what's the like EM? Is that like short for something? Is it
Them.
Or is it them?
Them.
Them.
Yep. It's
Stick
that.
them.
It's them.
Sick. Apostrophe SIC them, I believe. But yeah, it's in Sick Transit Gloria Monday. My big sister was ill on the bus on the way home the weekend.
What?
My sister was ill on the bus on the way home after the weekend. Sick Transit Gloria Monday.
What language do you speak?
It's Italian and Latin. Do you need me to say it slower for you? Sick, bleh, transit, travel, Gloria, a girl's name, Monday, a date.
So how does that translate to sister?
my sister Gloria. I can't remember what Sick Transit Gloria Monday actually means. I will have to Google it. Sick Transit Gloria Monday. Thus passes worldly glory, as in this too shall pass. Troll.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, he hasn't spotted us. This is the sort of stuff I want to get into Eden, by the way. Ari is obsessed with combat. I would much rather have mobs that one-shot me and but wander around and look dangerous. Okay, he spotted us.
What do you? My pet now.
Don't drag him into the wall, sir. You'll put his fire out. I can still throw rocks at me though, even though he's tethered.
Okay. Can you get him?
Well, I was, and then you dragged him away.
Sick him.
I am sicking him. I'm at stamina.
Right.
Oh, gold.
Yeah, we've got problems. Let me just let me just not get stuck on a rock. Okay, I'm alright.
I can't see any more copper. I think we might have got all of it.
Adam, are you just mining copper? You are, aren't you?
Yes.
There's a troll here.
Yes, what do you want me to do about the troll?
Shoot him.
I
I'm bringing him
can't.
to you so you can shoot him.
I'm carrying too much. This is a very bad plan.
You should carry less. Get the troll. What is actually
Fuck's
going to hit
sake. Yeah, I know. I can't find. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
So I can't drop stuff with the fucking pad. It's not possible. To keep him to grab the mouse, chuck stuff, close the inventory, see if my guy is still sweating, and if he is, get back in there quickly.
I was trying to stab the troll. I was trying to harpoon him away from you.
I'm sort of surprised you continue to use the pad given how many issues you seem to have in this game with it.
Because I am writing a game that is similar and pad based. It's not just simply how it's done, it's how could I do better, what would I do differently, and as I said, I can't use a mouse for 16 hours a day. My wrist just seizes up.
That's fair. Are you still using that ergonomic mouse though? So are you using
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I can't use normal mice now. When I use a normal mouse, I just go, oh, I can feel the fact I've got my tendons in a 90-degree twist. I also have another one it's more like a joystick with a mouse on the bottom. That one's not so good. But this Anchor ergonomic mouse is lovely.
My mum actually got one of those ergonomic ones. They seem alright. I can't get used to them yet, but I might try one sometime.
It did take me a while to get used to it, yes.
What repetitive thing was your mum doing with the wrist that made her have to get one of those mice?
Oh,
Teaching him how to wank.
Very funny.
Thank
No,
you.
she just has like tendon problems with her wrist, I think. So she just wanted to make sure she wasn't fucking it up more by using a mouse normally.
Yeah, it surprises me that mice are as they are because they are not very well designed for, you know, the insides of humans.
I mean, to be fair, Nor's sitting down in a chair all day in front of a monitor, so...
I've got a great chair. I can't tell you your chair sucks.
I mean, I like my chair, but like, I mean, I slouch way too much, to be honest.
Adam, I killed all the stuff.
Aren't you awesome? I have got 5 copper.
I've got 2.
Honestly, my biggest issue is because of my bloody height, I can never find a chair that has like a good back curve for me, because they're always too, like...
You're freakishly tall, aren't you?
Yeah. So
So
I had
you?
the same problem with my car.
No,
You're both
Adam,
weird
I'm 6'1",
heights.
he's 6'5", right?
He's not
I'm
6'5".
6'7".
Sorry.
Yeah, I had the same
Oh,
problem with my
no.
car.
I guess
Like,
he
my
was
car.
like my chair.
What's that?
I'm too short for my chair.
Aww. Don't worry, Brett. When I next see you, I'll get
The
you in
thing
my
is,
car.
I'm not really that short.
Next one.
Short, are you?
What's that
I'm
about your
thinking
car?
my chair was designed for people more of your height.
How short are you, Esme?
5'10".
That's fairly short.
That's
not-
not
that's-
short. Like
no,
I
it's
said,
not.
I'm not short.
Yeah, Brett. Next time I see you, I'll get you into my car because if you're tall enough in the smart car, you can put the roof down and actually stick your head out. But I don't think you're that tall. I know Clarkson did one. He's 6'4", I think.
But no, like, I had this issue with my car with like the seat because like, I feel I'm always leaning forward because the curve of the seat is just not really comfortable to lean
The-
against.
Car do you have?
Toyota Yaris.
Yeah,
Nice.
the Smart Roadster is not a very upright position. It's more of a racing
Honestly-
position with your legs far out in front of you.
Honestly, the inside of the car is fairly spacious. I've not had issues in terms of space. Like I can sit up straight. It's just the seat shape is like. But I had that issue with every car.
So as I said, I'm 6'1", and when I was learning to drive, I learned to drive, and I think it was a Mark 2 Nissan Micra or something like that, and I couldn't see anything out the front of it basically because the seating position I was in meant all I could see was the wing mirror. That's it.
I mean,
Matt,
I know
more
very
copy
little
here?
about cars.
The rear view
but-
mirror. Yeah, Adam is.
Ah, yep. Good. You keep murdering. Just keep murdering. Just keep murdering.
Yeah, all murdered. Keep murdering. Just keep murdering. Hi ho.
I
Hi ho.
Hi-ho. Now I want to watch Gremlins.
the bucket and speed and the hand
This was a
What?
huge deposit, you see. I'm gonna say the comment of the night was definitely Schalke's take on Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf. I've never
I-
ever
I-
heard.
That
I
was
looked it up.
surprising. Holy
I looked
shit.
it up. It's Finnish. Apparently it's a Finnish thing.
Ah,
Wow.
Yeah. I actually googled it a couple of times and it's like three or four
when he
websites just
said
saying
that,
it's a Finnish
I
thing.
was like, what the fuck, Finland?
But I had heard of that before. Like,
That's hilarious.
I
definitely.
assume it's not as in an African man. I assume it's as in a
No, a black. It translates to a black man.
yeah, like Peter Pan's shadow rather than a human being.
I mean, I don't know.
I still think the Big Shack imagery is quite funny.
Who's afraid of the big Shaq man? So are you taller than Shaq?
How tall is Shack?
I like 83 feet.
Tall.
Are you taller than Stephen Merchant?
That's
You're not,
dead,
are
buddy.
you? Because Stephen Merchant, a lovely guy, I love him. He's just brilliant. He says he was in the room.
Wheatley.
Yeah, Wheatley. He met The Rock. I think The Rock is 6'5", and basically,
7'1".
yes, that's how. But yeah, so he's taller than The Rock, and The Rock is not shorter than very many people.
No.
So apparently, he met The Rock, and he says, "When you're as tall as I am," he goes, "you're just used to being the tallest person in the room," and until that point, The Rock was used to being the tallest person in the room as well. So is he really? He can't be 7'1", can he?
That's what it says online.
I love Stephen Merchant so much.
2 meters 16.
2 meters 1. 6'7". Not.
What?
He's
2
6'7".
meters one isn't it? No,
2 meters 1 is 6'7".
2.16 meters.
Two.
Feet.
He is 6.
Where's the 2.16 from then?
Brett.
It's
He is
7.08
2.01 meters tall, which is 6 feet 7 inches. He is not 7
Yeah,
foot
we're-
1 inch.
Where are you seeing his 2.13 height?
On howtallisstephenmerchantnot.com.
Steve Merchant. I thought you were talking about Shaq.
No, dude, who the fuck? Who's that? He's not even real. He's a cartoon
What, Shaq?
character.
No,
What? Shaq,
Shaq-
the basketball
O'Neal.
player.
Yeah, the
No,
basketball player.
he's wait, hold on. He's just CGI.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, he's not real. He's just a CGI character.
Oh, from Space Jam.
It's like Roger Rabbit. Roger Rabbit. and stuff. Roger Rabbit.
That's what they say in Cornwall.
Roger Rabbit.
No. Shaq did that genie thing. It was Michael Jordan that did Space Jam.
Oh, right.
Oh, you're saying all black basketball players look the same
I
to
was
you,
waiting
Brett?
for that.
Wow.
I was actually waiting for that.
Wow.
I'm sorry. It's the rhyme, dude.
It's the rhyme.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
the
after Space Jam, Michael Jordan kind of became irrelevant.
I'm not sure I've seen Space Jam. I probably have. I can't remember. I have watched the pitch meeting for it, and quite frankly, yeah, that's enough. I'm so waiting for a pitch meeting for the new Justice League.
I haven't
think
seen
I saw
anything
it
about
when
the
it
Justice
came
League.
out, but I was just like,
Really?
yeah, this is not in my interest.
Which, sorry?
Space Jam.
Oh,
It struck me as, yeah, I'm too old for that.
When the first one came out?
wait, there's a Space Jam 2?
What?
They are making one, yeah. Do you not remember the Lola Bunny stuff? Where people were complaining?
Oh, I just assumed that was just Rule 34. Sorry.
No. People were complaining that the new design for Lola Bunny wasn't sexy enough.
Well. Okay, so I need
That's a complaint that exists then.
some
Yeah.
copper. Why would you not program your game and start off with what should we copy from Terraria? Like, not having a stack to chests function is just ridiculous.
This message was brought to you by Minecraft. Which also doesn't have that functionality unless you mod it.
Oh. What
Oh
was that?
my god, that's like one of the essential mods. For me.
Yeah. I think what I really like about that mod in particular is the fact that it lets you scroll items in and out of chests.
My carrots!
I get
Oh,
so
how are they?
ridiculous on storage in Minecraft
Parity.
that what was it? Applied Energistics is
Yes.
one of my mandatory mods.
ME systems. Mwah.
And was it AE2 stuff?
Yeah.
The one that adds even bigger drives.
There's
Malcolm,
another
is that
one.
all of the carroting you've achieved the whole night?
There's some in the chest here. I've got 21 carrots on me and 70 seeds.
I've always wanted to at one point.
Adam, this is why I said,
Oh.
is that the size of the plot you're going
Hey
to
man, I ran out of stone. We can do a bigger one next time. Also, who did the picnic table, by the way? Because that is brilliant.
Amazing. Edmure, I've always wanted to do a sorted system with the Thorncraft golems, but it's so tedious.
Thorncraft.
I tried to learn that one. I just
Thorncraft was
couldn't.
good fun.
That was
Feed the
just not in
Thorncraft
my
and Feed the
interest.
That was always my go-to one, to be honest.
I learned all those from Crack Pack.
Alright.
The thing about Feed the Beast is I played Feed the Beast, and then I realised I could never play normal Minecraft again because it's just nowhere near as good.
It's whole different game.
Yeah.
I tried to play normal Minecraft, and just like I got so bored. This is what the hell am I looking at?
It's like, wow, I've made diamond armor, what do I do now? Oh, that's it? Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm supposed to enchant it? Oh, I'm supposed to grind my eyeballs out for that? Oh, fuck that.
Carrot soup. Yes.
Where's my bibliocraft? So that I can just
Yeah.
simplify the grind.
There was always I can't remember what it was. You could either be like magic or something else in that game. In Thorncraft, and it was always a case of like, well, which one of these can fly? Well, I'm going to go the magic one then.
Thorncraft had flying.
Yeah, Thorncraft did, yeah, but there's two different types of. You could you could be like a magician, or you could be something else in it, or something. You couldn't be both.
Yeah. I mean, it's only one part, it's not.
Remember, you
There
guys
was
are
a
just
game-
talking about. You're talking about a mod, right? It's been in development for what, 15 years. So perhaps at one point, one of you was right, and at the other point, the other one of you was
Yeah.
right.
Entirely possible.
When I played it, which is probably about
To be honest, I don't think it's even still being updated.
10 years ago or something like that, you used to have two paths. It was like a kind of a melee warrior kind of thing, or like a warrior who basically was just incredibly strong and had ridiculously good armor and stuff like that, and could just do lots of damage. And then you had like magicians who could basically get items, fly around, cast spells. And you'd have basically two factions that could fight each other. That was what Thorncraft originally was.
If you want to get block skills, Henry, you have to turn PvP on, or I do.
Oh. Surely there's some coal in here. I've got loads of wood.
How like you're still holding your shield, just.
Looks like it's just straight up holding a fence.
Yeah, thankfully I don't think that Terraria mods have that effect on me of I can't go back to vanilla because I get less content in it.
Thankfully, the Fortress Craft mods don't have that effect on me.
Yeah, people get, I say I'm going to add like loads of new features into Fortress Craft Chapter 1. I'm like, no, I'm just shipping the game.
You're like,
shipping.
I'm going to shank you now.
Yeah, you should respond to that with like, have you not seen how long it takes me to just get the multiplayer working again from this old intro?
It's nearly there.
I didn't actually watch your Friday stream. I normally kind of come and troll you, but I was a bit busy on Friday. Well, yeah, a bit busy on Friday. How did it go?
I got it mostly working. Apparently, so as I said, once you get 3-player working, it'll work with 1,000 players, and it's nearly there. So players 2 and 3 can't see each other. 1 can see 3, 3 can see 1, 2 and 1 and 2.
Ooh.
And I fixed a whole bunch of stuff, but it's nearly there. It's just the server isn't informing other players that they joined. That's all.
I remember
When do you want to give us code so we can test it?
When
the multiplayer's done, obviously.
no, I will do a multiplayer test on the stream once I'm confident it works. Right now, there's no point. Hey, it's broken. Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I remember briefly joining that stream on Friday, and you were talking about it like, wait, the client is pretending to be a server.
Yes. Yeah. So in the original Fortress Craft, there was proper client-server demarcation because that's how XNA worked. But I'm in Steam and it doesn't. So basically, the server is now pretending to be a client and then sending data to itself. So I'm trying to avoid, rewriting the whole of the code base. How much copper have I got? 9. One more.
Ironically, I mean, within workday, you only working on Fridays, actually, don't you?
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of odds and sods, but pretty much just Friday, yeah.
I'm going to say, because on Fridays anyway, at midday I finish, so if you just needed someone just to turn up, basically remotely, just have a server running, or just literally launch your game or try and join you.
Yes.
That's easy to do.
Yeah, well, I said I think I should actually get there next week.
Okay.
Craft.
Wait, Friday. Yeah, Thursday I'm not at home, actually.
Ooh.
Oh, Friday's my birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thursday I've got to go pick up a new car. Friday's my birthday.
What are you getting?
Yeah, a Mini Countryman SE
Is that electric?
hybrid. It's one of the reasons I picked up. I tried to get another electric car. They didn't have any i3s. I'm just being the only one they actually do. Apart from Mini Electric, which just doesn't have the range. But the Countryman SE is front-wheel drive, petrol, rear-wheel drive, electric, and four-wheel drive if you have them both together. But you can drive them independently of each other, which is interesting. So it's a rear-wheel, front-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive car.
Actually, that's not a bad layout because you'll get
It's interesting.
you'll get rear-wheel drive for the torque, which is electric, and then front-wheel drive for like the front-wheel drive in the Impreza. It doesn't do much most of the time. It's just there to make sure the wheels are spinning rather than being spun.
Well, I've got a car charger in the garage, and the car only does 31 miles range, but it's on electric only. But it goes up to, I think it goes up to 85 miles an hour or something on electric only. It's not got much torque on, not got a lot of power in it. More point, but it's like it's 26 miles to the office, and I can't charge the office because I'm not a manager. If you're a manager, you can charge there because fucking reasons. So yeah, but to be honest, I'm totally fine with electric car only. Like, it's better for me having an electric car. It's just, yeah, in every way basically.
So I just realised the time, so we will call it there.
Let me log
and
off.
we will see you all tomorrow for Wreckfest. Except Brett, who we hate. Brett, get Game Pass.
How have you not got a Game Pass?
He's just... You've got a job now. You don't have any excuse.
I mean, I'm not on contract yet, so technically I'm not.
Well, anyway, we'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We're going to play Wreckfest. Get Wreckfest on Game Pass.